see. I'm not sure if... There we go. That might be it now because we were a little bit premature. Let's see. Hopefully. Hi, YouTube world. Are you reading me loud and clear? The stream seems to be live. It does seem to be pushing the signal out to YouTube, but it'd be super happy if you could let me know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can. Hey. Oh, yes, all good. Fantastic. Thank you, Pastor Ferry. Appreciate that. That is wonderful. Hopefully Sean will be along. He did say he was going to join us, but I'm very, very happy to be back home. I had a good few days in North Wales. If anyone's not been to North Wales, it's a beautiful part of the world. I had to actually go up there for a work thing that was arranged many months ago. So I didn't really want to go away and stop streaming and stuff, but I had to do it. But actually, it was very nice. It was very beautiful. And I saw many, many sheep. You'll be pleased to hear. But I'm very, very happy to be back home with you very fine people. Just where I like to be is with you guys. So very happy to be back. And we are running the God is Silly topic. Tonight, I was like, which one should we do? Let's do God is Silly. We haven't done that in a while. And of course, people will come in and say, well, how can you say God is silly if you don't believe in him? And we'll do the spiel and we'll explain exactly why and how that works. But how are you guys all? I hope you're all well. Jiffy is watching through a VPN that goes to Australia. The stream is upside down. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, my own flock, a flock of sheep, perhaps. I didn't collect an entire flock, but I did say hello to a couple, and that was good. That was good. Hopefully Sean will be along. I spoke to him a little early this evening, and he did say he would be here. Let's just get the guest box open and make sure that we are seeing the right thing, in case anyone is waiting to come in. I don't think that we have any guests yet. No, not yet. But there we are. I don't know if anybody saw Unapologetic on Sunday, but Deathless Light was on there, having crashed out of here on the Tuesday. And if anyone hasn't seen his appearance on there with Justin and Ian and Blitz on Sunday, go and watch it, because it was absolutely extraordinary. Guy completely lost the plot. He's like a sort of bad villain from an Austin Powers film or something like that. It was completely crazy. I thought his crash out on Tuesday here was prodigious, but what he did in that stream, it was very, very impressive. So who else have we got? We've got Chaos, we've got Lacadian, we've got Jay, of course, Annabella, Saint Isaiah there. Very, very nice to see you all. Yeah, it was pretty wild. Dude completely lost the plot. I think he needs help actually, but hey, there we go. And I was wondering, because like I posted my little encounter with him from last week. I think I posted it today. Did he go back on Blitz the next day? Holy moly, the guy's got no shame. He must be a bit of a masochist, because he just goes online and gets humiliated every time. But I was wondering, like, it was interesting because I posted my clip of his appearance here from Tuesday last week, and it was quite interesting. I got about the same number of comments from some people going, this is comedy gold. He's amazing. He just keeps things funny and interesting. And other people saying, don't platform people like this. There's no point having him on, ban him. Don't let him up again. And I'm a bit torn between the two, because obviously he's a complete waste of time and space and energy, and obviously he's not capable of having a proper discussion about anything. He's just not capable of doing it. So in a sense, it's a complete waste of time, but it is quite funny and it is quite amusing. So I sort of think, no, maybe maybe it's worth the entertainment value. I'm not sure. I feel a bit in two minds about it, if I'm honest. So while we're waiting for Sean to come in, there was a message. Well, it was a post in the chat before the stream started from Kelly saying, "Hi from Canada, wondering how to best argue that belief is not a choice." I think it's a really good question because, as you all know, this is the kind of centerpiece of everything we do here, this idea. I was thinking, like, what is the best sort of like nugget I can give you for how to argue it? And I was thinking about it. It isn't the neuroscience. It isn't the philosophy. It's just asking someone, if somebody's saying to you that they think belief is a choice, ask them to just be honest with themselves and think of something that they definitely don't think is true. And then just decide to become convinced it's true in that moment. And if they're honest, they will instantly understand what you're talking about and realize that they can't do it. It could be, it's quite good to start with an extreme example, the one we always do, the moon is made of cheese or something like that. The capital of Paris is Beijing. Something which they don't believe to be true. And ask them to just decide to start being convinced it's true. And they will experience the feeling of not being able to do that. And what they normally do after that is they say, okay, but that's an example where you've kind of got proof it's not true, right? You know the moon isn't made of cheese. You know Beijing isn't the capital of Paris. What about things where there isn't proof? So what about something like, a god or something like that? Well, the point there is that once you introduce a bit of uncertainty into the picture, you don't then at that point suddenly become equipped with a magic switch to turn your belief on and off just because there's a bit of uncertainty. All the stuff in your brain that led you to not be able to believe the moon is made of cheese is because there's not enough evidence there to convince you of that, and you are unable to believe it. All of that kind of brain machinery still operates even when there's a bit of uncertainty. So it still operates. If you're not persuaded that a God exists, if you are not convinced it's true, you can't just flip a switch and make yourself convinced of it just because there isn't complete evidence proving it's not true. It doesn't equip anyone with the ability to do that. So I hope that's a good answer for you, Kelly. It's such an important question because it's such a powerful argument, and it's why I keep on making it. I keep on talking about it. I really hope when the book comes out that people use this line of discussion more, because it's just devastating to the logic of Christianity. It's devastating to the logic of Islam. It's devastating to the logic of any belief system that tells you that people should be rewarded or punished based on what they find convincing. And so I want people making the arguments, and I hope that's helpful. Right, what have we got? What are people saying? We still have no guests. If you would like to join the discussion, if you're on TikTok and you don't think God is silly, and you maybe think I'm silly for making such a comment, well, just hit the request button and come and chat to me and tell me why. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to get involved in the conversation, well, you can do that too. I've just put a link in the chat. I think the link is also in the description of the video. I think it should be. If not, oops, my bad. But I think it is. It's just easy. tinyurl.com/JCGuest, and you'll pop right in. The queues are empty right now. So I'm ready to talk to you. I'm happy to have the conversation. And I'm happy to tell you about why I think God is silly. So what else is going on? The world seems to still be here, which is always good to know. I was on a bit of a diet away from the news while I was away. I kind of got back and like, what's going on in the world? Are we still here? Yes, we still appear to be here. So that's good. Jake Green says, God, I'm not silly. I'm omnipotent, but I need your faith as I'm not omnipotent to prove myself. I need your faith, and then you will imagine I exist. Yeah, exactly. This all-powerful God who desperately wants to have a relationship with us, but apparently has to play within certain rules about having to remain hidden or something like that. Okay, Ian is still streaming. Well, maybe Ian will send us a few friends, and if not, maybe some people will trickle in. I have a feeling Justin might be on tonight as well, because obviously Monday is not my normal night. I just thought, as I've been away for a little bit, it felt like a nice thing to do to come and do a little bit of an extra one. I will do the normal Tuesday stream tomorrow as well. So that will be midday UK time, super early, 7 a.m. Eastern, even ridiculously early if you're over on the West Coast tomorrow. I don't expect people to be getting up at 4-5 o'clock in the morning to come and jump on a live stream with me, but I'd like to do the daytime stream because it gives our friends in Europe, who are slightly even later than the UK, an opportunity to get involved, and then our friends in America can kind of get up, have a morning coffee, and join us while they do that as well. Thank you very much, Safjeez. It's really good to be back with you as well. Adwana is in the house. Everyone on the YouTube side, Adwana is in the chat. One of my favorite guests of all time. She came in here having been, you won't mind me speaking about you like you're not here, will you? Having been really damaged by religious ideas and indoctrination and just the cruelty of it all and lots of other stuff going on. And just an inspiring story of pulling herself out of it. Everybody who watches your video, Adwana, can't fail but be moved by it. You still get lots of nice comments in there. So lovely to see you in tonight. I really appreciate that. Justin is due to start at 11 GMT. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have even less people then. But that's okay. I'm happy to share the crowd with Justin, of course. And I know sometimes people flip between the streams. So let's get Tony Orbo in. We've got our first guest, it looks like.
Hello.
Hey, Tony. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed. You are our first guest.
Oh, that's nice. So I had a question.
Sure.
Do you think that there is an afterlife?
No, I don't think so.
Do you hope that there is?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, that. I mean, look, I'm not looking forward to not existing anymore because I quite enjoy existing, right? So if you said to me, if I had the option at the end of my life to kind of continue to exist in some way, I think I'd probably go, yes, please. You know, like, I'm not overjoyed at the prospect of not existing, but I'm also not terrified of it because there was nearly 14 billion years before I was born, during which I didn't exist. And to quote Mark Twain, I think it was, who said, it didn't inconvenience me in the slightest. So I'm not like terrified of it, but I think it would also depend slightly on what kind of afterlife it was.
If it was like heaven, for example, where you would go and see, like, you know, your family members that died, or any of your friends that died. What I'm asking is not just, are you sure not? I'm asking, do you hope that there is?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I understand the question. Yeah. I think it would depend on what happened to people who weren't there. Like, if everyone was there and we could all just be reunited and, you know, carry on together, having fun and, you know, normal human experiences, and basically just a continuation of what we have here, then I would probably be up for that. But if I knew that, like, some people who weren't there were in a worse place, who were potentially, you know, having a bad time in a place involving burning lakes of sulfur or something like that, I wouldn't be able to enjoy heaven.
All right, well, okay, that's your personal thing. I have one more question.
Sure.
Do you think that these are just honest questions? I don't really have like an exactly judge, but do you think that there's a purpose to life, to living?
Yeah, I do, and I think we make it ourselves. So I don't think that purpose is something that gets handed down to us from outside us, like a job, because that would just be a job, right? If someone said, "Here is your purpose, you must do this," I don't think that type of purpose exists. I think that purpose
is a job.
Yeah,
more than like, is there like a purpose to why we were born, or like why humans are on Earth right now? You know what I mean? Like, what's the like, when I ask, is there a purpose to life? That basically constitutes of like, does it really matter if I live or die, or if humanity lives or dies? This is kind of like what I'm talking about.
Yeah, matter to who? So, like, you know, it cosmically, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it matters to you, and it matters to the people who love you.
To me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you hope that there is.
I think that the meaning and the purpose is a thing that conscious beings experience with regard to our own existence and lives, right? So I think, you know, there was a time where there were no humans. There was a time where there was no life on Earth at all. You could say, well, did life have a meaning or a purpose then? Well, no, not really. Meaning and purpose is something which is reflected on by the minds who are alive. And then, you know, ultimately there will come a point in a few billion years where the Earth isn't here anymore. And, you know, if we've managed to colonize elsewhere and continue our existence somewhere else without wiping ourselves off, then we'll still do that. But otherwise, there won't be any more humans. But that won't have made our time here meaningless and purposeless, because we find meaning and purpose in it and we make it.
Yeah. So objectively, you think that there's no purpose to life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, objectively, but I, you know, I'm always wary of saying that, because then people accuse me of being nihilistic. It's not nihilistic to say there's no sort of magical universal space purpose, but there is a great deal of meaning and purpose in human lives and in some animal lives, in fact.
Yeah, I would ask, like, to that, from an atheist point of view, like, what constitutes that is kind of what I would wonder.
Yeah, I do understand your question. And as I said, for me, the purpose is something that we create. So the purpose in my life is to love the people that I love and make a difference to the lives of the people I love, and make the difference to the lives of other people if I can, and learn and find joy in the things that give me joy, in music and kindness and people and art and beautiful sunsets. And I know it sounds really corny, but that is those are the things that give my life meaning and purpose. And raising my son and, you know, things like that give me as much of a sense of meaning and purpose as if I had some sort of cosmic mission bestowed onto me that was, you know, being told by a God. And I don't think that a God provides any more or less purpose in life. I don't think that life would be any more or less meaningful if there was a God or if there wasn't a God.
Well, I think it would, because then I feel like from an outside perspective to this, I would say that it's pretty silly to, you know, say that it's pretty silly to try and say that there is no afterlife or that there is no objective purpose for human beings. That's kind of what, so I wouldn't really argue for the existence of God of like a concrete yes or no, but I would say that I'd say it's pretty silly to come up here and say objectively that there is no purpose to life and that there is no afterlife after death is kind of what I would say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let me be clear about my position. I'm not saying there is no afterlife after death. I'm just saying I've got no reason to think there is one, right? So I'm open to it, but it seems very unlikely to me, given what we know about how our brains make us who we are, right? Everything that makes you is to do with the functioning of your brain. And if your brain sustains certain types of injuries or is, you know, perturbed in certain ways, you stop being you. I mean, literally, there's no aspect of you that can survive the right kind of brain injury. And I know this because my wife works with people who have had brain injuries, and the way that they change is shocking. It's shocking. Their whole entire personalities can change, right? So your memories, your inclinations, the things you like, your tastes in music, food, activities, people, your ability to be emotional, warm, connected to others, all of these things can completely change just by changing the configuration of the mushy stuff between your ears, right? So the idea that we have this fundamental relationship between who and what we are and the operation of our brains that persists through our entire lives, but at the point of death, that relationship suddenly stops being important, and every aspect of who we are can then exist without our brains, just seems to me philosophically very untidy and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, I love that. I like that you mentioned nihilism earlier, because that, to me, I feel like without stating something that constitutes the purpose for life or that constitutes what would happen after we die, I feel like to a regular person, like a kid growing up, I feel like that would lead to nihilism very easily. You know what I mean? Although from your perspective, your point of view that you're giving out, I know you're not saying that, but I think with that as a main consensus of what everyone thinks, I think that would lead to nihilism. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, and a lot of people just make the jump for, like, if you don't have a cosmic purpose, that leads to nihilism. But I push back on that. I say, why should
Yeah.
it be that way? Why does a God give your life meaning? What meaning does it give it?
Yeah, because in response to that would be what constitutes our meaning. So from a God, from a theist perspective, it would be because of God. But from an atheist perspective, the question would be what constitutes the meaning and purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like,
why does a God give your life meaning? It's like saying you can't have meaning in your life unless you have a boss at work. Like, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. So if there's a God, there's a God. Why does your life suddenly have meaning just because there's someone up there, pulling the strings and in charge of stuff?
well, because it gives kind of a reasoning behind life. You know what I mean? It gives a starting point, and it gives also a hope for an afterlife. It gives a hope for, that we should be morally like objective to like a constitution, like a God that states whether things are morally right or wrong. Obviously there's debates on that, subjective versus objective morality, but from a like normal person's point of view, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like if there wasn't a God, then what would constitute that when it comes to
Well,
morals and
but
what
that's a
happens
different
after
discussion,
death?
though. I mean, that's a different
Yeah.
discussion, right? But I'm asking in terms of, like, why does the brute fact of a God's existence suddenly imbue your life with a meaning that you
Mhm.
wouldn't have if the God wasn't there? Why? How
Oh,
is that?
because
And
then,
how is that any different from saying I can't feel my life has meaning unless I have a boss at work?
if someone were to get very like depressed over something terrible, it would kind of give them more meaning to live when they would just take the latter, which would be to kill themselves. You know what I mean? Or if it would be to just live a meaningless life of obscurity and not
Yeah.
reproducing with the family, not you know what I mean, like not
I think this is
creating.
a caricature of non-belief rather than what people generally really experience. So I can tell
Mhm.
you, as a non-believer myself, and
Yeah.
speaking to many, many, many hundreds, if not thousands, of non-believers, it's very, very rare that I ever speak to someone who says, now that I don't believe in a God, I feel like my life is meaningless. It's not a conversation I think I've ever had. And I've been speaking to non-believers for
Yeah.
25 years, right? It almost never, ever, ever happens. What happens more is that people say, now that I'm not worrying about silly, superstitious religious claims and feeling like I'm constantly being watched and judged, my life is so much better. And
Mhm.
it's I don't have to worry about sort of negotiating with myself about having to believe nonsense. And also,
Yeah.
you mentioned the sort of the morality. Well, I'm going to assume that perhaps the God that you like is the Christian God.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but the morality that comes from the Christian God is not one that most sane people would want to have anything to do with, because it's hideous. It promotes all sorts of nasty stuff. And so being free of that allows you to reframe your morality in terms of more helpful values, like just kindness and compassion and wanting to limit the suffering of others. Those are things that you can root your morality in, which are actually much more objective. If we like an objective thing, they're much more objective as a sort of standard to aim for than just trying to please a Bronze Age Middle Eastern war deity.
Well, I feel like what would be objective to that would be I would have to ask you what would determine that? Like what would determine your reasoning for morals and your reasoning for life?
Yeah.
You know what I
So,
mean?
well, they're two very different questions. But my reasoning for morals is that I deem something to be ethically bad or undesirable if it's likely to increase suffering, and that's the measuring stick I use to apply to everything when I'm trying to think about morality. So, is this thing going to cause suffering? Yes. Is it avoidable suffering? Is it if you take a child to get an injection, the child is going to have some suffering, but that doesn't make it bad, because there's a purpose to it, right? And there's a greater good
Yeah.
that comes from it. But when I look at morality, I just think, yeah, if this is going to cause suffering, then generally speaking, I would say it's not good. And that's a pretty good standard to live by. If you live by that standard,
Mhm.
you're going to live a good life.
I know, yeah, but a lot of people then look at it more of a what's right for me point of view. Kind of like if something's right for me, then I guess it doesn't really matter what happens to the latter to someone else in result of that. So, but I know, there's empathy that goes into that, but also, I don't want to ask too many questions, but I just kind of, I'm more curious to know, in my perspective, what would be the meaning of life then? You know what I mean? If there wasn't a God or someone to appeal to.
Well,
You know what I mean?
first of all, I don't think we're entitled to an answer to that question, right? We don't have some entitlement to the universe to provide us like a gift handed down with a meaning, which is why Douglas Adams came to 42, because he was recognizing there that it's actually a bit of a silly question. What is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? Well, anything you explain, anything you invoke to provide that meaning, you could say, well, why that? If you said, well, God gives you a meaning to life, you could say, well, why God? What's the purpose of God? What's the point of God? What's the meaning of God? And you can just shift the same question can then just be applied to whatever is being used to answer the question previously, right? I prefer to just take a more honest approach and just say, there isn't an ultimate meaning, but given that we are creatures that like to feel a sense of meaning, we make it ourselves, and it's very profound. My life, as I said, is full of meaning. I get up every morning, every day, with a sense of purpose, with a sense of like, I'm getting stuff done today because I want to move the world forward in a certain way today. I want to make a difference to certain people today. I want to achieve certain things. I want to learn certain things. There's certain experiences I want to have. There's certain people I want to help. There's certain just ways that I want the world to be different. And that gives my life as much meaning as if I woke up thinking, I want to serve a God. I want to make this Bronze Age Middle Eastern blood sacrifice deity happy today. I would have a similar sense of meaning.
Yeah, I just the only question of that would be like, how would that be taught? How would that be like given out in a clear writing or clear like consensus? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we need to enshrine our values in writings. I think that we can just, we can pass them on vertically down through the generations to children. We can, ideas spread, right? They spread horizontally through populations. That's what's happening right now between you and me. And then they spread vertically down. So when I speak to my son about this stuff, I give him the values I have. And I also give him the value of working out his own values. So I even say to him, don't take my word for stuff. Think about stuff yourself. Work it out yourself. Be led by reason. Be led by compassion. Be led by the values that are important to you. And he will work it out himself. I don't think we need to sort of write stuff down in books and then expect people to sort of take them like instruction manuals. I think we can just... Societies evolve values. So like we have values and the values change over time. So for example, it wasn't that long ago that women were not allowed to own property or vote, right? And that was a value that was in that society then. And then people pushed for that to change because there was a recognition that it's a stupid value. And so the society and the culture changed in certain parts of the world, at least. And now, theoretically, things are a little bit better, right? Maybe they're not quite enough better, but they are certainly better, and women do have a vote, and there is a recognition that they should have the same status as men. So values change. We didn't need to write it down in a book somewhere. Values change over time. So that's the kind of change that I'm pushing for. But the last thing I'll say before I move on is that the one really nasty idea that comes out of Christianity, and I would ask you to think about this, is this notion that if people aren't persuaded that there is a God, if they just, like me, have thought about it a lot, really a lot, and just find themselves not convinced, that those people should be punished. That's a horrible, horrible idea. And
it's not a Christian belief, though.
A lot of Christians do, right? Because it's a central...
A lot of heretical Christians might say that, but it's not a core Christian belief. It's quite the opposite of like loving your enemy and being like empathetical towards people who are think differently than you. That's definitely something that Christ teaches.
Some would, but it's not actually, but it's not biblical. Because if you look,
it kind of is.
Well, if you look at John 3:18 or Mark 16:16 or Revelation 21:8, they all say that you're condemned if you don't believe in Jesus, right? So, and then people can just argue around the margins about what we mean by condemned. And I just think that is a morally unsound teaching, and that's something that I think we need to move on from. So that's a value that I'm pushing to change and to push back against and to get people to reject.
Yeah. Condemned to hell, but not condemned to the point that Christians should harm people for it. You know what I mean? I feel like that's more of the how it was meant to be, like said. So,
but that's horrible.
That is
condemned to hell.
Yeah, you could still argue that that's bad. You could still argue that it's bad, but not to the notion that Christians should hurt other people for not being Christian. You know what I mean?
I'm not suggesting that it would be Christians hurting anyone. I'm suggesting that the theology says that it's God who's going to hurt them. Jesus is going to be the one who throws you in the furnace where there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth, right? And whatever your specific interpretation of what hell means, whether it's forever, whether it's temporary, whether it's annihilation, whether you get a bit of torture first, or whatever it is, there's general agreement that it's not very nice. And this idea that it happens to people just because they didn't come to the right conclusions because they weren't convinced or persuaded, that is a terrible, terrible, immoral preachment. So whatever good values you might be able to draw from Christianity in terms of charity and kindness and forgiveness and all of those lovely things, this is a very dark side to it that needs to be spoken about more.
Yeah, I mean, and life itself, has a very dark side to it, especially when you get very in depth when it comes to thinking about, a reason for the universe and why things are the way they are. I think that's definitely no matter if you're Christian or not, there's a very dark part to life. And that's what also led me to believe in God, because I believe that there's evil in the world for sure. But if there's evil in the world, there has to be some sort of good in the world. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think people do good things that we like and people do bad things that we don't like. It's always been that way. It's always going to be that way. And I think the way we get ourselves, to a better place is by agreeing on principles that help everyone and focusing on those and making those our goals. And if we're led by principles rather than kind of rules, then I think we have a chance.
What would those principles be enforced by? You know what I mean?
Well, the principles of all societies are enforced by the collective. So that's why we have laws and we have, and there are always people who don't follow them, and we have to figure out what to do with those people and how that works and how you protect the people from the people who don't want to follow the social contract. And that's a question that every society has to figure out and find constructive ways of dealing with that.
That was definitely a question when it came to, Stalin and the Bolshevik Revolution, and then Mao and the French Revolution. A lot of revolutions that were predominantly atheists with atheist intentions.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. Those things were not motivated by atheism. They were motivated by other political concerns, and some of those people happened to be atheists. But we can look to you can tot up the numbers on you can tot up both sides of that line, right, and say, look at all the religiously inspired violence as well. The point is that we should be guided by principles such as limit suffering and find meaning in your own life rather than wait for it to be handed down to you by someone else who tells you the meaning of your life. Make it yourself.
Yeah, I think these Western principles that we talk about here are definitely benefactors of Christianity. You know what I mean? When it's taught, when it's brought over from over continents to America to make these the reason for why we are the way we are, you can't really ignore that. You know what I mean?
I think that our conversation is drifting. Perhaps we're getting a little bit too broad in our focus. If you want to come back another time, I've enjoyed talking to you, but come back another time and we can talk about the point you just made.
I think you're pretty honest and genuine when it comes to talking about these things. So, and I appreciate you for being open about discussion, and good luck with your future encounters.
Thanks very much, Tony. Appreciate it, Tony. Thanks a lot.
All right. Have a good day.
And you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Sean is in the house. Let me see if I can get Sean up on the screen for everyone so that people can see the majesty of Sean. How are you, friend?
I wouldn't go so far as to say majesty, but I'm doing great, John.
Excellent.
Got caught up a little bit, a little behind, but I'm here now. So
all good. Nice to see you. Very nice.
All in time to discuss the evils of atheism and what it causes, like Stalin and all the other
right. Yeah.
Bigoted perspectives. But
yeah. Well, it's someone said we need a Stalin on the bingo. At some point, I'm going to expand.
I don't know if it comes up enough.
Yeah, it doesn't quite, but maybe there's a more generalized thing of like, atheist cultures or some nonsense like that. Anyway, let's, without further ado, let's just get our next guest in and we'll hopefully get some conversation going. So we have the wonderful Elizabeth B. And Elizabeth, I'll get you in, but we're just going to speak to just me first, and then we'll speak to Elizabeth, and we've got Brian as well. So let's get just me in right now. Hopefully. There we go. Hey, just me. Just me, you are in. Can you hear us?
I hear snoring.
Yeah, it might be a snorer. Is it a snorer? It's not sounding promising, is it? Just me, this is your final chance. Feels like it's not going to happen, is it? Okay, so we will say goodbye to just me, sadly, and we will get the wonderful Elizabeth B. in. Elizabeth.
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Hey, Elizabeth. How you doing?
Hey, I hope you had a great vacation. We missed you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back.
I started hearing the talk about purpose and how your purpose had to be driven. And he made a comment where he said that it's about being normal, and all of my radar lights went off. When I was in the church, one of the things I was told was that it was normal for women to be wives and to be mothers, and that was my normal purpose and that I needed to do it. And so I stayed in abusive marriages, and I went through $15,000 of fertility treatments to try to become a mother and all of these things. And I am now out of abusive marriages. I don't have a child to show for all the money I spent and all of the painful medical procedures that I went through and all of the just disappointment that I went through. And I went through all of that to find that I'm better off not having a child, and I'm better off in the state that I am. I'm great with kids that are not mine. But I'm not meant to be a mother. Like, that's not my purpose in life. But that concept of the purpose is to be with the normal. I am a bipolar, autistic person with 4 chronic illnesses. It is not meant for me to pass on my DNA. And it would not be good for me to be raising a child. It would be very detrimental to the child and to my own health. And to say that that is the purpose of a life because that's just what the God intended doesn't take into account the individual people. They always said that my purpose was to do exactly what God meant, but they ignored the fact that I'm not normal, that I have a different brain chemistry and things like that. And it's great for the norms, but not everybody is normal. And they don't take that into account. And so those purpose conversations are really damaging to people.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I would say even if it was an ideal situation for you to have children, and you just simply didn't want to, that would be okay. You don't have a moral responsibility to bear children. You are who you decide to be, and you decide and what you decide for your own life. And you don't have a duty to be a baby making machine. Even if, those other factors weren't at play that you talk about where the situation isn't ideal for you, even if it was an ideal situation to have kids and you just simply don't want to, you don't have a duty to bear children. That's ludicrous and wildly misogynistic for anyone to suggest that that is your purpose and that's what you're here for, is to bear us babies. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It is definitely what I was told my entire life growing up, and I'm actually in the process, and I don't mind saying it on live, I'm in the process of getting a hysterectomy done, and I could not be happier because I know I'll never have to worry about it for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and the point is, it's your choice. It's your
Right.
choice, and it's not for anybody else. This really ties into what I was saying to our previous guest, is it's not for anybody to have meaning in their life imposed by anyone, not by another person, not by God, not by a government, not by a boss at work. The meaning you have in your life is what is what's meaningful for you. And that's for you to decide, for you to experience, and not to be, defined by somebody else's idea of what you ought to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wholeheartedly agree. And just when he started mentioning that, I was like, I need to come up and say something, because it just definitely is an example of just what that thought process can do.
Yeah. Well, thanks for clarifying that, of course.
Absolutely. Thanks, John.
Right.
Thanks.
Cheers, Elizabeth. Thanks. Take care. All the
Bye.
best. Bye. Okay. Let's get there, and let's get Brian in, and we'll say hello to Brian. Brian, how are you?
Man, hanging in. You're back.
I'm back.
You're
Yeah.
not allowed to be gone that long.
I'm
This
so
is not
sorry.
your purpose in life.
This is my purpose in life. That's absolutely right.
I'll stay on the subject.
Sure. Cool. Thank you.
It's funny when you mention that, because that is because of where I live. Remember the buckle of the Bible Belt here in Tennessee.
Yeah.
The only reason I have any way to actually talk and keep someone to talk long enough about when they find out I'm not a believer is because they've known me for 35 years here in this small town. So I've at least got that. They know I'm a nice guy for the most part. They know I'm honest. And but anyway, my favorite thing is what you're talking about is when they say, well, wait a minute. How can you have any purpose, any path, any morals if you don't have a God?
Mm-hmm.
And what I used last time, and it kind of worked, it kind of made them think a little bit, was I said, well, the United States, we have a document, the Declaration of Independence that was written, and it uses the words pursuit of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I add to that at the beginning of it where it says the Creator, endowed by their Creator with these rights. And I said, they like that. They love hearing that part. But then I take them to the next part after that. All right, well, how did humans decide to put that together and make it work? Well, the next part it talks about to make that work is governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers, not from God. Doesn't say that. It says from the consent of the governed. Men get together, men and women, I hope, and a society get together and use a government to decide that. I do that for myself. I do that together with my family. I do it in my local town. I do it in my local county. I do it in my local state. Men get together and decide that. And the other part of that is not do I want a life and want the freedom to choose what to do in my life so I can have pursuit of happiness. I also want to make sure everybody else has that. People of color, people of a different gender.
Yeah.
Same thing. So that's the part I take them to. And it's the only, it's the only tool I have to pull out to make them at least think. Because I don't know how to get them out of their box. They're stuck in this box that no matter what, there has to be a God. No matter what, the Bible's true. And no matter what, he can't be wrong or do anything wrong. And unless you can get them to step out of that little box with those presuppositions and think differently.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing when I was talking to Mormons when I was a Christian. How do you get them out of their box they're living in to look at this with, and it's never done in a crowd. It's never done with a group of Mormons or a group of Christians, because one doesn't want to look bad with the others. It's kind of weird. They did that in the Civil War. they learn to put new recruits that come in, they put them with the old guys. Because when they had to charge, you wanted the old guys and the new guys together so it would work. If it was nothing but new guys, they'd all run.
Right.
But anyway, that's a side note. But anyway, that's what I currently, when I try to have a discussion, because it's like, oh my God, this can't be happening. How is Brian not a Christian? It's like, because, we had a small church, about 200 people. I got to preach at that church. I was an elder, and we did that for a long time. And now all of a sudden it's like, they just can't believe it. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So they'll still talk to me, but I noticed it's less and less now.
Really?
But again, I don't know what the best tool is. I want them to get out of their box and finally, because I guess it just has to happen, because no one argued me out. I remember I shared with you in the past, I was literally in the last church I was in, Methodist. It was the United Methodist Church. And literally the moment was just, I don't believe this anymore. I don't know why that thought came to me. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Subconscious mind must be saying, okay, I'm hearing all this. Why are you listening to this? You don't believe this anymore. I don't know. I just came to the point of, and I looked to my wife when I thought that, and she just looked at me because I didn't say it out loud. And here we are 8 months later, and she knows, I'm not only not going to church anymore, I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
And she's accepted it, and we're living with it and like it, and it's not changed a whole lot.
But I think that's the point. It's not, no one could have taken you to that point. That was a point you got to yourself, and it was the internal realization, in your own mind of going, I don't believe this anymore. That's where the switch is. And that isn't an experience that anyone could make you have. And it's not an experience we can make anyone else have. All we can do is make the arguments, be reasonable, show the other side, show that we're not all like baby eating, horned monsters. We're just normal people who love our kids and help each other and, experience all the same sort of moral and empathic experiences as anyone else. We just don't buy that particular set of religious beliefs.
It wasn't spiritual. It wasn't emotional. It was the most calm, simple. It was like someone telling me. It's like someone whispered it to me behind me. Does that sound weird?
No, it doesn't at all. It doesn't sound weird at all, because that's actually kind of how it works. Is that your brain evaluates the belief state of these things kind of without your permission. It almost feels like someone else does the believing for you or disbelieving, and then lets you know what the result is, because that's kind of how it is. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that that's how it felt. And these moments, even though they're completely life-changing, are often very quiet. They often happen just
it was
in a moment.
Yeah. Now, later on, it became great and emotional because I realized I got my Sunday back. I got my Wednesday back.
Right.
All the Bible studies I had to teach and be in.
Were you tithing? Were you tithing before, Brian?
Oh, God, yeah. Well, of course. I'm the associate pastor.
Right. So you got a little financial bump as well. Not all bad, is it?
What I have done, because my wife and I do it too, is, honey, I'm not going to give to a church, and I'm not going to tell you no. But can we find something you and I together can choose that helps humanity? Someone to. Yes, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's an app and a website where they do microloans to other countries, to people. They're called microloans.
I've heard about this. Yeah, excellent.
I can't remember what it's called. So we sit down once a month and go over all that. I like it because you're not giving away money or giving money. These people honestly want the loan. They want to pay it back. They feel good about it. They paid for it themselves. And but yeah, they're called microloans. And we generally pick single moms in other countries. Philippines, they need a toilet in their house. I mean, imagine not having a toilet in your house. I mean, just things like that. So now she was all for that. She was great with that. So that's how we do it.
Good. Well,
anyway,
there you go. Still making a difference.
I appreciate you being back.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate that very much. This is definitely my happy place. I don't like being away, so I'm very happy to be back. Thanks for coming
Well,
in,
thank you
Brian.
for letting me share.
Cheers. Of course. Thanks, buddy. All the best. Take it easy, friend. Okay. We will get Makana in from the YouTube queue in just a moment. Just going to read a couple of messages first. We've got, not that one. No, we've had that one. We've got Tim. So long and thanks for all the fish. Of course, the classic Douglas Adams parting shot from the dolphins from Hitchhikers. And Tim also said, atheism killed millions for the bingo. Yeah, it's a contender. I'm going to expand the bingo so we have some more squares because we've been filling it up quite a lot. I think the last couple of streams, we've pretty much filled it each time, which is absolutely glorious. You missed a good one on Tuesday, Sean. We had lots of fun.
Yeah. I heard.
It was good. And then Tim again. Tim's on fire today already. Who defines normal, and are they crazy for trying? Yeah, exactly. As we were saying with Elizabeth, no one gets to define normal for anyone else. We make of our lives what we will. And then Gordon, great to see you, friend, and thank you very much for this. We miss you, John. Didn't you have internet where you were? Thank you so much. I didn't have a good enough internet where I was, and just the logistics of where I was would have made streaming impossible. There was a point where I was like trying to figure it out, to take a laptop and do a kind of half-baked stream, try and fit it in and figure it out. And in the end, it was just like I realized it just wasn't going to work. So I thought, I'll get back. I'll do an extra stream tonight to make up for one of the missed ones, and then do the day stream tomorrow as well, and then back to the normal routine Thursday, Saturday night, and hopefully that will be okay. So very, very happy to be back. And with that, let's get Makana in. Hopefully this will work. Makana, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
I was just curious on your because I'm not familiar with your platform. I was just on YouTube scrolling and I just seen your thumbnail. So I was just curious on, I guess, your stance, because I was unsure if it was like a teasing approach or if it was like you were trying to like challenge me kind of thing, or if it was like just
Yeah,
what
of course.
what it is.
I hear you, of course. Yeah. I mean, to be fair to you, it's quite clickbaity, isn't it? And I kind of designed it a little bit that way, but we do a lot of discussion here about biblical morality and about objective morality and philosophy and all of this stuff, and it can all get a bit serious sometimes. And sometimes we'll do, sometimes I'll run with a topic might be something like, God is evil or something like that. Or sometimes it might be something a bit more abstract, like you don't choose your own beliefs or stuff like that, which is all great and it's all good. But I wanted to come up with a topic that was maybe a little bit more light-hearted, whilst also allowing us to get to the issues that we like talking about. And actually, the idea of saying God is silly, it isn't just clickbait. There is actually some thought behind it. Because what I mean by that has a kind of double meaning. The first meaning is, I do think it's a bit silly to look to continue to personify that which we don't understand, which is really what I think we do when we're invoking gods. We're essentially saying we have this gap in our knowledge, and we're going to personify that gap, and we're going to make it a guy, a person, or a woman, or a something, right? We're going to make a character, and the character is going to be the embodiment of this thing in our knowledge where we have a gap. It could be like, where did everything come from, or how did life start, or why is there something rather than nothing? Whatever we want to define as the gap. I think it's a bit silly to make that, to use a god to fill that gap. And the reason why I think it's silly is if you look at how our gaps in knowledge have been filled historically throughout all of human history, is we've made the same mistake over and over again. We've personified them, stuck a god in the gap, and then realized afterwards that we didn't need one. We used to explain illness in terms of gods. We used to explain weather in terms of gods. We used to explain failed crops in terms of gods. We used to explain the movement of the objects in the sky in terms of gods. Everything we didn't quite understand, that's a god. And then along came, science or the Enlightenment or Copernicus or whatever it is you want to think about. And we realized oh, we don't need a God there anymore. We've got a better explanation. And we chucked out the supernatural one, stuck a natural scientific one in, and got on with our day and were richer for it. So I think it's a bit silly that we keep on making the same mistake and we keep on insisting, like some people say, oh, we don't know exactly how life started. That's proof of a God. In 50 years or 100 years or tops 200 years, we will have solved that problem. Speak to anyone in the life sciences, they'll tell you. We've got plausible theories of abiogenesis now. We know the basic building blocks of life are abundant throughout the observable universe. We know that it doesn't take much to get life going, right? It's a matter of organic chemistry meets energy, and you're going to get life going. We don't know exactly how right now. So currently, that's where God lives, in a nice little house called Where Did Life Come From? But at some point, we will have solved the problem, and we won't need God to live in that house anymore, and there won't be a house there anymore, because we will have solved the problem. And I think that's a bit silly. Keep on doing it. Keep on doing that. And then the second meaning, and I will shut up in a minute and we want to hear what you have to say. The second meaning.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
The second meaning is that I actually just think that the biblical God is quite silly. I just find the whole concept completely silly. This like galactically powerful entity that can create the entire cosmos, trillions of galaxies with trillions of planets, with all of this massive scale that we can see right now. But he's awfully fussed about where you bury your poo. Or he's awfully fussed about, what haircut you have, or what seafood you eat, or what people do in the bedroom, or all these sort of silly little things. And it's really, really obvious to me that these are the preoccupations of the people who created the God, not the legitimate preoccupations of a maximally powerful being that can create universes. And I find that sort of stark contrast between the majesty of a cosmos creating God and the parochial small-mindedness of the requirements that this God apparently has to be hilariously funny and silly. So that's why I say all of that.
Okay, I like it. I definitely think that there's some good points you brought up, and I like the position that you're standing on. I guess one thing where we could start, or what, if you don't mind, or I guess, kind of a question.
Sure.
Is where do your morals come from?
So I don't know if you heard any of the previous conversation, but we started to touch on it there. But my morals come from what's important to me. So let's start by saying, what do we mean by morals, right? By morals we mean how we think people ought to behave. Is that a fair definition for you of morals? If we say,
I mean, I think that's a pretty simplified way of putting it. I think when it comes down to it, morals, when it comes to what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah.
For the lack of better terms, I think that there's a lot of more depth into the word, but just for the sake of conversation, I think we can start off there with what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah, and if we look into it like a little bit more to say, well, what do we mean by what's right and what's wrong? I would offer, and feel free to disagree, that by what's wrong, right and what's wrong, what we really mean is how we ought to behave, how we ought to treat each other. Because if there's no other people,
Sure.
no other beings to be impacted, then there are no rights and wrongs, right? If you live on a desert island by yourself, you can't do right or wrong, you just do, right? So for me, right and wrong is intrinsically wrapped up in how our actions affect other people. So to answer your question, where I derive my ideas of right and wrong is really, really simple. I just have a principle, which is I think it's wrong to do things which harm other people, and I think it's a moral good to do things that help other people. By harm and help, I mean, physically harm them, mentally harm them, and by help, I mean just we all know what harm and help look like, right? That to me is a pretty good basis. What do you think?
Okay, I'm glad that we could kind of set a base. I do think it kind of starts to veer off when you start to express your way that you find those morals, because I do think that part of it is that we are derived our morals from what is I believe as an objective truth. There's things that are objectively true about certain things. And I kind of agree. I do agree in that it has a lot to do with how we treat other people, but I think it's deeper than that. If I thought of harming somebody and I've been plotting and thinking about harming somebody, but I never did it, does that make my moral compass okay because I haven't physically done anybody and that person doesn't know what I've thought of them, but I've thought of it? Does that not have any value, or does that not have any
Yeah,
consequence?
I don't think that we should hold people accountable for their thoughts, because I think that leads to a slippery
Really?
slope. Yeah, I think that's a slippery slope. I think, I've certainly had thoughts in the past when when someone's wronged me and I've sort of imagined, what I might like to do in return, and I thought, now I feel better. I've got that thought out of my system. Of course, I would never do it, right? I just enjoyed thinking about it, how I might, whatever, and I don't feel proud of myself necessarily.
Revenge or whatever. Sure.
And I don't mean in a violent way, because I'm just not violently inclined. But when you know what I mean, and then I sort of think, okay, well, I allowed myself the thought, and I didn't act on it. And that's part of what makes someone ethical, right? Is understanding what thoughts you can act on and what thoughts you keep to just being thoughts. That's okay. I don't think that we should be punishing or holding people accountable for the contents of their minds, because I think that's a very dangerous slippery slope, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, yes, it is. And that's where I think universal truths come from. And I think that's where universal truths hold a big part of moral compass and where our morale comes from.
So, do you
So,
mind
like,
if
for
I?
example,
Sorry, go. I thought
yeah,
you
sure.
paused.
I'm on your platform. Go ahead. I'm your guest.
And this is
Yeah,
Sean,
so,
by the way.
no.
Sean's the co-host.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Nice to meet you. So John and I don't hold that morality is objective, that we hold that it's subjective. And I just want to be clear, that's not an atheist position. There are atheists like Sam Harris, Ian on TikTok, and many others who hold that morality is objective. So this is sort of discussing a philosophical framework. We're not discussing. John and I just happen to share a position that's not it's not like the atheist position. It's just our position. So would you agree that something is objective if it is independent of a mind? For example, the moon exists. That's an objective fact of reality, irrespective of the stance of any mind. Okay.
Yes, that would be an objective truth. 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah, that's an objective truth. So the thing with morality is we as people, because we have empathy and we have to live in shared cooperative societies, we care about how other people behave. And so we develop stances on how people should behave. So sort of by definition, morality is the stance of a mind on an individual basis for each and every person. If it's more than that, what is it, and can you show it? Can you show that it is more than that?
What do you mean show?
Well, in other words,
like physically show you where it's written that it's
show, like
moral.
demonstrate that it's that it's more than that, because we all agree that we as people have stances on how other people should behave, so that makes it by definition a subjective thing. And here's what happens is we all have our own preference as a moral compass. Like for John and I, we care how actions affect the well-being of others. If they overall help the well-being of others, we consider them good. If they overall harm the well-being of others, we consider them bad. But even if a God exists, that God, and you're following that God's rules, your stance is we should defer to that other God's stance. So you sort of have two levels of subjectivity, two layers of it instead of one, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, ultimately, what I believe is if I'm following the moral compass of what God has set as the standard and the moral compass to have, I would submit my own subjective desires to His ultimate objective truths. Does that make sense? If I believe in my heart that because I don't think it's going to hurt anybody, and I've grown up in a country like maybe Africa or Asia or any of the other 30 other Islamic places or other countries, including that follow Islamic laws that say polygamy is okay. That doesn't mean that because I grew up in that doesn't mean it wouldn't hurt anybody or that it's okay, because that's my subjective truth. You may
Well,
think that that's not okay because it would hurt somebody, but where I grew up, it's normal. So do you see how the subjective truths both don't line up, no matter how they may appear
The
to
thing
me
is,
or you?
you can make a mistake. So you can think that something is going to
Oh,
have a net benefit, and you could be mistaken about it, right? It's possible to make a moral mistake. It's possible to think you're acting ethically and then find out later that actually you're not, and then you have to course correct, right? That definitely is the thing
so
that happens.
okay. So are you saying that in the meantime, while I'm making those mistakes, which only you would think is a mistake because that's your subjective truth, there's nothing objective
no.
about it being a truth. Okay, what is objective, or what is objective about your subjective truth? I'm assuming if you were to not believe in polygamy,
I mean, we could discuss polygamy and what the
or
circumstances are.
anything that's
Yeah,
wrong,
yeah.
anything that's
So,
wrong. You know what I mean?
so
Or anything
if
that
I
I
remove,
believe.
so we start with a subjective preference, which is well-being. Then we can have objective measures as to whether or not an action meets my goal of furthering well-being and avoiding harm, or hurts my goal. So, for example, if we remove John's head, that would objectively hurt John's well-being. That's an objective fact. However, it is our subjective preference that we don't want to harm John, or we don't like behaviors that harm other people. So you can have
So
objective measures to see if you're meeting a subjective preference as a goal.
okay, so what if that's your opinion though? Because subjective is all about opinion.
Yeah.
If
No.
you think it'll hurt him, how do I know that that's not what I think is going to happen?
We can use science. We can actually use
I'm gonna clear up
science.
the confusion.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clear up the confusion, it is actually an objective fact that removing John's head is harmful to his well-being because he's no longer being. And
Okay, so
yeah, so you can the subjective part of it is just what your end state goal is. So so somebody who ascribes to divine command theory, that is their subjective preference, is to defer to God's command. But then you could, if a God actually exists and wrote down rules, whatever, you can objectively assess whether a behavior does align with God's rules. The same thing happens for well-being. It is an objective fact that removing John's head harms his well-being, but it is my subjective preference that I want to avoid harming John. Do you understand the difference there?
yeah. Okay, so you're trying to use science, right?
Well, just to assess whether behaviors
To
meet our
determine
goal.
if your subjective truth is harmful or not, right?
No, not my subjective truth.
Or your subjective morals.
No. So
No, any given action.
we can use
Any
we
given
can
action.
use science to determine if something is harmful.
Which is how you determine what your morals are, right?
No, I'm saying it's
Which is how you determine your morals, right?
So,
No,
Adam in the YouTube chat has said this really, really clearly, and I like the way he's phrased this. This is really succinct. So, the grounding is a subjective choice, right? That's the subjective bit, is like what's important to you, like well-being or pleasing a God, whatever. Once you have that grounding, once you've got that important value that you're trying to achieve, then you can objectively analyze whether anything is moral or not based on that framework, right? So if we say that we subjectively choose reducing suffering as our value that we're trying to get to, and then somebody says, I've got a new policy, it's cutting the feet off babies when they get to a year old. Well, we can say, well, we can try and look at this and say, is this going to decrease suffering? Is it going to make for happy children? Or is it going to increase suffering? And it's not difficult to see how we could evaluate that, right? We are capable of...
With things that are that extreme, sure.
Right,
sure.
but if it works with such extreme things, it works with everything. And what it does also allow for is, as I said before, nobody ever said that ethics was going to be easy, right? There are cases where things are very, very obviously clear-cut, right? We know that slavery, for example, would you agree with me? Slavery is always wrong. It's always wrong for human
Yes.
beings to own other human beings, even though the God of the Bible loves it and says it's right, right? We know that he's wrong about that because it harms other human beings. So if we're decent, if we care about the suffering of human beings and their well-being, we should all incline and say, we should all incline away from slavery and say, no, that's bad. That's very clear cut, right? But there are some things that are not so clear cut. What about something like assisted suicide, right? Euthanasia. Well, you can find really, really well argued advocates on both sides of that line. You can find people who will put a really, really good, cogent, sensible, calmly made, evidence-based moral case for why it should be allowed. And you can also find people who will make a really good, calmly argued, evidence-based moral case for why it shouldn't be allowed. Right? It's an edge case. It's murky. It's not straightforward.
Sure.
We're not entitled for ethics to be easy and straightforward. There are going to be complicated ethical questions, and there are going to be times when we get it wrong, where we think that we are achieving our stated goal of, say, reducing suffering, and we're wrong. And then we have to course correct. But here's where this approach to ethics is better than a religious one, is we actually have access to the data, right? So we know if we've said we're going to define right and wrong, good and bad, based on whether there seems to be an increase or a reduction in suffering, we at least can kind of, in principle at least, measure that and see if did we achieve a reduction in suffering? Are people happier?
Mm-hmm.
Are people more content? There are ways we can measure this to see whether our moral inclinations are doing what we hope they're going to do. If you're trying to please a God, you have absolutely no clue whether you're doing it right or not. You have no clue whether
Of course
you're...
you do.
How?
How do you feel you don't have a clue?
Because how can you know? You might be displeasing the God. You don't know. You have no way of measuring the outcomes against your stated objective of pleasing God. He's not going to tell you. He's silent.
So in regards to the 10 Commandments, would you say you follow all of them, or if you're familiar with them? Or
No,
do you
definitely
think that
not.
there's no
I think they're
analytical evidence that backs up?
No, I think they're largely nonsense. I mean, I think that they're either completely obvious and people knew them for hundreds of thousands of years before the time of Moses, or they're bullshit. So, like, things like don't make graven images. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. If I want to make graven images, I'm not going to hurt anyone by making graven images. And things like don't covet. Well, economies rely on people coveting. That's what keeps the economy going, is people seeing other things that they want and trying to work with them. And, I'm not saying that you should, the exact commandment there was don't covet your neighbor's, ox and wife and slave. But we can move away from that. I think some of the principles in there, don't kill. Okay, largely speaking, not killing is good, but there are instances in which killing is the only moral thing to do. And don't lie is an idiotic commandment, because there are times when lying is the only moral thing to do. So I think that if we are...
There's a time when lying is the only moral thing to do?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, like when? Let me. I just want to understand what you're saying. So
yeah,
because I don't want you to elaborate, and it's totally like not the right. Not I'm misunderstanding.
When the Germans knock at the door and say, "Are you hiding any Jews in the attic?" You say no, and you lie, and they move on somewhere else. You don't go, yes, they're upstairs because I can't tell a lie. Right? There are many instances where a greater harm will be done by telling the truth than by not. And in that instance, you have to employ situational ethics, which 10 commandments don't make any allowances for. So have you heard the word deontology?
No.
So deontology just means that your ethics are rules-based. It's like a recipe, like do this is good, this is bad, don't do this, do this. And deontology is very brittle, very rigid. It just tells you things are right and things are wrong, and you must do this and you mustn't do that. It doesn't leave any room for being guided by principles and for situational ethics, where something which might be right in one instance would be wrong in another instance. There's no room for that. There's no subtlety. There's no discretion. There's no, accounting for lots of different types of situations. It's a very sort of oversimplistic way of doing ethics. Deontology is like just rules, right? What's better is to be is teleology, which means that you're actually focusing on outcomes rather than rules. And that gives you way more scope for a much more sophisticated ethics, where you say there may be instances in which lying is ethical. If it reduces suffering, it becomes the ethical thing to do. If it causes harm, then it's not the ethical thing to do, right? And that allows you to be much more sophisticated in your ethics.
Okay. So you're leaving the outcome onto natural or random natural or random the process of natural or random decisions and the consequences of natural or random decisions. There's nothing that has to do with any guidelines. You're just making them based off of science and educated guesses.
Whether they're natural or random is irrelevant. It's the outcome of decisions. So, for example, I think we could all agree that lying is considered to be a sin in Christianity. Well, if you're going to rigidly follow, like, hey, I'm not supposed to sin, then you would tell the Germans, yes, I do have Jews hiding in my attic. But I think you would agree that the only right thing to do is to tell them, no, that there are no Jews hiding in our attic. And in that case, your human empathy, you caring naturally about the well-being of other, supersedes God's rule about not telling a lie in that particular case, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I do feel like the Jews analogy is kind of extreme. Let's say you were fooling around on your wife and she was to ask you, and it was something that you had done prior and you no longer do anymore, and she asks you if you ever done it. Are you going to confess at that point, or just stay hush because you feel it's something I don't do and it'd be better if I don't say anything anymore because it's the lesser of two evils?
My humanism. Go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to say, again, don't be tempted to insist on a rule that's going to apply to every situation. Maybe it's to do with what's her character. What is the character of your wife? Is she robust? Is she someone who can, take things and contextualize them easily? Is she going to be very, very hurt? Is it going to damage the trust between you more if you say something? If you don't say something, how are you going to feel? Are you going to carry a burden of guilt? You see, there's lots of different factors all at play here. And you can say in some situations, for some people, being completely open and transparent in that instance might be the ethical thing to do. And in other situations, maybe it might not be. I don't know. We can be a little bit flexible and say, do the thing that you think is going to cause the least harm. And you might get it right and you might get it wrong, but you're going to do it for the right reasons.
Right, which is very subjective, right? And I think that's the whole issue, is that there's a lot of subjectivity to it, in which you're saying, well, I believe that I'm not going to cause any harm. Okay, so until science has proven that, you're making an opinion-based decision based on the knowledge that you have.
That's all we can do. That's all we can do. And your ethics is just as subjective. So claiming that you ground your ethics in the will of a God is just as subjective, because you're just saying that it's your personal preference to please this God, and it's his personal preference that people follow a bunch of rules, right? That's very, very, very subjective. It's in fact much more subjective than the ethics we have, where at least we're just trying to objectively obtain certain outcomes, and we may get it right sometimes and wrong sometimes. Sometimes we make a bad judgment. Sometimes, as I said, we think we're being ethical, we think we're doing the right thing, it turns out we got it wrong, and then we can course correct, apologize, and try and make it better.
Okay, so if you didn't know that killing somebody was going to harm them, you thought, based off of your culture, because, we're bringing up instances that are extreme, Nazis, Jews, in a time where they felt it was okay to sacrifice children. They didn't know the science, and they believed what they were doing was the right thing to do.
They believed that it was the right thing to do, And we can now look at it and say it was the wrong thing to do because what they were doing led to an increase in suffering, not a decrease. And so we can be really comfortable in saying, yeah, they might have thought they were doing the right thing, but they weren't.
And in point of fact, it's an objective fact that sacrificing children is harmful to their well-being. That's not there's no subjectivity there.
No,
it is a fact. Now it's subjective that we should care about their well-being.
But in their belief, okay, so that's your opinion, though.
Yeah, people can't be. So I'll draw the parallel in both cases. Someone can believe that action X is not harmful to well-being, and they could be wrong. Likewise, a Christian, let's say the Christian God exists. A Christian can be wrong about what is or is not against God's rules as well.
How?
What's that?
How could they be wrong?
Well, so for example, factually, it's the case. Even if a God exists, I could tell you that because there are, as an example, there are many Christians who do not think that, for example, homosexuality is a sin, and other Christians disagree with them. I'd say most Christians disagree with them. Somebody has to be wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Christians can be wrong about what God's rules are if God exists. Likewise, with humanism, I don't think it would be the case with, in these extreme cases where people would think it's good for their well-being. But it is a fact that we can believe action X is good for well-being or that it's bad for well-being, and we can be wrong, just like you could be wrong about what God's rules are.
Okay. Well, I do believe that it's, kind of an unfair approach because you're speaking on the behalf of Christians who don't understand the law. If I was to go,
yeah, and just like if somebody's an anti-vaxxer and they're wrong about it, and they think vaccines are causing harm, they just have a lack of understanding. It's no different.
Right. So how can you hold them to the same standard of which you hold someone who is familiar and studied the law?
Because the standard is the subjective part. We care about the well-being of others. So
no, I get that part, but how can you hold them accountable though? How can you hold them accountable though?
And so the conversation, so for like, if John and I care about the well-being of others, he and I are discussing a moral dilemma. He and I are going to have the conversation about which action has the best outcomes. Just like two Christians will have a conversation about what is or isn't a sin in God's eyes. They happen to care about what that God thinks, and I don't. But they're having at least a conversation on that common ground. Christians debate with other Christians about right and wrong all the time, or what is or isn't a sin. That's a normal part of Christianity.
And you'll find Bible-believing Christians on both sides of pretty much every ethical question you can imagine, from abortion to the death penalty to assisted suicide, each one claiming that they have it right, everyone else has it wrong, and their position is uniquely supported by doctrine. Right? This is one of the other silly things about religion, is in Christianity, you've got something like 11,000 different, and it might even be more, specific types of Christianity, each one claiming that they alone have the correct understanding of doctrine and everyone else is wrong. And everyone else isn't necessarily a real Christian because, these ones don't think that the communion cup should have a handle, or these ones don't think that baptism is a requirement for salvation, and these ones do, and everyone is completely certain that they alone have it right. Can you see how, from the perspective of someone outside that system, that's pretty Monty Python? It's pretty silly. Everyone claiming to know it for sure, and actually no one has a clue. We suddenly can't hear you, Makana, for some reason. Not sure if something's happened to your mic, but we can't hear you. I can see you. Can you maybe refresh it?
I can hear him.
You can?
Yeah, I was able to hear him.
That's
can you
weird.
hear him, John? He's speaking.
Nope. I can't hear him. That's very strange.
He's saying hello.
Yeah, that's very weird. Can anyone else hear him? I'm going to guess that Sean is the only one who can. That's weird. Hang on a second. There we go.
Yeah,
Let's try
John,
this.
John, it's just
There we
you.
go. Now we can hear you. I don't know why, but you disappeared. But we got you back.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, I was fully tracking everything you said, and yeah, it does. It definitely seems a little misleading, and it can seem very kind of confusing, and which is totally understandable. And I think that there is a lot of people who call themselves Christians and claim themselves to be Christians that don't have it right. I do agree. And all we
But
can do,
that's the no
all
true
I can do,
Scotsman fallacy, because they would say the same thing about you. They would say that you call
right,
yourself a Christian and you don't have it right.
right. So what? So that's the difference with the law and what the Bible says, which is we have to look at the fruits that we bear. If I'm going to claim to be a apple tree, and you're claiming to be an apple tree, and everybody else, all three of us are claiming to be apple trees, but my tree produces oranges, your tree produces strawberries, and his tree produces grapes. One of us, if not all of us, are wrong. So you can look at someone's actions and determine if what they're saying is true or not based off of
Yeah.
biblical
What
text. You know
what
what
if
I mean?
what if all parties involved all insist that their fruits are apples and everybody else's fruits are bananas, and only theirs are apples and everyone's saying the same thing? Because typically that's what you find, right? So I'll speak to, for example, you get this between different faiths and within them. So I'll speak to Muslims who say these Christians, they're not really experiencing divinity. Christ is a false prophet, and da da da. They would say you're not really experiencing fruits. You would say the same thing about them. Then I might speak to a Catholic who might say that Protestants aren't really experiencing, fruit. Or I might speak to two Protestants. One is a Baptist and one is a different type, and they might say of each other they're not really experiencing fruits. This is all just subjective, right? And so from my point of view, it all just looks like it's delusion all the way down. It looks to me like it's just delusion all the way down. Everybody is having a relationship essentially with their imaginary friend, reading the text and pulling from it what fits in with the assumptions they already have, ignoring the bits that are uncomfortable, or sort of wishing them away in a haze of wishful context and wishful thinking. Like you agreed with me that slavery is wrong, but God is a big fan of slavery and completely condones it, gives detailed instructions on how to carry it out, and there's no problem with that, right? Because he's totally fine with it. And yet here you are claiming that objective morality comes from God and also disavowing slavery. There's a tension there, right? Those two positions cannot be reconciled. But I'm sure you'll have a way you've worked out in your head to do with covenants and new covenants and Jesus, and it was okay for then and not for now, and that's enough to satisfy you that the God you pray to somehow doesn't have a problematic position on slavery. But for me, he obviously does. He condoned it. It was common practice for many, many centuries until Jesus came along. And when Jesus came along, he never condemned it either. He never condemned it. In fact, the New Testament clearly says, slaves obey your Christian masters. Jesus uses obedient slaves as an example of, being well prepared in a parable. Jesus could have said, don't own slaves, but he never did. And even if he had, if you think Jesus is God, he's the guy who gave all the rules on how the Israelites should acquire their slaves, right? So there's a tension there, and it's hard to resolve.
Sure. So, in regards to your subjective truths, I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding of this. If it's subjective, or if I don't feel it's going to harm anybody, does that mean I cannot be held accountable to it?
No. You're saying you're having a misunderstanding, and I'm trying to explain it the best I can. There's no subjective truth. You start with a subjective value. We value the well-being of others. Once you've established that, you can objectively evaluate whether behaviors do harm or they do good to the well-being of others. Those are separate things. And you're tying them together as, like, I can't say it's my subjective truth that unaliving John helps his well-being. It either objectively hurts his well-being or it helps his well-being as an objective fact of reality. and in fact, it objectively harms his well-being. The subjective value is that I value his well-being. Those are separate issues.
And you come up with that conclusion based on?
Well, if we unalive John, he is no longer being. So that's an objective fact of reality.
Okay, so what if I put your wallet in my pocket? Is there anything wrong with that? If I believe that your wallet should be mine?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you've harmed my well-being.
I've harmed your well-being. Let's say you have horrible money spending habits. Have I harmed your well-being?
Yes, because yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But if I believe I'm helping you by taking money out of your pocket so you don't continue gambling,
then we would call that a moral mistake. So if you did something that actually harmed someone, but you were motivated by a desire to help them, then we could say we can criticize the outcome but not the intention. We can say you had a good intention, but actually we could then explain to you why it's wrong, right? So like an example of this would be parents who think that they're helping their children by beating them occasionally, right? Giving them a good old spanking when they get it wrong. They might think that they're helping their children. We completely condemn that as a moral wrong. And I don't care how well motivated they might think they are still doing unambiguously a moral wrong, because hitting children is abusive and harmful and unacceptable, right? So I don't care about the fact that they might think they're helping them ultimately. That's irrelevant to me. What's important is what the outcome's going to be.
And in John's case, his example is a good one, because a lot of parents believe spanking children is good because they're going to learn discipline, and you're ultimately helping their well-being. And then if we all agree we care about well-being, I could come in and say, here, look at these studies about what spanking actually does, what the outcomes are, and now we're having a conversation about attempting to assess whether it harms or helps their well-being or what have you. And it's the same thing Christians have with you subjectively caring about divine command theory, about what God's rules are. You and another Christian both have the same goal: follow what God's rules are. And then you guys are you're going to have your arguments. Let's look at this verse here, and then he'll have his arguments. Let's look at this other verse over here, and then you have that conversation. Any of the challenges with humanism are not solved by divine command theory.
Right, which ultimately leads me back to my question. Until science has proven what is the best educated decision to make when it comes to making your decisions, whether or not someone's well-being will be harmed or not, I cannot be held accountable for the decisions that I'm making if I'm not sure of the consequences, because science hasn't expressed it yet.
Yeah, what's important isn't really whether you're held accountable.
No.
What's important is what we're aiming for.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we hold people accountable for things if we deem that they've done something wrong, or if they're putting people in danger. That's really what it means.
Even if they didn't know what they were doing was wrong.
Even if they didn't
intent,
know,
right?
Yeah, even if they didn't know, because
so how can we hold them accountable though?
Well, we what's important is protecting people from harm, right? So when we say hold them accountable, if somebody says, I stole this stuff, I didn't, I was motivated by a desire to help other people, like someone who wants to go into a shop and steal a bunch of stuff and then give it away, right? You could say, well, they're motivated by a desire to help someone else. Like if let's say I see a homeless person and I want to help them, so I go into a shop and I steal food and give it to their homeless person. Well, you could say that I'm motivated by kindness, I want to help the person, but I've still wronged the shop owner, and that shop owner in our society is entitled to protection from me wanting to take their stuff to help someone else, right? And so we can still hold me accountable even if I thought I was doing something right, because holding me accountable is what protects the interest of other people.
Right, so do you think it's fair to hold me to a harsh standard when I'm judged if I didn't know or I believe
Yeah.
You're cutting. Your internet's cutting out.
Yeah, I mean, your signal's not great, but I mean, to answer your question,
Hello,
there are.
can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
we got you. There are
Can you hear
instances
me? Hello?
where, yeah, we got you,
Oh,
where
okay, okay.
where people will be treated with more leniency in those kind of situations, right? Where it's not clear cut, where someone was maybe trying to act out of good intentions. Judges do factor those kind of things into account. If someone's broken a law, but it's clear that they weren't necessarily motivated by malice and whatever, those sorts of extenuating factors will often influence the sentencing, which is quite often why people will not get custodial sentences, even though they've broken a law in a way that might have resulted in a custodial sentence for someone else, because of that type of context. So, everything we're talking about here is really just an appeal for a bit more reason and subtlety and nuance in the way we think about ethics, rather than just going, I've got this book, it's like an instruction book of what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do, and I'm going to follow that and hope that gets you there, because it doesn't, especially when you look in the book and the contents are so morally horrific. So friend, I think we're going to move on. We've been on this for a little while. I hope that at least you've seen that it's not just clickbait. We have thought about this stuff. We do think about it quite deeply.
Okay. Yep. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah.
Thank you for
I
coming
appreciate
up.
it. God bless you guys, and thank you for the conversation. I appreciate it.
And you.
Lord
Thanks,
bless
friend.
you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, we are going to get in Jane, and then once we've spoken to Jane, we're going to get in Soul, and then we'll see where
TikTok
we are.
side, right?
On the TikTok side, yeah. And just before we get in Jane, I'm just going to read a couple of messages so they don't stack up too long, and we'll bring Jane in right now while I read the messages. But we have got Niddy, who says, let's have a good clean show. Go ahead. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Niddy's got a channel where he talks about all sorts of stuff, philosophy stuff, atheism stuff, and dissects conversations, and was very kind to use one of the calls we'd had here to talk about the sorts of things that some people do and say in the sort of Philbro culture and stuff like that. And we were having a laugh about the whole go ahead thing, where aggressive callers will make a statement and say go ahead, and it's a sort of power play manipulation thing. So thank you, Niddy. We're going to give that a go. But everyone should give Niddy a follow if you're not on YouTube. He's very smart and knows his stuff extremely well. And then we have Richie the One. How dare you? Starting a stream while I'm busy and can't listen from the start? Shame on you. Listening at 1.5 times to catch up. You sound funny at 1.5 times. I'm sure I do. I could really mess up your 1.5 times now by speaking really slowly. And then it will be about normal, won't it? That would be weird, wouldn't it? But thank you, Richie. I appreciate that. And I hope whatever you're doing is going okay. Steven sends a critical hit thing. Well, thank you very much for that. That looks like almost like it's like a little emoji kind of thing doing a critical hit. I appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Moustache Boy has sent out one Unconvinced gift membership. I appreciate that very much indeed. That will be randomly allocated to someone who will, for some time at least, become a member of the channel. So that's very, very kind. Thank you very much, Moustache Boy. I appreciate that massively. And Tracy, who I think was not available until... Here we go. Hey, boys, just home from the hospital. I hope that your family member is okay and doing all right, T. Starting at the beginning, praise Puff. Praise Puff indeed. May you be reflected in his glorious scales. And then we have also Moustache Boy. Thanks for opening my eyes. You can't force belief. I can pray or go to church, but without conviction, it's an act. Exactly. That's the one. It is hard to love a beloved creator who would condemn me for an honesty I simply cannot control. Beautifully said. That encapsulates the entire argument, is that if God would condemn us just for being honest about what we find convincing, then how can we really call that good? Like, do we really want a God that would rather we pretend and lie about what we believe? Presumably not. But that leaves us with the only other option being that the God just demands that we're able to modulate what we find convincing at will, which, as we establish here all the time, is not something that we can ever do. So thank you, Moustache Boy, for expressing that so beautifully. I think that's really, really nicely said. And the last one before we get on to Jane is Tracy has said, "Let Deathless light up. He can grow your channel." You might be onto something there. I try to get a balance on the channel between like the funny, crazy callers and the weird crash outs and the kind of, you know what I mean, sort of the wing nuts, and the more sensible, good faith conversations such as those we've had already today. Hopefully I get the balance about right, but I definitely think that people like Deathless Light definitely bring a degree of entertainment, even though they are kind of pretty horrific in many ways. Okay, let's speak to Jane. Jane, how are you?
I'm good, John. How are you?
I'm very well indeed. It's lovely to speak to you. Always nice to have you around.
I'm procrastinating a video editing project that's due at midnight, so I had to hop up here and talk to you guys about. Yeah, no, I needed a break.
Always happy to assist you with your procrastination anytime you need.
I appreciate that. I can't keep up my hasty nickname without procrastinating and running headlong towards deadlines and all that. So anyway, I had a couple things. One, I wanted to briefly hop up on a soapbox about this. There's nothing to base ethics on besides God. I just think it's such a disingenuous argument, because it's everywhere. We're academia, science, the whole thing is literally all of the social sciences, all of the humanities, all of this is all built made of people all putting their lives towards trying to, essentially answer that question or questions that are, really close to it. You know what I mean? It's just such a disingenuous argument, I think.
Yeah.
And then I'm off my soapbox on that one. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was, I wondered if you do you get the argument from consciousness very often? Do you come across that? And what are your opinions on that? And from a neuroscience perspective, from your wife or whatever, in the discussions you've had, can you tell me a little bit about where you sit there or what you think about that?
It's not one that we get that often. So the argument just being that nobody really understands the connection between the brain as a physical lump of stuff and the experience, the qualia, the subjective experience of being aware and being conscious. And people will look to a god or to some sort of divine explanation to account for that. Would you say that's an acceptable framing of the problem you're describing?
Yeah. Sort of this idea that I think a good example of it is the woman with the doctorate in colors has learned everything in the world about the color red. But when she finally sees the color red for the first time, she still has a different experience, even though she knew everything about it. From a purely biological perspective or whatever, from purely physical explanations. And so there's this idea that there's this extra layer, and that if that extra layer exists, that there's this fundamental aspect to it, and then that fundamental aspect would extend other things, and that sounds a lot like God. That's
where they hide their deity.
That's supposed to be an attempt at a paradox, but it's not really a paradox, because if somebody really knows everything about the color of red, that would encompass what it's like to experience the color red. And so if they once they see red, if that's a new experience to them, then they didn't understand everything about the color red to begin with.
I see.
I forget what that's called. I forget what that. It's supposed to be a paradox, but I think I love paradoxes, but that one, in my opinion, falls short.
But even if we allow for the claim, essentially, my response to this is when people do this, make this argument, this is just another argument, sort of from personal incredulity, or a variation on an argument from ignorance. It's just saying that there is this phenomenon that we don't fully understand yet, therefore that's where I'm going to put my God. And one day we may understand it. We may never understand it. But in either case, all you have is a gap in our understanding. That's all you have is this gap in our understanding. And that's a convenient place for them to go, oh, and I'll put my God in there. It used to live in lightning and infections and weather and the stars at night, but we can't find a place for him in there anymore. So I'm going to put it in this other thing that we haven't fully explained yet, consciousness, and we're going to go, oh, you can't possibly account for consciousness by on naturalism. Well, okay, that just means we haven't explained it yet. But to me, it doesn't really. I don't find it compelling because we know that human brains are very sophisticated, and they are more sophisticated than, say, snail brains, which are more sophisticated than whatever processing might go on in a bacterial flagellum, for example, right? So we know that as brains increase in structural complexity, they also increase in the capacity for reasoning and logic and thinking and potentially having conscious experience. And to me, like that connection, it's not random. It seems to be fairly fundamental. And at some point, I think we'll probably figure it out, possibly. And if we don't, then we'll always just know that consciousness is something that emerges from brains. And that'll just be a mystery. We've got to have some.
Awesome. Well, cool. Thanks, guys. I should probably get back to the assignment now, but I appreciate that, and that was really interesting.
Good luck with your assignment, and always lovely to talk to you, Jane. Take it easy.
Yeah. Have a good one, y'all.
And you. Thanks. Take care. Okay, we're going to bring in Sol right now on the TikTok side, and then we have a couple of guests on the YouTube. We've got Gretch and Mr. Philbro, PhD. I have a strong suspicion one of those may possibly be PVG, but we will see. Let's get Sol in right now and see what Sol is saying. Hey, Sol.
Hey, John.
How are you?
How are you?
Very well indeed. Thanks.
Jesus, I listened to you over 100 years, mate.
100 years.
Anyway, what is this? Yeah, well, it's temporarily, what is the discussion today? People don't believe or people believe, you see. So, I cannot make people believe and I cannot make people disbelieve, can I?
No, you can't. You can provide arguments and then they either find them convincing or they don't. And then their brains will do what their brains will do.
Yes, exactly. So, but our brains are somewhere connected, are they? We cannot disguise it. We are connected. So,
connected.
In what way?
Connected. Do you mean connected to each other?
Yes.
I mean,
in what way?
Yes, we are connected to each other. Well, if you look of your emotions, but you follow your life and what you expect of other people, you feel comparisons, do you?
Yeah, I'm not sure I completely follow you. I mean, I don't want
put it in the question. It's just my opinion, all right. So
sure.
Sorry about this.
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. I think we're connected to each other in a sort of metaphorical way. We're connected in that we are aware of each other. And some people have significance to other people, and we form very close bonds to each other, and we care about what each other thinks and feels.
No, John, I wouldn't agree to this, John. I would more agree to be more connected as we realize. You see.
So, connected in what? Can you explain what you mean by connected? Like, be specific. In what way are you saying we are connected?
Be emotionally connected.
Sure. So, if John is laughing about something, it can cause me to start laughing at the same thing. We have a profound effect on each other's emotions much of the time. That's part of the human experience. Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, then I agree. We're connected emotionally.
No. I agree and I disagree. Because we have a deeper connection, but we don't realize it actually. And we've forgotten about.
And what is that? What is that connection?
Well, This is a good question, John. I like to answer it, but I try not to do it because not everybody is deep as me, and everybody is like connected like you are. You see, we're all different. You know, this is the problem. We are not the same. We are the same, but we are not the same. This is very complicated, in my opinion.
So we have some things in common, but we also have important differences. And I think the tricky thing is that when you say something like we're all connected, people are wondering whether you mean that, like, is that literally connected? Is it metaphorical? Is it poetic?
I know. People shouldn't think like this. People shouldn't think like this. People should just say, yes, we are connected, and this is it. You see, but they wouldn't do it.
We're trying to understand what you mean by that.
Question it. People would question it. Sorry, come on, carry on.
Soul, you're attempting to communicate an idea, and we are attempting to understand the idea. But respectfully, you're not being very helpful. So you believe we are all connected?
No.
Yeah,
I'm not very helpful. All right.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
It's
It's not a criticism. It's just we're trying to understand what you mean by connected, and it seems that you're going a lot of different directions. Please help.
No, I believe we are emotional connected.
Okay. In what way? Because yeah, so we can have a effect on each other's emotions, oftentimes profoundly. But you said that's not what you were referring to. So what do you mean by emotionally connected?
Well, we could be connected over emotional or under emotional. I don't know how you call it. You know, people have different opinions. We all opinionated about things, you see, and this is the problem. So we don't give room for other opinions. We give our own opinions the most granted service what we can do. That's what I believe, you see. And
what does this have to do with emotional connection?
Well, say you miss your mom, all right? Your mom maybe is 80 years old and she died tomorrow, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. And she died and you have a very emotional bondage to your mom, all right?
Sure.
So people will say, yeah, I have a connection to mom, but you don't have a personal connection, do they? So we are connected in one sense or another. This is what I try to say. I don't know if this makes sense for you. I don't know. Maybe I'm too deep. I don't know.
I just think I'm not entirely sure on the value of the conversation, because all I'm hearing from you is human beings feel a sense of connection to other human beings. And I would agree with you and say that.
I wish. No, it's a wish thinking, John. It's a wish thinking. I wish we would be connected, like what I feel, but reality prove me wrong sometimes, and we aren't connected. So, but I wish we would be connected, and I believe on connection. So, without connection, we wouldn't be what we are. It couldn't exist.
Fair enough. I think we'll probably leave it there, Sol. I'm going to take from you saying that that I mean, unless there's another point you'd like to make, I think we've hammered this one a little bit. I'm not sure if there's any more value to be wrung from this. But is there another point you wanted to make, because you did wait a while to come up? So is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yes, I try to connect to people. You see, John. And sometimes I feel disbelief, and I don't know why this is. I have no idea. You know,
disbelief.
People are very, very, very connected.
Disbelief in what?
Disbelief.
Disbelief about what?
In disbelief in each other.
In people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the misunderstanding of acceptance.
People can be very disappointing, but they can also surprise you sometimes and be rather delightful.
Yes, this is the positive experience I made often, but the negative were over because we intend not to connect. We push it away, and people shouldn't push it away. We all connected.
Yeah.
This is my belief. It's just my belief. It's just my belief, John. It's all right.
Fair enough, Sol.
You know.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for coming
People
up to
don't. People
to
don't
share
need
it.
to agree. People don't need to agree to this, John. I know. Don't push me out, but I'm glad I can talk. You know, because there are so much questions in my mind, and sometimes I cannot appreciate it. I cannot. I have a very strong accent. I know. And some people struggle to understand me. I try to talk slow, and I cannot. And
that's okay.
whatever.
No, I don't think we've struggled from your accent. I think we've got the gist, I think, of what you're trying to say, and you're talking about human connection and the fact that it doesn't always is not always what you hope it will be, and I share that. I can relate to that experience.
Exactly. It's not always what I accept or what I wish to. You know, I wish people would be more open to expect this and accept this, but we have all our own meanings, and sometimes this restricts us from believing other people.
Fair enough. Well, friend, I'm gonna move it on, but thank you for coming up to speak to us.
Don't
I appreciate it. All right.
Don't worry, John. Don't worry. Been nice to talk to you. All
and
right.
you.
Take care.
Take care, friend. Okay, take care.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Let's go over to the YouTube side and get. We are going to get in Gretch and see what's happening there. Gretch, hello.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Why have I done this to myself? Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Wow, I am sorry. Good evening, everybody. How are you all doing?
We are very well. We are very well.
Doing well, thank you.
What's up with you?
I suppose going through a couple of things in my head. I have recently been introduced to you guys' channel. I'm only going to assume it's a duo effort in the past month. So for whatever reason, I decided, you know what, let me just try and come in. Not initially, actually, no, I wouldn't even come in for the sake of an argument because I'm an idiot. But I just came to see if just ask a few questions, maybe not ask a few questions, but maybe gab for a bit. Hopefully not take too many people's time, because this is essentially a podcast that allows calls, which I am not used to in any shape or form.
Sure. So we just want to have conversations about ideas. So let's try and sort of get ourselves set up. Do you agree with us that God is silly?
I have the unfortunate position of having to say no on account of having Catholic persuasions, and it is because of the Catholic persuasions that I am obliged, not that I can, I'm obliged to say no.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay,
but,
so you're a Catholic.
Yeah,
when you say Catholic persuasions,
I will not say that he is. Sorry,
yeah, just want to check with you. When you say Catholic persuasions, are you a Catholic?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so to just clarify this, our topics are not restrictive, right? So we don't just because the topic today is God is silly. That doesn't mean everything we talk about has to be constrained to God's silliness. We can speak about these are always just a starting point for conversations, right? So. God is silly is a helpful starting point.
For a second, because I need to address somebody who I haven't actually addressed. Although I did kind of in passing. Good night, my good sir, the moderator guy. I do not have your name. I am sorry.
Sean,
good night, sir. How are you doing?
Good evening. Good to talk to you. So go for it.
Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I was just going to say to you that you can dive off. You can dive off into this discussion anywhere you want, as long as it's like relates to the area of religion and God belief and all of these kind of things. So why don't you said you had some questions. Happy to take a question and we'll take it from there.
Fair enough. Although before I say, I'll just make a clarification. I cannot hold the position that God is silly. I can, however, go ahead and say that God is an extremely powerful individual, and as one has seen through the actions of ourselves, powerful people do not necessarily have to answer to the people that are beneath them. So, in a sense, the actions look silly to us when they say one thing and do another.
Yeah.
However, we still have to pay the price for them.
Well, that's
And
that's the
recently,
claim,
as
isn't it?
Yeah.
It
And
almost
recently,
it almost sounds like
sorry,
you're
go on.
saying, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. It almost sounds like you're saying you sort of perceive God as being silly, but you can't say that out loud because God is very powerful.
More to the point that I'm obliged to say that he is good, but recent events, like I'll say about a year, have really made me ponder that a bit more than I normally would. Or I suppose having the soldier attitude all those years didn't really allow me to, or rather, I didn't allow myself that anyway. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's look at something that I think is not just silly. It is silly, but it's like, to me, completely morally ridiculous. Is this whole notion of
Yes, there we go.
of requiring salvation, right? That this idea
Mhm.
that the all-powerful God of the universe created reality in such a way that his own creations would be so badly broken by the rules and the systems and the stuff that he set up that he would have absolutely no choice but to condemn them to an eternity of hell unless they did certain things and jumped through certain hoops and found themselves convinced of certain things and said certain incantations or took certain positions. This is so ridiculous. Why didn't he just make a world where it wasn't like that?
I'll go a step further and introduce you to, well, not introduce you. There was also a point I wanted to ask you, although I can answer this, but I just want to confirm this first. Excuse my meandering, but were you excuse the wording, were you a Protestant pastor or preacher at one point?
No.
Oh, I don't know where I got it from. Anyway, right. This time I wanted to go to. You
Yeah.
know Mary, the Mother of God?
Yeah.
Know the story, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Adam and Eve were born or created into this world free of original sin or free of any notion of sin or anything like that. And then after the actions that were taken, they wound up cursed. So over the many millennia that went by, with many people basically dying and basically, regardless of how they died, not getting into heaven in one way, shape, or form, be they just in God's eyes or not, over all of that time later, then and only then, when it comes time for him to bring his son into the world, does he make one suitable to that purpose. Which is to say, he makes somebody after all of this millennium.
Let's stop there for a moment.
Please use.
Let's stop there for a moment.
Yeah, go on.
Let's rewind a little bit. Adam and Eve did some stuff in a garden with some fruit. God knew they were going to do it.
Yes.
And they did it without any knowledge of what wrongdoing even meant, because they hadn't eaten of the knowledge of the tree with the knowledge of good and evil. So at that point, they didn't even know that disobeying God was a moral wrong, because they had no concept of what a moral wrong even means. But that aside, they made some transgression. God then decided, in response to this transgression, not just to punish them, but to punish everyone else who was ever going to live. Did God have to do that? Did God have to do that?
The answer lies in what I'm about to say.
Just a yes or no would be great.
He doesn't need to do all of that.
Right, so he chose to, right?
And what I was about to,
He chose to. Right, so he could have chosen to just punish them. He could have just chosen to banish them from the garden, or give them a slap on the wrist, or, withdraw their, privileges or something like that. But he didn't. He decided to punish a bunch of other innocent people who didn't commit the crime, billions, and animals, by the way, right? Apparently there was no death before
Yeah.
this happened, right? So all the carnivorous animals apparently were vegetarian before that day. So all the lions and the crocodiles and the great white sharks all had to have their digestive systems reconfigured away from a plant-based diet, which presumably they had before, which still would have meant the plants died, by the way. So it would have been death for plants, but God obviously hates plants. To a new type of diet, which involves having to kill other animals. So God does all of that, thereby condemning billions of animals for the rest of history to painful deaths, and then also completely screws over every human being who's ever going to live by cursing all of humanity. He just sounds like an asshole. Like, why would he do that? Why not just punish the people who did the crime?
I could really answer that question without having to have Catholic persuasions. But yes, he could entirely have made the rest of us free from original sin. And he actually did make at least one person after that without original sin. That person is Mary. Why would he do that? Because his son had to be born, and he chose that particular individual, or made that particular individual for that specific purpose. Even managed to get her consent first before going ahead and having that happen.
That's highly doubtful.
Let me finish. I know, but let me finish. The entire point is that he could have.
But he chose not to because he likes suffering.
The question is, why did he choose to have consequences, this curse of sin, bestowed on all future generations who had nothing to do with eating the fruit?
And before you answer it, your audio is very, very loud, so your voice is actually distorting. If there's anything you could do to either just make yourself a little bit quieter. I don't know if I can't quite see what device you're using here, but your audio is kind of distorting a bit. So maybe just...
It might be the fact that I have to hold my microphone very close to my face. So
maybe hold it.
I'm using my headphones, so yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit better. Just hold it. No, maybe not quite so close because it's distorting and we're not really hearing what you're saying so well.
Ooh.
So,
sorry, everybody.
No, that's fine. So let's go back to the question. So the question was, as Sean said, why did he do this? He didn't have to do it. He's sovereign. He's in charge. He's very, very powerful, capable of configuring reality however he wants it. Why did he do this horrible thing to lots of innocent people? And what does it say about him that he did?
To prove a point.
To prove a point?
There's supposed to be the issue of what one would basically call the war in heaven, if you can even call it that, where Lucifer, the best of all the angels there ever were and ever would be, basically believed himself to be deserving of his position because of the things that he was shown by God, which was essentially the same stuff that all of the angels were shown.
Can I just clarify what you said? So what you're saying is, because of the behavior of an angel in heaven, one angel in heaven,
the best one,
a lovely, lovely, lovely angel in heaven, upset God so much that in order to prove a point to that angel, he completely fucked over billions, we're talking about billions, of living creatures by introducing an incalculable amount of suffering into the world, condemning billions of human beings to be born in a sinful nature, requiring salvation, and animals to suffer and die in horrendous ways to prove a point.
Mm-hmm.
And this reflects well on his character?
The wonderful thing about the Catholic faith, well, when you really live it, unlike what the people that call themselves popes actually teach, like real Catholicism, like way back when, before all of these denominations even came into existence, which are heretical, by the way, which is against Christianity. You have to basically be of the impression going into this faith that God is just in everything that he does.
No,
and that's it.
No, we're trying.
I know.
we are explaining an injustice, but every time we bring it up, you discuss something besides the actual topic at hand, which is original sin. And how is original sin just? Please explain that. Like, start with original sin is just because, and then continue, please.
Yeah, and I, humanly speaking, have to agree with you guys that it does sound silly, and way I'm feeling anyway, it is silly. But again, given that I'm affected by it, I can't call it silly. I have to call it horrendous.
It is horrendous. I mean,
You
the
see
the,
the
si- the
impact.
silly
You see
thing.
the impact I have.
No, no, I did. But the thing is, to be completely serious for a moment, this whole silly thing is just to kind of, lighten the tone a bit, and we can have a bit of a laugh about all the silliness, right? But it is morally horrendous. It's ethically horrific that this idea of the ultimate collective punishment, right? You know how when a teacher keeps the whole class in because one or two people misbehaved, right? And we can feel a little bit uncomfortable about that because there were innocent people in the classroom who hadn't misbehaved. Why should they be kept in just because somebody else did? We're not very comfortable with that because we know intuitively there's something not really okay about it. This is that on an industrial scale that can't even be imagined. So I would say, look, we don't think a God exists. We think all of this is mythical nonsense. We know there was never an Adam and Eve. There was never a first human that misbehaved. All of this stuff is complete gibberish. We know where we came from, and it wasn't that, right? We know that, and even Catholicism now grants evolution, right? So we know that the Adam and Eve story is just not true. So, but we can look at it and say, well, what moral teaching can we draw from it? If we take it as an allegory, if we take it as a metaphor for something, what is the moral teaching from this? And the only moral teaching from it I can discern is that this God is some kind of maniac, some kind of crazy, horrible, spiteful, vindictive, cruel, sadistic monster that enjoys creating suffering for conscious beings. I can't see how you can come up with any other conclusion.
Add to and just to make I really need to know words before I say them. Anyway, and just to add, children, when I say children, I mean babies. Babies that die in miscarriages, according to Catholicism, they don't get to see heaven either.
It sounds like you're
Makes
talking yourself
it
out.
even worse.
You're talking yourself out of this stuff, dude, and I'm here for it. Like it sounds to me like you are 1 foot out the door, and I would strongly encourage you to keep on going. The more you think about this, the more you'll realize it's horrific, and these sort of thought-stopping lines, like, everything God does is defined as being just. That's just bullshit. That's literally just telling you not to use the mind you have, because things are not just because they're labeled as just. They're just if they meet the requirements that we all understand for something being just, if they're commensurate, if they're proportionate, if they're fair, if it's the person who did the crime doing the time. Just calling something just and just declaring that something is just doesn't make it just. And it sounds to me like you kind of know this already.
I suppose, in a sense, I may have buried it all those years ago and probably never had to put it in front of my mind. But then again, I wasn't enforcing it on anybody like I'm supposed to, I suppose. Notwithstanding the fact that you can't even enforce this stuff on people if you are to be truly Catholic. You can only really show them the thing and ask them if they want to join it. And you have to actually show them the truth of the matter. You can't butter it up. You have to show them as it is. And if they don't accept it, obviously they don't accept it. And you let them be. Of course, you have the obligatory the condemnation thing, of course. But other than that, you can't touch them afterwards unless they come to you.
I'm just going to say to you now that what I'm hearing from you is somebody who's starting to think honestly about this stuff, and it feels to me like you're you're dipping your toe in the water of critical examination, or maybe even your whole foot, or maybe even up to a knee. And I'm just going to say to you, keep going. That's it. Just keep going. Don't say, well, I'm, the way you phrased it was interesting when you came in. I think you said something like, I have Catholic inclinations or something like that. Like, don't
persuasion, yes.
Persuasion. Thank you for setting me right. Yes. Yeah. So don't worry about that. We understand that that religion and identity are tied up in a very sort of intimate dance with each other. I get that. I completely understand that. But you are a human being with a mind, with a set of moral intuitions and a brain and an ability to think about things critically. And you are not required to be a mental slave to any cults or any doctrines. You can think about this stuff and keep going, because it sounds to me like you're starting to do that. And it's hard. And it's a bit
ever heard
triggering.
Of Bob Marley, then?
Sorry?
You ever heard of Bob Marley?
Of
course.
Ever
heard of Bob Marley? That's about okay. So I'm wondering how y'all know about the mental slavery thing. Although, never mind.
Oh, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Yeah. Yeah, I know the lyric. Yeah.
But
Songs of Freedom, right?
I won't. Yes, precisely that one.
Yeah.
Although I didn't necessarily come just for that little chat. Actually, there is the one question. There's the one question that I also think that Sean, I guess, hasn't seen that much of a reason to interject as much. But I guess y'all can basically give me an answer on this regardless. What do y'all have to say in regards to the Shroud of Turin? If y'all know of
13th century forgery.
It was carbon dated to the 13th century, right?
And people are and folks have been saying how carbon dating is accurate.
So who has the Catholic Church, and you're Catholic?
The Catholics, yes.
Yeah, they have
the Catholics have the Shroud of Turin, yes.
Yes, and if it's truly the Shroud of Jesus and can be dated to Jesus's time, then first of all, it's already been carbon dated to the 13th century, but I know many Christians dispute that. But the Catholic Church has every opportunity to say, you grabbed the wrong sample. It was a faulty sample. Please come carbon date this again. They have possession of it. They can provide all the proof right there that it is what it is if they chose to. And my understanding from when I looked it up, the Catholic Church doesn't have an official position as to its authenticity. If they had something that they truly believed is authentically from Jesus, wouldn't they be tripping over themselves to invite the entire scientific community to come to a consensus? Yes, this is actually from Jesus.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing about that is that they would have ancient writings dating way back to when they would have actually gotten that shroud, and yet still that's either purposefully buried or it just slipped the mind.
Yeah, and even if it was authentic, from Jesus was wrapped in it. It still wouldn't tell us Jesus is God. It would just say
exactly the next thing that I wanted to go ahead and say, because where in the shroud can one even find that? Okay, you have the impression of a dead person in it, and you can most certainly assure that at the very least it's what age was Christ when he died? 33 years or
I think that's the number. Yeah.
We'll say about 1900 years after the fact. And we can assure that it remains consistent even after all of that time.
Yeah.
Of course, if that were the case, then it would most certainly be a miracle, then in which case you would have that. However, the church itself has basically been dry of miracles for a millennia after they let in what they let in anyway, and yet still.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're questioning, brother. Are you? Is there part of you that questions and has doubts and wonders about these things?
The unfortunate thing is, I have to admit that I've been inconsistent for about over 10 years of this.
Okay.
That's
And
okay.
so, yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, for some people, just deal with this. Yeah, I mean that process. You know, people don't always go from in a belief to not in a belief overnight. It's very rare, and many people live with nagging doubts for sometimes decades, and eventually they negotiate a new arrangement with themselves about how to deal with those feelings and those doubts. And sometimes they are emancipated from mental slavery, to quote Mr. Marley, and sometimes they are not.
Mm.
And I just want to encourage you to just keep on going, because it sounds to me like you're starting to think about this stuff critically, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Just keep on going.
It's more that I am coming to the position that I have to start demanding actual, not necessarily actual proof of the thing itself. It's more that I want actual proof that X is Y, so to speak, meaning that Christ is God, meaning I actually need to see miracles this time.
And they won't give you proof.
I can't just work on writings.
Yeah, they won't give you proof. No one's going to give you proof, and people will say, you have to have faith. You know, this is this invocation of you have to believe on insufficient evidence. You have to make yourself convinced, and it's not going to happen.
It's not faith.
It's not going to happen.
Otherwise, it's not faith. And the kicker to all of this, while you're on earth, you have to rely upon faith, hope, and charity. When you're upstairs, you have neither faith nor hope, just charity, because both of the first two would be answered. If you're downstairs, you ain't got faith, you ain't got hope. Just charity, which you ain't got either.
I have no use for faith.
Yeah.
Faith is believing something with the way the word's used most commonly is believing something without having actual sufficient evidence to believe it. You're just having faith. And I have no use for faith because I care about what's true, especially if I'm going to live my life by something. If I'm going to dedicate my entire life to a thing, I need to have a very high degree of confidence based on evidence that that thing I'm dedicating my life to is actually true. Wouldn't you agree?
Most certainly, yes. And the problem with obeying a God like the Catholic God, which is the Christian God, for any of my people in the chat that call themselves Christian but don't ascribe to Catholicism, the problem with that is that God likes playing games. That's really how you have to look at it, because people, Christians, be they call themselves Catholic or not, they say that if we have the proof in front of us, then it's no longer faith. But if that's the case, then by all means, you have charity, and that is enough, because if you're upstairs or downstairs, that's all you have. Meaning that the only thing that ought to matter is charity. And by charity, I mean works, because faith without works is dead and all that stuff. But
all right. Well, dude,
we only have the two.
We're gonna move it along. I just want to encourage you to keep on asking questions, keep on thinking critically, and if you want to come back and check in with us at some other point, please do. I understand it's not easy. This stuff it's difficult. I understand there's a tension there sometimes, and you can feel like you're being disloyal by thinking in certain ways. You're not. Your mind is your own. You have the freedom to think whatever you like and follow the evidence wherever it leads. But I understand it can be a bit frightening. So we are here. Feel free to come back and check in with us, and ask other questions and stuff. We'll move it on for now, but just keep on going. Keep on being as open as you are. I think you'll get there. You'll be okay.
But thanks for having me on regardless, lot.
Pleasure.
Y'all have a good night, and y'all take care, and do be careful. The Straits of Hormuz should open at any moment.
We hope. Take it easy, man. Take care.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
You too. Bye. Okay. There we go. Look, I know for some people that was a bit rambling, but this is not an easy thing. When you've been in a belief system for a long time, it's really hard. getting to the point where you can be honest about the kinds of questions you're asking and stuff. So I wanted to give him the space to talk and have some free-flowing conversation, and hopefully he realizes that he can do some thinking and then come back. Maybe we'll be a bit more focused perhaps next time we speak. We're going to get we've got Tyler in the queue on TikTok. We get Tyler in a minute. We've got Grandma with Wheels. I wonder who that might be on the YouTube side after that. And just going to take a couple more messages in before they fall off the queue here, and then we'll get Tyler up next. So we have Tim says, this is back to the conversation about outcomes and intentions. Break a man's ribs, you're in trouble. Break a man's ribs while performing CPR, not. Yeah, exactly. So we judge actions based on a combination of the outcome and the intention. Both of them are important. And by similar logic, thinking about breaking a man's ribs but not doing it is not something that you are likely to get in trouble for. And Trip Tank says, thank you very much for this. Just to lighten the mood, God had infinite ways to create man. So at some point he decided that pooping was an absolute must. Pretty silly. And I think that is absolutely right to say that, because of course God could have created man with any sort of digestive configuration he wanted. And what's even funnier about this is if you read Deuteronomy 23, God then makes all sorts of stipulations about where you have to bury your poop, because if God is walking in the camp, he can't see things that are off-putting and upsetting to him, even though he actually designed all the apparatus and all the system and could have made it all smell of roses if he wanted to. He decided to make it the way it is. So I think that's pretty hilarious and quite silly. Tim said, Jesus 2, vengeance resurrected, let he who is without sin fire the first shot. I'm not sure what the point you were trying to make there is, Tim, but that is apparently a thing that he said. Let he who is without sin throw the first stone. And some people take that passage to mean that Jesus was disavowing the Mosaic laws, but of course he wasn't. He was just making the claim that they couldn't be properly implemented in that particular instance. And Tim again said the Catholics have confirmation where they're like, you're definitely Catholic, but other religions don't like my body. He says he's just Jewish. Yeah, that whole confirmation thing leaves me a little queasy as well. I think things like kids and religion thing makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. I go with the Dawkins line of like, there's no such thing as a Catholic child. There is a child of Catholic parents, and children should not be labelled with religious identities. I do think that is definitely a thing. And then finally, for now, our wonderful friend, Just Some Random Dude on YouTube says, him proving a point does line up with the book of Job. Yes, it does. So this is back to the claim that God did all of this horrific stuff to prove a point. And then you look at the book of Job, where God and Satan put this poor man through the most absolutely unspeakable horrors, losing his family, losing his innocent servants, and people being killed and everything, terrible stuff happening, fire falling from the sky, just because they want to prove a point. God wants to prove a point about how much he can make this man suffer, and he won't turn away from him just to prove a point. He sounds like a complete psychopath, complete craziness. Okay, let's get Tyler in. Be good to speak to Tyler. We've not spoken for a little while. Tyler,
hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Very well indeed. Nice to see you, friend.
Yeah, it's been a while. Good to chat with you.
What's up?
I wanted to come up because I was in a chat in the comments section here with someone that was trying to basically defend SA with the idea of free will. And honestly, I just wanted to talk about that if you guys wanted to.
Yeah, what's that about?
I'm not entirely certain what his point was, but I got the gist that he was trying to say that that's how God differentiates between good and evil people, their free will. and their actions. But that doesn't make sense at all if you actually read the Bible.
Yeah, and of course, if there is an all-powerful God who configured reality exactly how he wanted it and knows the future, then no one would have free will anyway, because you're not at liberty to do anything other than what God knew you were going to do.
Exactly. I mean, the scripture says that that God knows your intentions, your heart and soul even before you're born. So by testing your ability to be good or evil by your free will, it contradicts the scripture. And anyone with that mentality needs to really reassess their worldview.
Yeah, absolutely. But, free will is bandied around in religious circles like it's a sort of, like an
Trump
ultimate
card.
I was going to say like a trump card. I was going to say like one of those like limited edition Pokemon cards or something. Like it's like a magic spell that gets you out of any trouble. Just say free will or say the word context, and everything's going to suddenly be fine. It doesn't help at all. In so many of these cases, it doesn't help. Especially when it comes to matters of belief. And people talk about, God wanted people to have the freedom and the free will to believe freely. That's got nothing to do with it. It's got absolutely nothing to do with it. God could let us know he's there, and then people could use their wonderful free will to decide whether they want to hang with him or not. But free will's got nothing to do with whether you think he's there and whether you believe or not. And it's belief which is apparently the deciding factor about whether you get thrown on the fire or not. It's silly.
And honestly, the irony is too that even God doesn't believe in free will. God constantly interjects himself into people's lives throughout the entire Bible.
Hardens hearts.
Yes, exactly.
Sends lying spirits. All of that, for sure.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But so many of these arguments are sort of, I don't know, they always remind me of someone who's drowning and just clings onto any piece of wood they can find that just happened to be floating in the same water they're in. It's like, okay, well, that's the piece of wood you're holding on to. There are no other pieces of wood around. This is the one you have to hold on to. And while you're holding onto that piece of wood, it kind of feels like home. And that's what some of these theological arguments feel like to me. Like, better some argument than no argument, even if it's a rubbish one. And they all are. They're all
the piece of wood analogy, John, can easily be put towards the Titanic movie. Rose had free will to share that space with Jack. She chose not to.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. And down he went. And maybe perhaps the Titanic is an apt metaphor in this instance, because I do think that I don't know. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I do think that this stuff is going to go away eventually. I mean, maybe we'll always have superstitions and we'll all have silly ideas, but I do think people are leaving these silly religions in droves, and I like to think anyway that the demographics are heading in the right direction and people are wising up, and cultural moments like this, the whole kind of online deconstruction thing is really good, and it brings people in, and we all make common cause because we know this stuff is pernicious, divisive, harmful, cruel, anti-scientific, and doesn't stand up to scrutiny. So I think they all know that they're holding nothing. They got nothing.
Well, and that's why they get so volatile in the comment section and debates. They know they're backed into a corner, and when an animal's cornered, that's when they're most dangerous.
Yeah, that's true, and that's when we see, as you say, we see the nasty behavior comes out because it's triggering and threatening. And I do find it fascinating that we set up a little corner of the internet, which is like to just validate non-belief. That's all we're really doing. It's just going, you're not a bad person for not believing, and here are some ideas, and here's why we think they're silly, and we can sort of point at the holes in them and point out why they don't work, and we just have these conversations, and then believers come into the space enormously triggered by the fact that we exist, enormously triggered by the fact that we don't believe the same stuff that they do, and they feel the need all the time to tell us why we're wrong. I find that kind of curious. I mean, I understand I put up clickbaity titles, so it does bring them in. But even when I wasn't doing that, when I was just posting content on TikTok before I started doing these lives, I was amazed at how much engagement there would be from believers, even though I was like really overt. I was saying, look, this content isn't for you. I get it. I get that you don't like this. I get that you have a different view. That's totally fine that you have your view. I respect the fact that you're entitled to it. I'm speaking to other people here. Don't worry about it. They would still come in all the time, filling up the comments, filling up the the sort of engagement space with. They just kind of can't tolerate the fact that we just don't believe the same things they do, and I wonder if that's because I don't know. It's threatening to see people being okay and not agreeing. What do you think?
I think it's part human nature to fear what's different. It's an unfortunate trend within our psychology, I think. But we're, like I mentioned, we are evolving. We are getting to that point, hopefully, where that won't be a problem. But I think we're still a ways away from that.
Oh yeah, it's not on the doorstep. It's not close, but I think we're heading in the right direction. I think. I like to think
so. Yeah,
I think aren't the US the nuns, as in no religious affiliation, the fastest growing group at the moment demographically in the US? I think that's true.
I believe religiously that is correct. At least the last time I looked at the numbers, it was certainly growing. I believe it is also the fastest growing.
Well, there's definitely an exodus within the church, every church, honestly, but I think Christian church mostly. There's definitely a growing number of people there leaving and finding other ways to view the world.
Yeah. Well, it collides with modernity. It doesn't really work. So it's not a surprise that that's happening, and here's to it happening much more.
Hopefully. Well, that's all I had to talk about, honestly, so I'll get going. But
thanks,
it was
man.
Good chatting with you, John. You too,
and
Sean.
You. Good to see you, friend.
You too, Tyler.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Excellent. Okay, let's see where we are at. We have super chats from Liberty Giblets says, forgot tonight was the 5-year anniversary dinner with my girlfriend. Now you have my undivided attention. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to mess with that, Liberty. Yeah, I think priorities, dude. Make sure that is all squared away. But congratulations on 5 years with your girlfriend. That's fantastic. Love to hear that. And Tim has come in with some clarification. I think I misunderstood the context before. I was joking about a Jesus action movie, Jesus 2: The Revenge. Right, now that does make sense. So I appreciate that. Sorry for being a bit slow on the uptake there. Completely get that. Right. We are going to get Grandma with Wheels in next. And then I have something important to share with you all. And Sean, you're going to absolutely love this. Let's see if this works. Grandma with Wheels, are you there?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you, PVG?
Sorry. I just try all the different names, and you always find out that it's me, and so. Oh, well.
I can't imagine how we could possibly tell.
No. I mean, I had the Mr. Philbro PhD, and I thought, okay, that's good enough. And no, hold on, let me try Grandma with Wheels. Sean, nice to see you again. And
thank you. You as well, friend.
And John, I hope you had a great vacation.
Thanks. It was a work trip, but it was good.
Oh, okay. I was I just wanted to. I had so many notes written down on what I wanted to tell you, but let's just get because it's like 4 a.m. right now. I don't know where I put the notes. But the first one to start off, do you think fear is a type of convincing? If someone is afraid of going to hell, someone is afraid of being treated, if they're forced to say you have to believe in God, and
I think fear of hell is not an effective tool like the Pascal's wager for convincing people to believe, but it's very, very powerful in keeping people believing, because it's a thought stopper. I often describe it as fear shackles for the mind. I know from personal experience, it was effective in keeping me a believer longer than I otherwise would have been, because when doubts or thoughts creep in, I immediately like would shut it off and be afraid of it and not explore those thoughts. Um, but yeah, so fear can have an effect on our beliefs for sure.
But it's also worth saying that fear of hell is downstream of belief, because if you don't believe, you don't have a fear of hell.
Right.
So
that's important. Yeah.
You know, so which is why I never worry about hell, because to me it's all just a made up story. I worry about going to hell exactly the same amount that I worry about there being monsters under my bed, which is not at all. But I do understand that for some people it is a concern.
It is. I think it comes as a package, isn't it? If you believe that hell exists, and if you're going to, you may end up there, and that fear comes with a belief and as a package. So that's why I was wondering how they can be separated on. And also another thing is the caller. The caller before, sometime before, he said, without God, there couldn't be a purpose. There couldn't be a purpose. No meaning and whatnot. In my experience, when I was a theist, or when I was even that spiritual person, or I think the word is open theists. I was a theist, and then I was an open theist, and I was more spiritual and whatnot. So in my experience, what it does is that it kind of devalues yourself. You tend to devalue yourself, and you also you have your loved ones, you have friends, and you're looking to make meaningful moments with other people in life, and that kind of becomes insignificant because you're romanticizing on this glorious, powerful being entity which is perfect,
right,
and which deserves all the praise and glory, and you are so inferior. You're a human by birth, or you're a physical life form, and the love and that's what kind of these Indian godmen and the Hindus and the Buddhists, they kind of devalue your materialistic life in a way, sometimes too extreme, to the point of asceticism, where your earthly parents, they're all impermanent. Your loved ones, they're all just impermanent. They're distractions from your true enlightenment. So at the most extreme, it kind of devalues that meaning that you have, because it kind of asks you to romanticize on this perfectly good God, whose myths and stories are far from perfect, and far from even moral. So I think if any, with the concept of God, you lose meaning, and that's my experience. And I'm sure if you're going to devalue yourself, and you're going to devalue the good experiences and moments you can have with your loved ones and friends,
I completely
and family.
agree. Completely agree. And then you look in the Bible, and you've got Luke 14:26 that says, "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple." Right. So even if we take the most charitable interpretation of this horrific verse, and to say, well, by hate we really mean love less, and it doesn't really mean that in this instance. The Greek word miseo actually actually means hate. But even if we were to jump through the hoop there and say agree to love less, that's still a really terrible thing to demand, that you're supposed to, you love this God so much that you don't even love your family as much, and your own life, and it is very demeaning, and it's demeaning of the most precious things we have, which is each other and life itself. So that it absolutely ties into what you're saying.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. I don't get why theists, I don't get why they use this argument for why God is needed, or why religion is needed. I just don't get, because it kind of falls apart, it collapses when you deconstruct it. So I never understood why they use that. And another thing about the Christian Bible or Christian mythos is, you know how they say that Jesus died on the cross for the sins of all mankind, and then there was this other incident where Noah took, built a boat, and then there was a huge flood
Yeah.
to wipe out all the sinners. So if that was the case, why should people still repent? And if Jesus has already died
Right.
for all the sins,
Yeah.
that means even those people who are not believing in God now are technically sinless because they already
Yeah.
got a slate, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean the death of Jesus didn't work?
It's
Is
no,
that what
it
they're
worked,
saying?
but collectively we bought it on credit, and it's buy now, pay later. So
Is that
he did that stuff, but we're all holding the bill, and everyone has to pay their share of the tab, and that's how it works. And if you don't pay your share, then actually you don't get the benefit of his sacrifice, and that's why you get chucked in the fire, because that makes some kind of moral sense. Even though nobody decided to sign up for this, consent was sought for this scheme. Everyone was just opted into it without their consent and told that it was now compulsory to be part of it, and you have to pay your share, which is to grovel and scrape and thank and all the rest of it, and otherwise you're going to get chucked in the furnace.
So what did he die for? Which sin did he die for? So it wasn't. Basically, it was all a misleading deception.
He
In
died. He
reality,
died
where
for everybody's sin. He died. Died for the sins of all of mankind, because as we've already established, God is the champion of collective punishment, and so all of mankind is now born into this cursed, sinful state. We heard it earlier. God cursed the world. He got so upset with the fruit incident, he had no choice but to curse the entire world, and that applies to absolutely everybody. And so the only way that any kind of amelioration could be found for this curse was for God to kill himself, who is also his son, to make himself happy, so that people would be able to get away from the curse that he put on them. And that makes perfect logical sense to some people for some extraordinary reason.
yeah, it doesn't. If it's for all of time, if he died for the sins of mankind of all time, for
Yeah.
all of time, for eternity,
Yeah.
we shouldn't held accountable anymore. So
Right.
it's. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, we're paying off the dues, and if we are going to pay it off anyway, so why kill off the son in the first place? I mean, not that
Yeah.
any of these things happened, but I'm just from a logical perspective, it's just so confusing.
I mean, we could go all day with all the problems that are involved here. God gave us a sinful nature and now is furious with us for having the sinful nature that he gave us. And then why did he require Jesus, some bloody sacrifice to happen in order for him to forgive us? Why not just forgive us? And why do we require forgiving in the first place when he decided to make us this way, in such a way that no human being is capable of not ever sinning? He decided that to make us in that way, according to Christian doctrine. And
Yep.
none of it makes any sense whatsoever.
And he didn't have to do it. And then the other thing is that, we're given to believe that the wages of sin is death. And death is supposed to be a sort of permanent cessation of things, right? Death has got a finality to it. It means you're done, You're finished, you don't carry on anymore. Well, did Jesus pay that? Clearly not, because he was back in play again a couple of days later, and then went whizzing up into heaven to go and sit by daddy on, and be a king in heaven and carry on operating. So he didn't die in any meaningful way whatsoever. He's still there. Billions of people think he's participating in their everyday activities all the time. That doesn't sound very dead to me. That sounds fairly not dead. So what exactly is it he paid? The whole thing is complete nonsense. It's remarkable that anybody gives this the time of day. Really remarkable to me.
Yeah, it's quite confusing, to be fair. And I just don't understand why intelligent people who are also Christians believe in this, because they should have some sort of an internal conflict in their cognition to question this, but they're not, or they just shut that off whenever they have this conflicting
Yeah.
thoughts. They just shut it down and say, "Faith, have faith," or of that sort. But,
Michael Shermer wrote a really good book, and I always forget if it's called "Why People Believe Weird Things" or "Strange Things." I think it's "Weird Things." In fact, let me just go look it up, because it's a really good book and it's worth a read. Let me just check it. Michael Shermer, "Why People Believe." It is Weird Things. Yeah, "Why People Believe Weird Things." It's a bit of a classic. I highly recommend it. And the final chapter of the book is called "Why Smart People Believe Weird Things," which speaks to exactly what you're talking about. And his hypothesis, and I think this makes a lot of sense, is people often believe things. This ties in with my work too. So people will often be persuaded of things for essentially emotional reasons. So something about the thing, the proposition, the idea, the belief, the claim, fulfills an emotional need that people have. And so they find it persuasive, genuinely find it persuasive, but it's because of their emotional setup and their psychology, rather than because it's justified by the evidence. But then what smart people can do is they have the, let's say, cognitive dexterity to be able to create justifications for their belief afterwards. So someone like William Lane Craig, for example, he's a smart guy. His arguments are rubbish, but he's a smart guy. And he's been able to create this whole sort of very beautifully packaged suite of arguments and claims and presentations for why he believes in all of that stuff. I'm sure none of it is why he believes it. I would put money that he didn't become a Christian because of the Kalam or because of any of these arguments. He became religious, I would guess, for emotional reasons, cultural reasons, family reasons, reasons of belonging, whatever it might be. But he had the smarts to then construct this sort of post hoc rationalization for the things that he believed for non-smart reasons. And that's Shermer's claim in the book. It makes a lot of sense, don't you think?
Yeah, it does make sort of a you mentioned cognitive tunneling from another psychologist, similar to that, isn't it? But yeah, I have seen Mike Shermer's lectures on this exact topic, and he just mentioned that. Another last thing before we get this to a close, someone mentioned about death, and they asked you if you're terrified of death, and you said no, you're not terrified of death. But again, it's the same thing, the straw manning, the pattern of straw manning, or pattern of painting a caricature on atheists in general, that we are not terrified of death, or we can't feel and we can't have meaning in life. Of course, I'm terrified of losing, or being alone, or losing my loved ones, or losing the people, seeing people I love pass away. I mean, we've all gone through grief. So obviously we are terrified of losing other people. Maybe we're not be terrified of us dying, but then even when we die, we do leave behind the people that we love. And sometimes that can hit very hard. So I just don't understand why do we need a God? Why do we need a God to feel that way? Because it just, the nature of the God that they're presenting contradicts with the whole idea of loving and the idea of making meaningful life with others. So why do we need a contradictory, tyrannical God to even find meaning, or to be terrified of losing our loved ones and dying? So I just don't understand that.
They label it as loving, even though it isn't loving in the same way that our friend earlier said, all God's actions are sort of just defined as just. just by fiat. They're just called, well, they are just. They're defined as being just. God is defined as being loving. And when you do that, then you don't need to be troubled by the inconvenient reality that his actions actually aren't loving. He's not loving at all. There's nothing loving about this character at all. You might say the odd nice thing occasionally, but that doesn't make you loving. When you look at all the other horrendous things he does, and his, casual indifference to human suffering and predilection for collective punishment, this is not loving. But they just say, well, you just define him as loving, then he's called loving, and that settles it. It's silly, but I think a lot of it does tie into a fear of death and a fear of separation from what's important, and we can forgive them that. Can understand it. It's understandable.
It's just that the goodness that they're going for, the genuine what do you call it, wholesomeness that they are leaning or trying to attach to, that contradicts with the God they're appealing to. And that's really what made me come out of theism, because there was so many contradictions. And I know I'm seeking these wholesome, meaningful moments in life, and I think God is all this goodness and all pure and purity and birds everywhere and all that romanticized image. It just it wasn't there. The way the God was written in all the organized religion, and also the way reality works, there can't be a God that's all good and pure. And so it was easy for me to come out once I realized that. But yeah, anyway, thanks for putting up with my I do have dyspraxia, so sometimes I do stutter sometimes, and
all good, friend. And your mic is good today, so I know when you use the other mic it sometimes doesn't sound good, but we're reading you loud and clear. So thanks for coming in, appreciate it.
Thanks, John. Nice to see you again.
And you, friend.
Thanks, Sean. And
you too.
Take care, and I'll hang out in the chat.
Looking forward to your future creative usernames.
Yeah.
Oh yes, definitely. I need to try to come up with something better. I'll ask ChatGPT.
Always good fun. All right. Speak soon, friend. Take it easy. Bye. Okay, so let us let's see. We've got to get rid of that. Right, I have to show you something now. So when I did the joint stream with Justin, Sean sent in a super chat that described me as the quintessential British person who eats a banana with a knife and fork. I just need to try and get rid of this PVG on the screen, which I can't see.
It was prim and proper, by the way. Prim and
proper. That was the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just see if we can do that. Is that doing it? No. I'm having a bit of a struggle to get rid of the name on the screen. Why is it not letting me do that? Not allowing me to do that for some reason. Okay, well, we'll leave it there for a moment. So our good friend Tracy, I'm just going to read a quick super chat from Tracy right now. Tracy, who's just said, say, there, it will all be over soon. There, it will all be over soon. Created something. I'm going to see if I can share this with you. I think I can share it with you like this.
Is that AI?
This is AI generated. I can confirm officially that I have never in my life consumed a banana in this manner. That is not me. I was nowhere near there that day. It's quite a fantastic creation.
Oh my God.
And then as a follow-up, which I thought would also be wonderful to share with you, Tracy also created this picture of me riding Puff to Honolulu, of course, above the sea, because he did live by the sea. And so, yeah, big big shout out to Tracy for the brilliant job there, creating that stuff. Absolutely superb work. Gordon Loves Science says, I have a t-shirt that says, "Above us only sky." That's from Imagine, isn't it? My wife's afraid for me to wear it out. That's what white Christian nationalism is doing to us in the US. Wow, that's ridiculous. Thank you, John Lennon. Wow, that is pretty crazy.
I need to find where I can get that shirt because I will happily wear it around.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's pretty wild. Right. Well, here's where we are at. Call queues are currently empty. I know there's lots of other streams happening tonight, so I'm not sure if that's what it's about. But if you are on TikTok and you're listening to this and you don't think God is silly, then come up and tell us. Just hit that request button. We'll get you in here right away and come and have a chat with us. Similarly, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to come and speak to us, I'm going to put the join link in the chat. There it is. Just paste that into a browser and you'll be in before you know it. And we'll be yabbering away about this stuff. So that is what you do if you want to join the conversation. Sean, have you been away again? Weren't you going to be heading away?
Yeah, I had another wonderful time in Georgia. My girlfriend and I went to the aquarium there. Apparently in Georgia, Atlanta specifically, it's supposed to be the largest aquarium in the country. Great time there. Incredibly crowded, so I recommend going on an off-peak time if you're ever going to visit there. But yeah,
excellent. I've never been to Georgia, but yeah, I'd love to go actually. One day. Punta Delessa says eating bananas with a fork and knife makes Ray Comfort sad. It does. Because if anyone hasn't seen it, it's a classic apologetics clip of Ray Comfort, who is this Australian apologist, who's just got a very, very, very simplistic take on everything. His hermeneutics are not sophisticated. And his argument for God, have you ever seen this, Sean?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His argument for God, his proof of God is that a banana is perfectly designed to enable you to hold it. You get a nice grip and you can peel it open and hold it. Perfectly designed, apparently, for the human hand. That's top tier apologetics from Ray Comfort. So I can understand him being very perturbed by people eating a banana with a knife and fork. I can see that would be very, very problematic for him. Right, so queues are still empty. I guess it's a bit of a quiet one tonight. We'll see if anybody else comes in, perhaps as other streams end. I think I might have had some other stuff to share with you from the other day. There was some stuff that I wanted to speak about children and religious belief. I was thinking about doing a whole show specifically about this and having a prompt about this, and maybe I will at some point. But just was having some thoughts about children and just quite how pernicious it is and problematic it is to impose these kind of religious ideas on children. So many of the people we speak to here have suffered because they were exposed to religious indoctrination at a very, very young age. And it got me thinking about this stuff. And actually it was Pastor Fairy messaged me and said, why don't you speak a little bit about children? And so big shout out to Pastor Ferry for that. And there are quite a few problems that stem from kind of putting this religious stuff onto children. So The first is like there's a consent problem, right? Children are young; they don't have capacity to make these kind of decisions, right? We don't let children vote. We don't let them sign contracts. We don't let them marry or join the army or get tattoos. But we do let them get like baptized and circumcised and catechized and threatened with eternal torture, and that just seems really weird to me and out of whack, right? It's like in some part of our some part of our culture, we understand the limitations of children, but when it comes to religion, it's like free game, right? You can do whatever you want with children, and their capacity for consent in a way is not really considered. And that inconsistency isn't a coincidence. It's a design. It's built. It's the whole operation. It's built into it. And then there's a bit of a sort of cognitive asymmetry, because adults know that children are credulous, right? Children's brains are designed to believe what adults and primary caregivers tell them. The same machinery that makes a 4-year-old believe in the tooth fairy is going to make them believe in Jesus or Allah or whatever the story is. And the parent pretends that like the tooth fairy is false, but the other stuff is real, and they know that the trick is working. And I think that's not great either. And then there's this, I know I mentioned it earlier, but there's that like the Richard Dawkins thing of labeling children. And this is an old point, right? This was around in counter-apologetics, care of Mr. D. I think he started using this argument around 2004 or 5, I think. This whole thing of there is no such thing as a Catholic child or a Muslim child or a Hindu child, any more than there's a Marxist child or a monetarist child. And we can see how ridiculous it is when you use those. If we said, "Oh, yeah, my son's a Keynesian. Yeah, he's 4 years old. He's a Keynesian," everyone would know that was ludicrous. So a 4-year-old can't hold a metaphysical position. A 4-year-old can't have a view about any of this stuff. So a Muslim child just means a child of Muslim parents. And I really think he was right to insist on this distinction. It's like a minor little like linguistic fix that does clarify the whole issue. And then another thought I had was about like the power asymmetry. Was like a child isn't free to leave a religion because they rely on, well, they have to fit in, right, to the environment they're in with their parents. They're not free to leave. They're not free to opt out. And these doctrines are sort of installed in children's minds like a piece of software before the faculties to really evaluate it have even really developed. And we know that young brains take quite a while to develop. Your prefrontal cortex is not developed fully until your mid-20s, and children's brains are certainly not fully developed. So these ideas... So go ahead.
It's not just the susceptibility, because it's obviously there. Children believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, the whole thing. Everyone universally will agree that those ideas are silly. Children are susceptible to believe them. But as children, they're not only being taught these religious dogmas with such a susceptible mind, but already the fear and the thought stoppers are also being implanted in their mind that if you don't believe, you're going to hell. And hell is, depending on the Christian, they may describe it as the classic theism definition. You burn alive for all eternity. Yeah. You're going to suffer. And so they grow up believing these things and having the thought stoppers there to where it's not enough that they have that susceptibility and then are engrossed in the culture, going to church, getting the social proof around all the other believers around you, being immersed in that already will solidify someone's belief most of the time. But then on top of that thought stopper is put in there. And I think it's the only way religion can survive and has survived is getting them when they're young, the parents are of a certain religion, they're taught that religion, those thought stoppers are put in there, and then the cycle repeats. Now when they have kids, they're going to do the same thing to their children.
Completely. Yeah.
Yeah, and if something depends on that to survive, it doesn't deserve to survive as an idea.
I agree. Yeah, I completely agree.
Now, if you shield them from religion, and then when they reach college, you say, "Oh, here's a religious belief, and let me convince it's true." And if it could still survive that way, then so be it. But
yeah,
I think even most Christians would agree it could not survive, whether they'll admit it or not. It just wouldn't survive. And so if an idea depends on that indoctrination from birth through into adulthood, if it depends on that, then that idea doesn't deserve to continue.
Yeah, completely agree. And this is framed as like sharing faith with your children, but it's not really sharing it, it's forcing it, it's coercive. And you could almost say it's sort of conditioning a captive. They didn't ask for it, they didn't want that. And by the time you've installed that little piece of software, it's too late. Like it takes so much to get away from it, and the stakes are so high. If a parent told their child that an invisible man lives in the attic and is going to burn you forever if you don't believe the right things, we would call social services. But if you change it from an invisible man in the attic to an invisible man in the sky, suddenly it's like it's a sacrament, right? Suddenly it's respectable. Suddenly it's absolutely fine. And the content really is identical. The damage is identical. So the more I think about this, the more outraged I feel at the fact that this stuff is being put onto children. I just think that's absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Completely terrible.
And I do want to, I try to be fair with everything. The reason parents do that is because they've been convinced of it themselves.
Completely.
And in their mind, they're doing the right thing. So I don't want anyone to interpret what John and I are saying as like, all you Christians teaching raising your kids into Christianity, you guys are evil. No, like we understand you believe you're doing the right thing because you believe heaven and hell actually exist. You want to save your child's soul, etc. But believing you're doing, we had this discussion earlier, you can believe you're doing the right thing, but you're actually objectively doing the wrong thing. That can be the case.
I think that's right. And I'm not here. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. This is not about criticizing the people who themselves are victims, right? As you said earlier.
Yeah.
The adults who are doing this to their kids are doing it because they were the kids having it done to them a few years before. And that's a design. It's a feature. It's not a bug. That's how it's supposed to work. So they themselves are victims. But it's still so unacceptable. It's weird to me that just because it's the norm in our culture for parents to pass their religious ideas onto their children, it's never questioned, and it's sort of seen as being almost taboo to question it and moralize it like it's rude. It's not good form to criticize somebody else's parenting or something, but it's not okay to fill children's heads with these notions, even as the people doing it are trying to do the right thing. Let's get our friend Zeitgeist in.
YouTube side?
Yeah, sorry, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah, Zeitgeist, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you, as always.
Of course. I just want to expound on what you're talking about indoctrination. Personally, I think it's to be illegal all over the place.
Yeah.
Because I think that's pretty obvious to anybody who sees it. But I also look at the focus on the community aspect of it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it like this: say you put a child through catechism, you know, the whole rigmarole, you know, um, baptism and all that.
Yeah.
That's like parading him out to the community, saying, "Hey, we're making a brand new member of of the church for y'all." They're expected to grow up and follow the faith and keep it going.
Yeah.
So when people start to deconvert, like me and others, you know, that's a very big problem to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes it hard for them to even, you know, just be a part of the society at all, especially a local community.
Yeah.
You know, this is why I think it's so hard for people to deconvert or actually be able to tell people about how they feel or how they think, because the stigma is so great on them.
Of
Just
course.
because
Yeah.
they were already they were paraded out in front of everybody before they even had a chance to even make up their own damn minds.
Yeah. You're right. And the religious affiliation is, and the religious identity is such a huge part of who someone is, and their own identity is tied up with it, and the perception of their standing in the community. I do get it. And again, this is by design. This is how it's supposed to work. This is how these things keep going. If you think about it, religions that didn't have these kind of features where people were, made to feel less than if they weren't identified in the right way, they were the ones that died out. These things are, in my book, I talk about these kind of things as almost like an immune system, like an immune response for a religion. These are the things that help them survive in a world that might be trying to kill them, right? And that's one of the ways they do it. Make people feel bad for doubting. Have scriptures in the actual religion that criminalize doubt or criminalize independent thought or criminalize not towing the line, not, doing the right things and saying the right things. It's clever. It's how they survive.
And in some countries, literally the government criminalizing apostasy, etc.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we talk about, especially in the U.S. I don't know to what degree in the U.K., but in the U.S., the Christian right and their incursion into government that has always been pervasive, going the other direction now, getting a little bit worse. But
yeah,
we can't forget it. A lot of times we're kind of in our own bubble and we talk about how bad it is here, but we can't forget about countries where there's 13 countries where public atheism is literally a capital offense or can land you in jail, etc. But yeah, even in free societies, quote unquote, like families will also, we have people who are members of our community, tons of them, that have been ostracized by their communities, by their families, etc., because they stopped believing. And this goes back to, like, if your ideas cannot if your ideas depend on that type of pressure, not just indoctrination of children, but even that sort of pressure being put on adults to shun them, to have consequences for non-belief, then your ideas are crap. If it depends on those things to survive, your ideas are crap.
Yes, that is very true. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
Yeah. Yeah,
but that's all
hard, man.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. Just agreeing with you too. But this is why we do this. This is why we do this, is to try and balance things out so that people who have been through that and feel the gravity of it and are left with the nagging doubts, or left with the, it's interesting to me that even so much of the time, even after people have kind of processed the sort of logical part of leaving a religion, some of the emotional bits and pieces still hang around in the air. In my book, I call that the ghosts of belief. They still hang around, feelings of guilt or unworthiness or fear that persist even after the mind has gone, I understand that this stuff is nonsense. I've moved on. But some of those emotional things are can be persistent, which is part of why we're here, to just create a counter narrative to that.
And I do. I still feel that every once in a while, because I still have very good friends who are religious. Some of my best friends have been religious. In fact, most of my adult family on my mom's side is very religious. So it's kind of trying to tiptoe around that sometimes. You know, it's hard.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Absolutely imagine so.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting me on. I won't take up any more time. So
Thanks,
you get on to other
Zeitgeist.
people.
Thanks. Nice to
problem.
speak to you,
Take
friend.
care.
Take care, buddy. Thanks.
Same here. Take
Cheers.
care.
Okay, let's back to the TikTok side. We're going to get Tony in right now. See what Tony is saying. If TikTok lets Tony in, hopefully. Come on, TikTok. There we go. Tony, welcome. Tony, are you there? Trying.
Tony, your microphone is on mute.
Yeah.
If you click the little microphone at the bottom.
I've sent an invite to turn on the mic, but that doesn't seem to be happening very well. Okay, well, we might have to... Oh, Tony dropped out. Okay, well, we're going to get in Bobby. Next. There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Bobby, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Very well indeed, thank you.
Oh, my phone is telling me my phone is overheating.
Oops.
Lord, please cool down my phone.
Yeah, pray harder. Pray harder.
Okay, well, since you put up God is silly, I mean, I couldn't resist but come up here and try and tell a joke.
Fair enough. Keep
All
it clean.
Right, so, yes. Real quick, Jesus is being crucified. There's the crowd of wailing followers and the centurions guarding the cross. Jesus goes, Matthew! Matthew! And Matthew shoves through the crowd, shoves past the centurions, gets to the base of the cross, says, what is it, Lord? And the centurions grab him, beat him half to death, throw him to the back of the crowd. Jesus says again, Matthew! Matthew! Matthew limps through the crowd, somehow gets past the centurions again. The centurions grab him, cut off his legs, throw him to the back of the crowd. Jesus says again, Matthew! Matthew somehow makes it. He's tourniqueted his own legs, gets to the base of the cross on his arms. The centurions grab him again, cut off his arms, throw him to the back of the crowd. Still Jesus goes, Matthew! Manages to get to the front of the crowd using his chin. All the way to the base of the crowd. The centurions at this point pity him so much they just let him get there. And he says, I'm here, Lord. What do you need? And Jesus says, Matthew, I can see a house from here.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
I think it gives you insight into God's priorities, actually.
Definitely. Well, yeah, I think we've got a fair insight into those, and they are every bit as ridiculous today as we've ever thought. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you, Bobby.
No problem. Have a good one.
Thanks, friend. Take care.
Yep.
Take care. Okay. Still a little bit quiet in here tonight. Let's have a look at. This is a question that PBG sent in. I thought it was actually quite a good one. Something to talk about here. So, thoughts on progressiveness in religion, like churches going pro-LGBT and the likes. Also, is it wise to allow ritualistic religious freedom in progressive Western societies that seep into public display? Or chaos. I've seen certain Hindu rituals like food wasting, road blocking, masochistic body pain, and all of that kind of stuff being allowed in London and cosmopolitan cities. So, to address the first question, what do we think about progressiveness into religion, like churches going pro-LGBT? It's an interesting one because any move towards modernity, I think, is a good thing, right? We don't want more bigotry, but it's a strange thing because to me, it's like I remember Sam Harris once saying religious moderates offend faith and reason equally. It's like you're just picking and choosing now. You're just going to the holy book and saying, I like this bit, I don't like that bit. And what's clearly happening is you're bringing your own intuitions to the text. Well, at that point, what do you need the text for? Why not just go all the way and just go, we don't need this anymore, and move on? So something about these sort of cultures where they're doing religion, but they're not really doing it, and they're kind of just imposing their own view of how things should be onto the text. I don't know. It's a strange one. I feel a bit conflicted about it because obviously we don't want extremists. We do want people who are taking a more liberal attitude. I can see the benefit in that, but there's something aesthetically irritating about it. I just think you've come that far. Just go a little bit further and bin it. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, there's the greatest example of this that I'm aware of is a historical one. A lot of Christians love to point out that the abolition movement in the United States, many of them were Christian organizations.
Yeah.
And to that, I always say, I'm very happy you did not listen to your Bible and you don't actually follow what the Bible says on this topic.
Yeah.
And if they interpret it, far be it for me to, for example, if a Christian today, and many, not most, but some do, says that, having gay relationships isn't a sin, or we should be kind to everybody, or fights for equal rights for gay or trans people, or what have you. The Bible isn't anti-gay. That's out of context. I hear sort of the same things. I'm happy. I'm still going to challenge them on their religious belief in general, but I'm less concerned about them and the harm that they're doing to society because they're not leaning into their own bigotry and using the Bible as justification. They're leaning into their own tolerance and finding a way to interpret the Bible in a way that kind of follows their progressive ideals. So, but the idea that God exists and everything, like all ideas, deserves to be challenged still. But I'm very happy that they have a kinder version of Christianity.
I think that's right.
Do.
On balance, I think that's where I come down to. Is that on balance? It's like it's increasing a little bit of kindness that otherwise wouldn't be there. Okay, maybe there's a little bit less bigotry. That's got to be a win. I just think you're nearly there. Keep going.
Yeah,
go one step further. You're heading in the right direction. Just keep on. Don't stop now. Keep going. Okay, let's get Kelly in, and then after that we'll get Adam in. This is all on the TikTok side for now. Something is playing up slightly strange with my name display, so I may not be able to get the names working for a bit, but we can still have the conversations. So, bringing in Kelly right now. Kelly,
Hello
welcome.
there.
Hi.
Hi, John. I'm a big fan, and I'm a little bit nervous, but hello.
No
Hi,
need.
Sean.
Hi.
How you doing, Kelly?
I'm doing super well, thank you. Listen, I put a question. You answered it earlier in the call, and I haven't been on the whole time, so I hope this is in keeping. I actually do disagree with God is silly. I find the character of God to be horrifying and terrifying. And as an atheist, lifelong atheist from a very secular part of Canada, I am terrified by what people believe, and I'm trying to reconcile that with God is all loving and all that, and it is difficult, and I'm just talking about now getting emotional. I have little kids, and they're starting to ask questions, and they're starting to hear things, and trying to, I don't want to belittle anybody's beliefs. Feel free to believe what you want. I'm all for that, but reconciling that with the very real truth that we have to live in a society with everybody and find a way to get along. I had a couple questions that I hope will be on topic. What I posted was very in line with what you go with a lot of the time, John, that belief's not a choice. And I absolutely agree. You're just unconvinced, and I'm going to order your book. I'm so excited. I called into another show. The gentleman's name is also John, Big John Steele. Maybe some of you know him. And I started with that, I don't think belief is a choice. And well, he just said he doesn't agree. Fine. Then I mentioned that I was an atheist agnostic, and he said those are mutually exclusive terms, and that's not possible. So I moved on from there. And then he went on to say how knowledge comes before belief. And I haven't been able to wrap my mind about that. So maybe one of you guys might have some guidance for me on where this guy is coming from, and
on the knowledge coming from belief,
coming before
before belief. Okay, yeah. So that doesn't make any sense. So we're using normative definitions here. Go with the lexical dictionary definition, which is if you believe something to be true, it means you consider it to be true or likely true. Right. That's what it means to believe something. Knowledge is a subset of belief. And in philosophy, they call it true and justified belief. So if you consider something to be true and it is actually true and you have sufficient justification to believe it, then you just say, I know this to be true. So, for example, 1 + 1 = 2. We can all agree that we know 1 + 1 = 2. But we also consider it to be true. So basically, everything you know to be true, you also believe to be true, but not everything you believe to be true do you know to be true. And if what he said, if knowledge comes before belief, that would preclude that would preclude believing something that isn't true. And I think we can all agree that all people believe some things, like we've all been wrong about, believe something to be true and been wrong about it. But for me, if I were to know something before I believed it, then it would be impossible for me to believe something that's false, because an entailment of knowledge is that the thing is true. So it's like, it doesn't follow at all.
Yeah, DJ Hot Tub in the TikTok chat has just asked, wouldn't knowledge be a prerequisite of belief? No, it's the other way round. Belief is a prerequisite of knowledge. And the other thing I want to say is, like, you will sometimes speak to people who decide that, like, I'm thinking about what he said to you about you can't be agnostic and atheist. What he's doing there is he is very dogmatically and rigidly deciding on how he wants to define certain words, and then imposing his definition of those words onto you, invalidating your own use of those words, and actually getting it wrong with respect to, as Sean would say, the normative use of those words. There is absolutely no problem whatsoever with saying that you are an agnostic atheist, because one is to do with what you believe and one is to do with what you claim to know. But what he would say is he is choosing to define the word atheist as a position of claiming there is no God, and claiming to know there is no God, or think strongly there is no God. And he's claiming to define atheism as being like a sort of midway point between believing there's a God and declaring that there isn't a God, and atheism and agnosticism sits between the two of those. Okay, well, he's perfectly entitled to use those terms however he likes. But if he wants to have a proper good faith conversation, what he should really have done is said, how do you use those terms? What do you mean when you use those terms? And then you can actually have a conversation about the position you actually hold, rather than just a conversation about him imposing his chosen labels on words, which doesn't serve the conversation at all. It sounds like a bit of an arse to me, I have to say.
Yeah.
Well, I encountered him on the Jubilee special with Alex O'Connor.
Was he on there? Was he?
He was on there, and he got it voted out pretty fast, and he got on I have a weird algorithm. I don't even know how I get some of these videos, but luckily I found you that way. So I guess it's worth it. But yeah, so I thought I'd call in and see if you guys had a good take on it, and you do. And maybe I just won't interact with that gentleman again. But they also question things like the atheist worldview is bad in some way, and I'm just like, but I'm a good person, I want other people to have a good life. I want everyone to be equal and everyone to be happy. That's where I'm coming from. So when I see like, oh, the evil atheist worldview, I get like, not butthurt, if you will, but I have also a strong fairness drive. I'm a bit on the spectrum, so I have a strong fairness drive lifelong within me. So that's why I started interacting. But it's an interesting conversation, I find. So thank you so much.
When people bring up the quote unquote atheist worldview, I always explain to them that atheism is not a worldview, and then ask them, is a leprechaunism, that is the non-belief in leprechauns, is that a worldview? Not believing in X is not a worldview. But a lot of times people like to bog things down in semantic arguments, but in a situation like his, I think it's important to agree to terms. Hey, you can use any definition you want, but I'm using the dictionary definition. Words don't have intrinsic meaning. So by the dictionary definition, do you agree? It's pretty hard for people to say, like, that's not what it is when it's literally in the dictionary. Words, like, people can... There's no objective definitions, but what the dictionary uses is normal common parlance, the common usages of the words and what they mean. And just point out, if you have an esoteric definition, then okay, fine for that. But by the normative definition, here are the here's the consequences of, here are the entailments when you use the normative definition of the words. And then, don't let them bog you down in semantics and insist that you use their definition.
But also, the last thing I want to say, Kelly, is be aware of who you're speaking to, because some people genuinely are not interested in a good faith dialogue. They just want to, to kind of showboat, and they will not be arguing with you from a place of meeting you where you are. They're arguing with you from a place of meeting you where they want you to be, and they want to cast you as the bad atheist, and they want to tell you what your beliefs mean and are, and whatever. You're unlikely to have a productive conversation with someone like that. So as long as you know that going in, then at least your expectations could be met.
Right. Super.
Great advice.
Well, I really, really appreciate that. Looking forward to the book. I'll let you guys get on to the next caller. Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
All the best.
Have a great one.
And you.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay, let's get Adam in next. Still on the TikTok world. Adam.
How you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Good.
The floor is yours.
Sorry?
The floor is yours.
So when you say God is silly, are you making an argument, or are you just expressing like dislike or emotional?
So I'm kind of saying two things actually. I'm actually saying belief in God is silly, and I'm saying the character of God as revealed in the Bible is silly. There are things about that character that I personally just find very silly. Obviously, it's a value judgment, right? I'm not claiming to be revealing facts. I'm just saying, when we call anything,
your
subjective
opinion.
Yeah, because all opinions are subjective opinions, and all value judgments are subjective, right? So, in the same way that I might say, I think that I'm trying to think of another example. If you could call something pointless, you could call something useless. You could say all of these things are they're value judgments. So I'm saying, I think it's silly to believe in gods, because we've been doing it for thousands of years and we're constantly proved wrong. So we should have learned by now all the instances where we've attributed something to a god and it turned out not to be one, and not to be needed to explain the thing that it was invoked to explain. You'd have thought we might have learnt by now, but we apparently haven't, and we continue to make the same fallacious arguments, which are just attributing things we don't yet understand to a deity. And I just think it's silly that we haven't learnt yet not to do that. And then as well as that, I also think, as I said, that the God of the Bible is incredibly silly in terms of the mismatch between his apparently glorious powers and how small-minded and petty and human-like and parochial he is.
Yeah, so I want to pick on the silly part a little later, but you said all opinions are subjective. So
Yes.
when you
Yes.
say, do you mean literally all opinions are subjective, like in terms of science,
by
logic, morality?
That's what an
everything is
opinion
By
means.
definition.
Yeah, that's what an
by
opinion.
definition of opinion. Yeah.
Dependent on a mind.
So is when you say, so is the statement all opinions are subjective itself objectively true, or just your subjective opinion?
I think
I mean,
that's
we're getting bogged down by semantics here.
Yeah.
Are
I
you?
mean, definitions
Yeah.
are
So
important, right?
do you? No, I got you. But by your definition of silly, if you disagree that God is silly, we can discuss that. If your opinion is different.
No, but like when you make a claim that it's just a subjective opinion. I mean, we are making claims about the objective reality that's external to your mind, right? So we're making truth by definition is non-subjective. It doesn't depend on your personal
In the
beliefs.
same way, if we could have a discussion about if I like Mozart and you don't, we can have that conversation. If you don't believe God is silly, your opinion differs from ours, we can have that conversation. But the longer we spend hashing out like objective versus subjective or what have you, we're not really discussing the topic here. So you don't believe God is silly, correct?
No, I don't, of course.
Okay. Yeah, so we can have a conversation about that. Like, for example, I think drowning the entire planet because some people in the planet are evil is a really silly and immoral act. If your opinion's different, we can talk about that, and you can explain why you don't think it's silly.
But you realize you've baked in morality in there as if it's some objective truth. Do you realize
No, I
what you
didn't.
just did?
We
No,
have.
So
I gave
why is
you-
drowning why is drowning bad objectively? It's just your subjective
we
opinion.
didn't
He
say
didn't say it was
objectively.
bad.
We didn't say it.
He didn't say it was bad. He said it is silly too. The reason you're drowning people is because they're bad, and also we're gonna get to the point where you ran away last time, but don't worry. Anyways, so he said that drowning.
No,
people
I'm
for
having a
bad.
different discussion here.
Sure.
I'm not here to
It's
talk
okay.
about
We can ignore how you ran away last time. So
ran away.
You ran
From
away.
what?
Yes. Anyways, so what Sean was saying is that it is silly if the purpose of drowning people was because they're bad to drown the entire world, including the babies.
Yeah, but that's your subjective opinion, right?
Why
is
would
not
God do
true.
that?
Which is not necessarily true. Like, so why are we?
Sure. But
you
what is the- what
shot
is the
yourself
goal?
in the foot
No,
by
you
saying
didn't.
all opinions are
If
subjective.
everything God does is going to have a purpose behind it, then what is the purpose of drowning everybody?
Okay, so now you're asking a different question. Now you're not making the claim you did before
When we
by
say
saying
it is
that
silly,
drowning
when we say it is
people
silly,
is morally wrong, right?
He's trying to get you to stop. He's trying to.
I'm
He's trying
trying
to
to
stop running
actually make you
didn't say that.
think for yourselves. Like, don't
No,
think about what you're doing.
Adam, calm down. So what was said was not that it is morally wrong. What was said was that it is silly, because it is silly if you're doing stuff for no reason.
Okay,
it is
define
silly.
silly. What do you mean by silly?
God doing stuff for no reason with no
Define
purpose.
silly for me. Are you making a moral
I'm telling you,
claim?
It is
Are
not
you
a moral
just
claim.
expressing
If you
your
think the word silly-
dislike?
If you think the word silly is a moral claim, then you're silly. Then you're the definition of silly.
No, you're the one making the claim. You're asking me to define silly for you.
I
Like,
didn't.
it doesn't make any sense.
I didn't.
Okay, so what do you
Are
mean
you
by
able to
silly? Like, if I say
comprehend basic English?
your
Because nobody said
your
nobody
opinion
asked
is
you.
silly,
Nobody
what
asked
does
you.
that? What does that?
No.
Like, how does
I said-
how do
I
we
did
expect to
define it. Did
have
you
a
listen?
civil conversation
Did you
if you don't
huh?
define words?
Sure. Did you hear me define it or not?
Yeah, you didn't define silly yet. What do you mean by silly?
Oh, so
Exhibiting or indicative of a lack of common sense or sound judgment. Are you okay with that definition?
So all of those words in there, like, are they making a moral claim? Like, sound
Are you?
judgment?
Am I talking to you or Jordan Peterson? Because as soon as I define a word, you wanting me to define more words. So here's what happens. Hold on. Let me finish. Here's what Christians do a lot.
I'm not a Christian.
Whether you're Muslim, Christian, or what have you, here's what theists do a lot. When we bring up awful things that God did or something that you guys are uncomfortable with actually defending, you decide to try to turn it into a moral argument about arguing for or against objective morality or subjective morality, which philosophers have debated for centuries. So we argue for 45 minutes about morality itself instead of you addressing why in the hell did your God drown the entire planet, every puppy, kitten, and baby, because some of the humans were bad. How does that make any sense? And you don't want to answer it. Go ahead.
Yeah. The reason I don't want to proceed further is because you haven't laid down your moral framework.
Because you don't have an argument.
No, I do. I just don't think you know how morality works.
Then argue for...
Okay, you're the one. You didn't even make a moral claim. He didn't make a moral claim, but there's no need to make a moral claim.
He didn't make a moral claim?
No, he didn't.
I asked you a question. How does it make sense to drown an entire planet, every puppy, kitten, baby, child, every living thing on the entire planet, because some of the people were bad? Make that make sense.
Yeah, and logically I can make sense using, in my paradigm, where God does exist and he is the ultimate restorer of justice in the day of judgment, where people who are wronged will be, they will be restored in terms of their reward. So in my paradigm, you have, you're borrowing stuff from my paradigm and just cherry picking.
I'm really not. I'm not
Yes,
for
you are.
drowning.
I love the sideways slide into precept there was absolutely delightful, but completely unwarranted.
So now it's a precept.
The thing is, John.
So let's go back to definitions of God. What definition of God are you working with?
Just a second.
My definition or your definition?
You're already jumping off of Noah's flood?
Just to give you background on this guy, he's a 27-year-old or 20-something-year-old who has 40 years of experience in researching Islam, and yet he doesn't have any knowledge on the religion, to the point that he doesn't even know the basic response to Sean's argument, which is the Quran does not even say it was a global flood.
Right.
Yeah, I'm addressing a more nuanced, I can talk about why
every single
I don't
time we've
believe it was
discussed
a global
anything,
flood. That's not the topic.
We've discussed everything. You have no idea what your scripture says, and yet you have more years of experience than
allow
your
me to. Yeah, it's not the point here. We're discussing theism versus atheism. I can go into why I don't believe it was a global flood. That's a different point. But his argument is that people drowning by God or God giving life or taking life is an immoral act. Where did you get this from?
That is not what he said, but you have problems hearing. Like the last
So
time,
the one that took life, did he give life?
That is not the point, you dumbass. Oh my God.
Wow. Okay. So can you answer my question?
No, because it is irrelevant.
In what moral framework?
Because it is irrelevant. The question is irrelevant.
No, it is very relevant.
No, Sean did not make a moral claim.
Why is it immoral for God to take life? Can you give me a logical answer?
It is perfectly moral. It is still silly. Now what?
So you don't have an argument. You just have emotional,
stupid? Are you genuinely that stupid?
You're an emotional train wreck. Is that what you are? Can you give me a logical argument why for God, who owns this dominion, the kingdom, for him to give life and take life, why is it morally wrong for him to do
when
that?
did I say it is morally wrong?
Oh my God. Are you serious? It's not morally wrong?
You're stupid.
So what's the argument? So unaliving people drowning is silly.
That is the argument, yes.
Yeah, it's inefficient. It's pointless. It's lacking in rationale. It's lacking in rationale. Okay. It's unnecessary.
Why?
It's unstrategic because it's punishing.
Can you answer the question? Why?
Yeah, because it doesn't achieve any aim. It's completely pointless.
How do you know that?
Because it includes enormous amounts of collateral damage, and it's completely pointless.
Why does harm or
damage? It would be a little bit like if I notice a few fibers on the carpet in my living room in my house are not quite right, and so I burn my house down. we could go, well, that's a bit silly,
That's
isn't
such
it?
a bad analogy.
It's a
So why
perfect
is it
analogy because
can you answer this question?
it's disproportionate, it's unnecessary, and an
How do
idiot
you know
could do
these
it.
things?
An idiot could do a better job.
How do you know that? How do you know
Because
the
we
mind of
know the
God who is
purpose.
all-knowing?
Because we know the purpose that he gave himself. So if the purpose is given, then again, if you apply that universally, it wouldn't
So
apply
any
to everybody.
injustice.
So why? No, it is not
So
injustice.
the purpose. So
It
you're
has
using
nothing
my
to do with
paradigm or your
injustice.
paradigm.
It has nothing to do with injustice. Could you actually listen and comprehend?
I am
what is being
listening.
said?
It just
No, you're not.
sounds
Could you repeat what was
like
could you
the
repeat what was
most
said by
irrational
John?
thing I've ever heard.
Sure. Could you repeat what was said by John? Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I asked him why is it wrong for God to cause harm or unalive people, he just gave some silly example of like his
no, repeat
carpet
what he said. Repeat what he
burning
said verbatim.
burning down and him
Repeat what he said
burning the whole
verbatim.
house down.
Repeat what he
Like
said verbatim.
how is that analogous?
Because that is not what he said.
Yeah.
He said he gave an analogy. but
He's
not
trying to make
because
a comparison with him
he
burning
gave an
his house
analogy
down.
for a different reason. He didn't give an analogy to
God.
prove to you that it is wrong.
Correct.
He said it
You
is.
guys are
it is
beyond
exact-
emotional. Like this is irrational
You're just
to the
dumb.
highest level.
Habib, you're just dumb. That's all.
Okay, that's all you have. You've cursed so far. You've said you call me dumb. You call me stupid. That's all you have, really.
I think there
Yeah.
might be a bit of a
So-
problem listening and understanding, though, because one thing that we've all been trying to get you to understand, and you seem resistant to taking this on board, is at the moment we haven't yet made a moral argument. I think there is a moral argument to be made here, but we haven't made it. We're making a different argument. We're making an argument about whether this is sensible.
If it's sensible,
Yeah.
okay. So in sensible, you mean rational?
I mean,
right?
like not silly.
Not silly.
Mm-hmm.
Silliness and rationality, like, are they synonymous?
Not directly, but they're related.
Right. So we're talking about two different things. You're making an emotional claim about God being silly, but then
No,
also
Could you
saying
tell me
that
what emotion that is? What emotion is that? Go ahead.
it's just some
What is the emotion? Go ahead.
psychological, like,
No, what is the name of the emotion? Go ahead.
silliness.
No. What is the emotion that John is using for the argument? Go ahead.
I think it might be arrogant, or he might be.
You think arrogance is an emotion?
Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
arrogance could be
Are you
classified as an
stupid?
emotion.
It
Adam,
is not
come on.
classified as an emotion. You're just dumb. Proving my point again.
Yeah, arrogance could be an emotion. Yeah.
No,
It could be a state of mind where-
arrogance is a quality that you perceive in someone else. It's not an emotion. Try again. What emotion
Yeah,
am
it
I?
could be, yeah.
What emotion am I
You could-
feeling
you
when
could-
when
you
I'm
could
saying
make irrational decisions because you're an arrogant person?
when I'm judging God to be silly?
That's a character trait.
Yeah,
It is
it's
not
a
an
character
emotion.
trait. It's a character trait. When I'm judging God to be silly, and you're saying it's an emotional argument, what emotion is being expressed here?
When you say God is silly?
Yeah.
I would say that you were just like not happy about it. You're just expressing a dislike.
Where did he express
about a
the?
certain
Where did he express that? Go ahead. Where
his
did he show he
dislike?
was unhappy? So I could say.
So
I
he's
could
not
say
unhappy
that,
about
He didn't
God.
say he was unhappy. He
His
didn't say he was
entire
unhappy.
premise.
No, his
is
entire
that
premise is
God is doing
it is silly.
things that he doesn't like.
For example,
You're just,
I could
like,
say,
playing games now, you're
No,
not-
it is not. It is not games. You just have horrible comprehension skills. So again, what is being said is that, for example, if I find a design of a chair silly, that doesn't mean I'm unhappy. It doesn't mean I'm sad. It doesn't mean that I'm angry. I just find it stupid.
Yeah. Like if you tried to design a chair and each leg was just one single strand of spaghetti, you would look at that and go, that's a silly chair. It wouldn't mean that you were in distress about it. You just look at it and you would evaluate the chair as being quite silly. I look at God's actions and the fact that he goes to such extreme lengths to worry about foreskins and to worry about where people are burying their shit and all of these ridiculous nonsense things. There's the creator of the universe. He's obviously silly. And then you look at something like the flood, where he's got a problem because of the behavior of a few people in the world that he doesn't like, or lots of people, knowing that he would have known that they were going to do that because apparently he's all-knowing. So he designs the world poorly in a way that it then gets filled with people who behave in a way he doesn't like, even though he knew that was going to happen. And his proposed solution for that is kill all the kittens, kill all the horses, kill all the lions.
You know the meme, John, you know the meme where like the US has problems with homelessness, send 50 billion to Israel. That is exactly gone.
Yeah. Silly. It's just silly.
Okay. So if you're just making a value judgment claim about God, I'm not interested. I want an irrational argument of why you think unaliving, for God to unalive or give life to.
How do you know that is his argument? Maybe he doesn't think that. How do you know that?
So you're just making a value judgment? That's just subjective opinion?
Sure, you can say it's subjective opinion. You can say it's subjective opinion, but
so you're sitting on TikTok.
Do you know why?
For how many hours?
Sure. Do you know why? Do you know why it has any value? Because of the fact that God tells you the purpose of the flood, and yet the purpose of the flood is localized yet universalized.
Also, you are making a rational judgment about God.
Yes, because God is stupid. Your Quranic God is stupid. Which
okay,
I
so
can
you prove from our paradigm where even the innocent people that, let's say, got killed or unalived, that when they get their reward in the paradise,
they don't get reward. They don't get reward. You're just stupid.
How do you know this?
Because the Quran and the Hadith do not say that. The Hadith specifically say even otherwise.
So you're lying again.
The Hadith, no, I'm not. You're just stupid again and you don't know your religion. The Hadith itself, when referring to children of Nasara wal Yahud, it says specifically that even the children, if they die prematurely before they reach puberty, then they can end up in hell.
The other thing is that
you're stupid.
If you're proposing a scheme whereby God inflicts massive amounts of punishment on people and animals and then kisses it better later, why not just not inflict the punishment? It's just silly.
Why not,
John?
why
As
not
I
just
said,
not create anything,
as I said,
right?
John. The thing is, this only applies, the whole like children going to heaven, only applies to children of Muslims, which is where we have the ruling of coming from, which is from Muslim 2626.
Again, you're lying. You're a murtad who's lying about Islam again.
Again,
you're
just stupid and ignorant.
After leaving Islam, you're obsessed with Islam.
Again, you're stupid and ignorant.
Okay, can I talk to these guys? I'm not here to talk.
I know
about
you're going to
Islam.
see you're going to read the hadith then, because you said I'm lying.
Yeah, I'm not here to
It is
discuss
Muslim 2626C, because you're
I'm here
ignorant.
to address the
It tells your children. It tells your children of Christians go to hell. Tells your children of Christians go to hell.
Okay, we don't believe that. I don't know what you follow, but
You do, because that is the words
you're
of the Prophet.
strawmanning my opinion.
Muslim.
You're strawmanning my position.
You yourself are a kafir.
Okay,
I'm not
whatever.
strawmanning your position because this is within.
Why do you
within
care
your
about
Prophet
if anyone's a kafir? You're a kafir yourself, right?
Sure, and you're with me. You're going to hell right with me.
Okay, so you're just obsessed with the truth of Islam, and all you want to do is come back, keep coming back.
You don't even know your
talking
scripture.
about Islam.
The funny part is you don't even know your scripture.
Disgruntled ex-employee that wants to keep talking about their.
Every single time we've spoken, you've demonstrated that you don't even know the first.
Yeah, but you're taking this conversation somewhere else. I'm here to discuss
because you're running from your religion.
Yeah, because you made so many claims. I even had a chance to interrogate.
You said they were lies. You said they were lies. So go ahead and demonstrate they were lies. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're lies.
Go ahead and demonstrate that. Go ahead.
Demonstrate what? That that children who die before puberty, whether it be Muslim or non-Muslim, they all go to heaven. Okay.
Because you would be calling your prophet a liar, which I agree. Yes.
Okay. Let me give you references.
How about you actually address the hadith of your prophet in Muslim 266?
Yeah, you just want to have this like.
How about you address the hadith? Your prophet literally said, John, can you read it, please?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Take it to a different topic now. So we've jumped like 5 topics.
Your God is silly.
We've jumped like 5 topics. You realize that?
We didn't jump topics.
When I go to look up reference, how much time do you have? Do you have 5 hours to sit down and discuss?
No, I don't. But I have enough time
right?
to.
Of course, you're a liar. That's why. You're not interested in going in details in.
No, I don't have 5 hours to spend with somebody like you. Of course, because
so you're not interested in the context.
What's
you're not interested in the context of the Quran?
I know the context. You don't even know your own context. You don't even know the excerpts to know the context.
What should I look up, Ems?
Muslim 2662C.
Can we stick to one topic, or are you going to jump 5 topics? Okay.
The topic is God is silly. Since you're a Muslim,
so you want to change the topic?
But hold on. No,
We
hold on,
didn't.
listen.
Okay, so
Let me
kick this
finish.
guy out. Why is he
Stop.
distracting? Why is he
Let me
deflecting?
dude. Let me finish, or I'm gonna mute you. Let me explain. The topic is God is silly. We address whichever God somebody is, what they believe in. Ems knows way more than either John or I, or even you, about
We're
the
the guest.
Quran. So that
I think even you and John know more than him in the Quran.
So
He knows
Quran
nothing.
6, here's the proof, Quran 6:164. No bearer of burdens will bear the burden of another. This is a
Jamil,
proof.
that has nothing to do with what I
This
said.
proves
That has
this
nothing to do with what I
proves
said.
that anyone who is innocent, who is not who is willingly rejecting the evidence of God or talking bad about the Prophet, those people will go to paradise, or they will be judged accordingly. Okay,
Jamil,
here's another
wait,
reference.
wait. Before we move on, when it says no one is going to bear the burden of another, that has nothing to do with my argument. Because you haven't
It
even
does.
read the hadith.
You mentioned.
Read the hadith, John, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm giving you Quran, you're bringing in hadith.
You're stupid again. You don't even know the difference.
Okay, that's all you have is just to call me stupid.
Because you're not even listening.
I'm giving you reference from the Quran.
If I say, John, if I say, so nobody's going to bear the burden of another, and then I say, some children might go to hell, does that mean that those statements are contradictory?
I mean,
no, it has to be understood
not necessarily.
It is not contradictory.
No.
When I say the children are going to hell, that doesn't mean they're going to hell because they're bearing the burden of another.
Exactly. They could be going to hell for a different reason.
Our position.
No, you're just stupid.
No. It's
Could
just
you read the
basic.
hadith, please?
So
Yeah.
Quran 17:15.
No. We're going to read the hadith first. We're going to read the hadith
No,
first.
we're going to read the Quran first.
No, we're not.
No,
You don't
we're
even know the
The
difference.
Quran is our primary text.
You know it's not the Quran and the hadith is.
The Quran is the primary text.
Sure, I can show you in the Quran too. Now, could you please read
So
the
where
662c?
should I look it up on Quran.com or
Just look up a new
Yeah,
tab.
take things out of
Muslim,
context.
Muslim
Hang on.
662c.
Hang on,
First of all, it has to be
Adam.
validated if it's
It is Muslim,
Okay.
Habibi. It is Muslim,
Okay.
but you wouldn't know what that means.
Adam, just be quiet for a moment because we're going to find this. So am I just googling this or is it-
Muslim, yeah, Google this. Muslim
Yeah.
2662c.
Yeah, 2662C.
And for reference again, I'm just letting you know this guy knows as much about Christianity as a random random Neanderthal knows about anything 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, all you have
enough.
is emotional insults. That's all you have.
Okay.
Also
so-
look up Sahih Bukhari. I have another hadith for you to look up.
Yeah. No, we're gonna read this first.
We'll go one by one. Yeah, I don't have an issue.
Is this the one?
And you go ahead, read it, please.
So we have Aisha, the mother of the believers, said that Allah's message.
What's the? I can't see the full screen. Can you show me the hadith number?
It's 2662C. Is this the right one?
Yes.
So Aisha, the mother of the believers, said that Allah's message was called to lead the funeral prayer of a child of the Ansar. I said, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure, it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. Wow.
Now defend this, please. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do this step by step. So it's the hadith is about Allah's knowledge, not forcing people.
No, it is
That's
not.
the first point. So this hadith is not saying, can I speak for like
It has
10
nothing to do with
seconds?
Allah's knowledge. Provide a source. Go ahead.
Okay, so this hadith is not saying Allah randomly forces people into heaven
That is
or
not
hell.
what it said.
No, yeah. So
That is not
what
what it
it's
said.
saying.
That is not what it said. You have a
That's what
problem
you're
with
implying.
comprehension.
That's
That
what
is
you're
not what is
implying.
implied. You have a problem with comprehension again.
Yeah. So rather it means Allah already knows what choices each person will freely make. Based on that knowledge, the final outcome is known.
He created
so this is
them
talking about children.
for hell.
Even before that, we're talking about a child before the age of being able to commit sin. So there is no God knowing what he's going to do because he's not going to do anything. He's dead.
Yeah, that's
What are you
grim.
talking about? You're so out of depth. Like you're taking hadith out of context.
You
You're
don't
like
even know the
lying
hadith.
about the
You
hadith.
didn't even know it existed 2 minutes ago. How do you know?
have no understanding.
You didn't even know
You're
it
just
existed 2 minutes ago.
butthurt murtad. That's what you are.
Sure.
Right?
You didn't even know it existed 2 minutes ago, and now you're telling me the
Yeah,
context.
I don't know. There's like 100,000 hadith out there. Like you expect
No,
me
there's
to
actually
memorize all of
millions.
them?
There's actually millions.
Yeah, the
But
way
you
I
cannot
study
tell me.
Islam
You cannot
is
even
from authentic
You don't even
sources
study it.
people
You
who
don't
know
even study
Arabic,
it.
people who
You
know
don't even study
Quran,
it.
people know Hadith, and people
You don't even study
who are
it.
truthful human beings, not people like you.
And you do not even
liars.
study it.
Yeah, I'm not taking Islam lessons from a murtad.
You're not
You
taking it from
understand
me. You're not. You don't
Yeah,
have to
I'm
take
not,
it from me.
and I
You can
don't
take it from the ulama. You can take it from the ulama, like Ibn Baz.
Yeah, the ulama. Yeah, you think ulama don't know what they're talking about?
This reminds me of the guest I had I had a guest the other day who said, I don't do Bible studies with atheists. Like, dude, you're in here now. You're speaking to somebody who knows this stuff better than you do. Engage with it.
How did we get to Islamic text when we are discussing theism?
Because you're running from Islam. Like you
I'm
always
not.
do.
I'm well, to discuss Islam, you have to first of all presuppose that God exists.
Could you recite? Sure. Could you recite the second?
Do you understand that simple concept? For me to prove
this is just Habibi. This is just you running from your God.
I'm not. I want to get there. I want to get there.
No, this is scholars telling you. Again, this is your scholars telling you.
You're taking things out of context. You don't understand the whole context. You don't. You know. It's just.
Give him mute,
like hilarious little comical debate going on here. Can we first establish that the Islamic God does exist, and then we can go into the Quranic text?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, so why are we talking about Hadith and Quran?
Because again, I'm talking to
because it's your beliefs. It's an internal critique.
It's not an internal critique. You're jumping right to the text without establishing the author of the text. Without establishing that God does not. So you're making a claim that God does not exist?
Yes.
Didn't you just make a claim that you have a lack of belief, not a positive claim that God does not exist?
Doesn't exist.
Now you're jumping.
Positively,
now
your God doesn't exist.
flip-flopping from two different positions.
Positively, your God doesn't exist.
Oh, so you are making a positive claim.
Because your God is
not a lack of belief.
No, for your God, no.
So an atheistic God, where God is just all-powerful, all-knowing, you're bringing in moral arguments from I don't know from where.
Moral arguments.
Yes,
again,
all of these are moral arguments.
Really, where's the moral argument? Where is the moral argument?
Of children dying? That's not
really?
a moral argument.
You think that when we're just mentioning
you think death and life is not a moral argument?
No, it is not.
Okay.
If I have a patient who dies, that doesn't make it a moral question. They just die.
If you're gonna mute me one more time,
that's the first time. That's the first time you've been muted, Adam. The very first time.
Why can't you allow me to speak properly?
You can speak properly. I was just
trying
to make
some like 5 different topics.
Just trying to make.
Is it a lack of belief or is it a positive claim?
About your God, it is a positive claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your
so
God.
Provide me evidence.
Your God is a walking contradiction.
Okay, give me the evidence for that.
Your God supposedly knows everything, yet he's wrong.
And how do you know that? Are you all-knowing? How do you know he's wrong? How do you know he's wrong?
I've seen what he has told me, and I've seen that what he's told me is wrong.
Okay, prove it.
Sure. Your God thinks semen comes from between your backbone and your ribs.
Yeah, that's a misreading of the text.
It's not a misreading. You can't tell me it is a misreading because you don't speak Arabic. You don't speak Arabic.
يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب is not referring to the semen. You've been beat down on this argument like 100 times.
No, I haven't. You're just stupid. What is
يخرج okay, tell me what this means. يخرج. What's the pronoun before this ayah? يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب. Is it talking about a man or is it talking about the semen?
Say this anyway. Wait. You do realize that the
keep lying. Okay. You just got exposed.
Adam, you gotta let him answer questions without talking over him.
Okay, go ahead.
جميل. ضمير مبني في محل تقدير هو. Do you even know what that means? That is the pronoun.
Okay, so let's go back
what is what I said? No. Could you tell me what I said? Because you're claiming to know.
This is all you have. Look, I'm not an Arabic speaking.
Clearly, so just for everybody else,
you don't speak Arabic, but you're telling him he's wrong about the Arabic.
So, Sean,
yes, because I've studied this exact.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because this is basic. This is basic grammar. This is basic grammar within the. Again, this is basic grammar within the verb. So the pronoun is not actually stated. The pronoun is ضمير مبني في محل تقدير هو, meaning it is a absent pronoun in the place of a reference to him, and the him could either refer to two masculine previous verb nouns, including the man himself or the semen, and both are wrong.
Okay, let me give you the reference. Hold on.
The reference for what?
The ayah يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب,
86
referring to Surah Tariq. I know.
Again, the pronoun is not even existent within the verb. The verse, my bad. Because it is ضمير مبني.
Can you recite the ayah before that one?
Sure. ولينظر الإنسان مما خلق من ماء دافق يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب.
Yeah, so يخرج, talking about insan or who? Or the semen?
The grammar allows you to speak to both.
So it allows you to speak for both, but you're picking the one.
Both are wrong.
That is okay.
Both are wrong.
So when we say that Mercury is between Earth and the Sun, is that are we making a scientific claim, or are we just saying that this object is between two heavenly objects? So when we say when the man came between Sulb and Taraib.
Do you know what Taraib means?
Okay, and you understand now? You understand
do you know what Taraib means?
The context?
Do you know what Taraib means?
Oh my God.
Do you even know what Taraib means?
You've been beat down on this topic 100 times.
Beaten down on it. Do it. No, do it. Do it. What does Taraib mean?
Okay. Emerging from between the backbone and the ribs.
Sure. What is meant by ribs here?
Ribs is taraib.
What is taraib?
Ribs.
It has no. It has a specialized definition. It doesn't just mean.
So you're going to give me a definition of Quranic classical dictionary, like understanding what taraib is.
We have the actual scholars telling you.
Bro, you've been exposed so many. Like you're just a liar. You
just mute him again.
Really,
I can tell you what it means.
You got to listen. You got to let him respond.
Yeah, but he's bringing in his own definitions.
No, not my own definition. This is Ibn Abbas, Ukruma, Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Tabari. All of them agree that this means specifically the upper rib, the resting place of the necklace, what is below the clavicle and above the breasts.
So it doesn't mean ribs.
No, it means a specific type of ribs.
Could it mean ribs? Could it mean ribs?
Could you repeat what I said?
No. Could it mean ribs?
Repeat what I said.
Yeah, you mentioned ribs in your answer.
So you just heard the word ribs.
What's so funny? But
so you just heard the word ribs.
You're proving my point. Taraib.
So you're not listening.
Ribs.
You're proving that you're not listening. Could you repeat what I said? Could you repeat what I just said?
According to Islamic understanding of Taraib is...
Not all of them, no.
Okay, but could it mean yes or no?
No.
Is it a
no.
logical possibility within the language of Arabic?
It's a logical impossibility.
Taraib could mean ribs.
It's a logical impossibility. Because you didn't listen. Yes, you didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to what I said.
Oh my God.
Because you didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to what I said.
You're a dishonest human being. Just accept it.
Could you repeat what I said?
Accept it.
Could you repeat what I said?
Yeah, so you mentioned that taraib could be defined as the ribs, the clavicle bone.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
That's not what he said.
That is not what I said.
That's not because you're speaking.
All you have is
Adam.
Like, all you have
you're
is
speaking. You're speaking while he's speaking. That's why you're not hearing a lot of what he says.
Yeah, he's speaking very fast, and all I captured.
Then ask me to slow down.
Okay.
So can you define taraib according to the classical Islamic scholarship of modern and classical both?
Okay, you gotta let him answer now.
Because that is the linguistics of their time, number one. Number two, even modern lexicons tell you the same thing. So, quoting Ibn Abbas directly, he says, وَالطَّرَائِبْ هِيَ مَوْضَعَ قِلَادَةٍ. It is the resting place of the necklace. So, الطَّرَائِبْ is the resting place of the necklace. Which would mean what? When you continue reading
what does that even mean? Resting place of the necklace?
Meaning the place you put your necklace on.
The collarbone.
Exactly, pretty much. He says that the taraib is what is between ما عكرمة. He says it is ما أسفل الترقوة وما أعلى الثديين. What is below the clavicle and what is above the breasts. So the area of your...
So even when you take that definition, I would say يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب would still be accurate.
It wouldn't, no, because it has nothing
to do. Yes, it would be. Because if you look at a human being from a side profile, the human being is coming out between, like I gave you the example of
the baby's going to be anterior.
Can I speak for 10 seconds?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so did you understand my example when I said the Mercury is between Earth and Sun? You did. Okay, good. So when we look at the profile of a female body from a side view, we could logically deduce that when we say يخرج من بين صلب وترائب, that the human baby is coming out from between these two things on each side of the body, which is the backbone and the rib. Yes,
Could I respond to you?
Yes,
So
go
the
ahead.
baby is going to be anterior to the ribs of the rib, number one. Number two, it is not even going to be between the backbone and the ribs at all.
So when we say yakhruju, are you taking the literal meaning of the baby coming out or the baby forming within the body?
The word does never means forming, number one.
Yakhruju?
And even yes, it never means forming.
To khuruj, to exit. That could not mean that the semen, the human embryo is forming within the body. All of that could never means that. From a linguistic point of view, all of that is possible.
It never means it.
You've been baked.
No,
oh my
it
God.
never means that. That is number
yeah,
one.
it could.
No, it never does.
What does yakhruju mean?
It means to leave. That's all.
Okay, so when we say the embryo leaves or is formed between the backbone and the rib,
it is not.
Linguistically it's perfectly accurate. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Yes, it is.
Linguistically, if you say leaves, that is different from saying forms. Number one, and even if you say forms, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So is the female part of the body? Hold on a second. Is the female part of the body where the baby comes out from? Is that between the backbone and the rib? From a side view.
Could you put me on
from
the
a
screen?
side view?
Sure, I'm going to show you a side view.
Hold on.
I'm going to show you a side view again. I grant that you don't understand female anatomy.
Is the female vagina between the rib and the backbone?
No, it is
a side view.
It never is. Could you put me on the screen, host?
Yeah.
You just keep lying, man. Like this is.
I know you're just stupid again, as I said.
The more I discuss with you, the stronger my iman gets. To be honest, because
That's good.
all your
I think I'm
entire
lagging.
premise.
Done. I think I'm lagging. I'm going to dropping me back up because it's not letting me open the camera.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're getting back in. Let's see. I know this is uncomfortable for you, Adam, but I think maybe a little more humility might work better here, because Ems is a native Arabic speaker and a medical doctor. So I think you're a little out of your depth here, I think.
He's out of his depth with a child.
There we go.
Could you put me on the screen?
Yeah, I'm going to put it up big.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
And he drops, like every time.
Yeah, I think he's dropped now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see if he's requesting back up.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was enough of a savage beating. Oh dear.
He does this every single time. He builds up on panels, lies about me, and pretends his last time you said he was 27 years old, and yet he has 40 years of experience learning Islam.
That's impressive. So a time machine as well.
So anyways, for those who don't know, the uterus, the vaginal canal, the cervix are nowhere near the ribs, and this is the end of the sternum, the xiphoid process.
You would think this would be fairly basic.
Mm-hmm. And this is the end of the backbone too.
Right.
The baby, when it grows, it's going to grow and like encompass this area. So even when it is forming, when the woman has her hump right here, the baby's going to be like, this is going to be the ribs. These are the ribs. This is the backbone. The baby's going to be way ahead of them. How would something here be between two things prior to it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just realizing that this expanded view will not show over on YouTube. So the YouTube audience can't see this, but Ems is just showing an anatomical diagram, which is...
It is not a diagram, it is a dead body.
An actual body, I beg your pardon. Which would be reasonably uncontroversial in that it's showing that reproductive anatomy is not located in the upper part of the human body, between the ribs and the backbone. I think most people probably had an intuitive grasp of that.
Not him, probably, because he's sticking to Islam, so he's never slept with somebody. Probably.
It's a problem.
Which is good. He's not being a hypocrite.
There is that. Yeah. Well,
that was.
There we go. I think we can confidently say that.
I lost my temper there, so I'm sorry, but
no, you were fine.
He does this every single time. Whenever you start actually showing anything, he just drops.
Yeah, that's a problem, and then probably self-declares a victory. I mean, it's a funny old thing that, and yeah, I think whether we can agree that God is silly or not, we can definitely agree that many of his adherents are. Because that's not.
I had a discussion with the guy who calls himself the Muslim apologist. He has like tens of thousands of followers, etc. And what he did is he came up on a panel discussing the same thing and saying that it is referring to the man. Sure, grammatically it works. Now, what he did is he went and brought up a picture of a random woman, and then I was telling him to define the word tarayb, which is referring to the upper ribs, number one. Number two, he brings up a random, like a drawing, like not an actual body, a drawing. And then he draws a line from this inaccurate drawing from the tailbone to the ribs and asks me if the baby is in that area. I keep saying no, and because the picture is not accurate, number one. Number two, it's because he's referring to the lower ribs, which has nothing to do with what the actual book is saying. And then he said, just answer this and we can get to whatever you want. So I just kept saying no. And then he asked the host. The host said, yes, on that picture, yes. And then so he said, thank you, yes, you've been baked and dropped.
Oh, God.
As soon as I was bringing up the actual picture.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Well, what can you do? So I guess some people relate differently or respond differently to just not having any arguments and not having the truth on their side. It's weird. It's weird.
We had did you see the fake neurologist on Justin's?
Yeah, he was fantastic. I loved it at the end. You asked him what citalopram was, and he couldn't tell you what citalopram was. Like, even I know what citalopram was. A neurologist has to know that, surely. Yeah, that was funny. That was really funny. He seemed to have kind of some medical knowledge, that guy, but not enough, I think.
No, he didn't know anything. Like he knew like what edema was, which is like general knowledge. But he didn't even know what it was. He just like he said he knows the word, and he knows what ascites is, but he doesn't know what ascites is. Like when I asked him what is ascites, he wasn't able to tell you what ascites was. It's like very basic knowledge for anybody.
Yeah,
like
and you asked him the 4 steps of examination as well. It's like really basic clinical stuff.
Like inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation. Like you look at the patient, you see how he looks, you inspect him, you examine with your hands, you palpate, which is like placing your hand on like feeling stuff. You percuss, you hear the sounds inside the body by tapping your finger, and then you auscultate using the stethoscope. Like this, if he doesn't know this, like how is he a neurologist?
Yeah, which is weird because I don't know. It's not a claim you want to be making when it's so easily revealed.
There was a guy that. Do you know African Atheist?
I don't think I do.
Okay, so she had a guy on her panel. His entire account was literally a picture of him in a lab coat, and his bio was doctor consultant of cardiology at so and so. And pretty much what happened is I asked him what baroreceptors were. So baroreceptors are just like receptors for blood pressure in your body. So when they feel like the pressure has dropped, they tell your heart to start pumping faster to compensate for it. And as a cardiologist, he didn't know that. Then he regressed himself. He regressed himself into a medical student. Then he said that he actually dropped out of medicine. Like, during the course of the life, he went from a consultant, by the way, is like the highest level of a doctor, to a medical student, to a dropout from a first year.
Wow.
And his account literally says cardiology doctor, blah, blah, blah.
That's wild.
Wearing a lab coat at the same time. I don't know how do I've seen this before where people get on and try to debate a topic and present themselves as like, I'm a physicist, I'm a scientist, or, what have you. If they don't actually have the credentials, it's just going to at some point end badly, and probably some point sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's so funny. We also had a guy on Ian's Live like a few months ago. He was a lab tech, not a lab tech, like he was an imaging tech, and he was claiming to know more about medicine than the doctors in his own lab. He says that doctors all the time make mistakes, and he's the one who catches it, and they're always stuck in their ways. And then he was like trying to like use himself as an authority on like near-death experiences, and that's why he brought that up. And then when you had me and the big doc, if you know him, the big doc.
I'm not sure if I do.
He's an orthopedic surgeon. He's on live too. But anyways, he had both of us on the live, and he was still arguing with us and testing us, and pretending to know more about medicine than we do, just because he's a tech.
Because he's a lab tech. That's just embarrassing.
An imaging tech too.
An imaging tech even. Right? Yeah, that's just embarrassing. Yeah, well, Dunning-Kruger's gonna Dunning, aren't they?
And he did dox himself in the life. So,
oops. Well, Ems, thank you for coming in. I think that was entertaining for nearly all of us. I'm not sure if
I wouldn't say so. That was so horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty grim, but also kind of entertaining as well. Thanks for being there. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
It's a weird one tonight. It's kind of weirdly quiet. I'm not entirely sure why it's so quiet tonight. Oh, that'll be why then. Yeah, the big white sharks in the water. I mean, normally I deliberately don't stream on nights when Justin is. So this is like an extra because I've been away the last few days. I thought I'd just fit in an extra stream. So hopefully,
is even the days when he's not on, everybody else is on.
Yeah, I know. It's. I guess it's good that there's lots of us doing this, but it does make it. The airspace is pretty crowded. But hey, we get the job done.
Well, thank you for having me. And,
always a pleasure. Thanks, Ems. Take care,
Thanks,
friend.
Ems. Good to see you again.
Right, let's get Adam in from the YouTube side. Our good friend. Adam, what's up? Hopefully you can hear you. Are you there, Adam? I've got you in right now. We just can't hear you. That doesn't seem to be working.
Adam?
Yeah, I can see you. You are in, but you're obviously not hearing me. That doesn't seem to be working.
It looks like his mic is muted. I see a microphone with a slash through it next to his name.
I don't see that. What on the YouTube?
Unless he has himself muted, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so. He seems to be unmuted and right here, but obviously can't hear us, and I can't hear him. Maybe try and I'll drop you out and try and rejoin again because that is not working. It's weird. The video thing is a little bit weird. Adam, try again. Let's try and get you in again. Bex, I don't think it's 5 a.m. here yet. I think it is. No, it's not 5 a.m. yet. It is coming up to 3 a.m. in the UK right now. Right, let's try this again with Adam. Second time lucky. Adam, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
That works. We got you in second time.
Aha.
How are you doing, friend?
Not too bad. That was just painful listening to
Yeah,
that guy.
it was pretty grim. It was pretty grim.
But it's always fun when M just pops in to just demolish all of these people.
They're all terrified of Ems,
Listen,
and with good reason. I wouldn't want to debate Ems either.
Yeah. I just figured I'd come in. I have all my big list of Jesus jokes that I'd collected. You can hear my wife cackling in the background.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so I went. I think the one I told you, Jesus drove a Honda, but he doesn't talk about it much because in John 12:49 it says, "I speak not of my own accord."
I do love that. It's the really silly ones that get me, like the ridiculous little silly puns and stuff like that. I'm here for it.
Why did Jesus stop playing hockey? Because he kept getting nailed to the boards.
Oh. Yep, so right, but so wrong. You got another one?
But why do Christians hate the Norse religion? The Christian God was nailed to the cross, and the Norse God carries a hammer.
Good. Love that.
Yeah, that joke is terrible. I'm going to use it later. You mean on a latter day?
Oh God.
We're in dad joke territory now.
We're deep in dad joke territory here, but I'm kind of here for that too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind a dad joke.
What's the difference between Jesus and a vagina? Vagina can handle a couple of nails.
Oh my God. Easy. Easy. Yeah.
But what else I got? Oh yeah. Why did Jesus cross the road? Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I meant, why did Jesus rode the cross?
Oh.
Yeah.
You've been collecting these, haven't you?
Oh yeah. I just put them together because they're just funny.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, no objections here.
Yeah, looked down and saw $20 on the sidewalk. Being the good Christian that I am, I thought, what would Jesus do? So I went to the liquor store and turned it into wine.
Good. Also dad joke territory, but we'll have that too. We'll have that too.
A Tibetan monk sees the face of Jesus in a tub of margarine. He raises his eyes to the heavens and exclaims, I can't believe it's not Buddha.
That is actually quite good. That is very silly and quite good. I like this. We're ODing on the jokes here.
Oh yeah. Floppy disks are like Jesus. They die to become the icon of saving.
That is also good. I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's probably my favorite so far.
Why is Jesus terrible in bed? Because it takes him 3 days to rise.
Yeah, dad joke, but yeah, fair enough.
But he was a ladies' man, though. I mean, dude, he was hung like this.
Oh,
yeah, I got that one on there.
Oh dear, you've probably got a proper list, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Everyone gets mad when I say that Jesus was white, but I have proof. If my understanding of transubstantiation is correct, Jesus is a cracker.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Go on then. One last one.
One last one. Jesus died for your sin, but your cos and tan, that's on you, buddy. I'm wondering how many people actually get that one.
Well, thank you for sharing your Jesus jokes.
Joke.
No, any trigonometry related jokes are fine by me. Yeah, I always remembered sine cos tan with our house always had oranges and apples, and that's how I remembered it. But hey, just nerdy like that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate that.
No problem. I thought we could do with a laugh after putting up with that other guy.
A bit of a palate cleanse. No, I appreciate that. Thanks, bud. Always good to see you, my friend. Take it easy.
Yeah, you take care.
Cheers. You too. Bye. Okay. Few super chats to read. So let's have these. We have Liberty Giblet said, "How ironic! The arrogant man doesn't know what arrogant is." That's true. I thought it was hilarious when he said that I was making an emotional argument, and M said, "What emotion is happening here?" And he said, "Arrogance." Arrogance is not an emotion. That was a good moment. And Punta del Este says, "Where are all those Christians who say, 'Why do you only attack Christianity now?'" That's true. And to be fair, I wasn't really attacking the Islamic faith there. Ems was doing the work for me. But I criticize anybody who says that people should be punished for what they believe. And that is a feature of Islam as well, even though we get people coming in here saying that it isn't. It is. It's right there. I listed a number of the surahs in my book which say exactly that. So yeah, I'm not shy to criticize other religions as well. And Saigo says, "John, your malfunctioning name capture function got me mixed up with Adam. Puff needs to correct such sacrilege." I'm so sorry, Saigo. I have absolutely no idea why my my little name app is misbehaving tonight. I need to to figure it out. And I won't have very much time to figure it out because, of course, we will be doing tomorrow's normal scheduled daytime live, which is 12 p.m. UK time, super early US. Sean, no obligation for you to join us at 7 a.m., my friend. Just turn up whenever you want to, but
Okay.
not expecting that. Of course, it's always wonderful when you're here, but yeah, I'll get going at that time and just join us when it.
I should be here.
Great. Okay. Cool. And then Tim says, "I don't know that area by sight, but I know it by tongue. I mean touch. Man, I hate it when I make Freudian slip. Very good, Tim. Spur of the moment. That was pretty hardcore. I like that a lot. And then finally, Sloshywell says, hypotenuse. I wish I was high on hypotenuse. Also, more trig jokes. Trigonometry jokes are completely fine here if anybody wants to make them. Okay. We did just have someone in the YouTube queue who just disappeared, and the TikTok queue is still empty. So, yeah, this has definitely affirmed my strategy of not streaming on exactly the same nights that Justin does, because I think that's possibly what's going on here. It just feels weirdly quiet. Maybe it's a Monday thing as well. I don't know. But who knows? So I wonder if maybe we should bring this one to a close, because it has been kind of weirdly quiet. Captain Word Salad. I wonder if that's PVG again. Let's just bring Captain Word Salad in and see what's going on there. Hello. Captain Word Salad. Maybe this is a strange delay again.
No.
There we go.
No,
Hi.
no. It's just me. I just dropped in quickly to remind you of the questions.
Of the questions?
Yeah, the questions, the member questions.
Yes, I did read your question out earlier. Actually, we discussed it about moderate churches and LGBT friendly religions offending faith and reason equally.
Oh, okay. I must have missed it then.
Yeah, we did. It is there. I mean, I don't know how in depth we went, and to be fair, I'm not sure if we completely addressed the second half of the question. But I'm not sure if I had too much to say about those kind of practices. But definitely in terms of very, very sort of progressive churches and stuff, where we got to with it, PVG, was basically saying, look, any reduction in bigotry is a good thing. But there's something sort of aesthetically not particularly pleasing about like going like halfway towards modernity and common sense and then stopping. That doesn't really massively make sense to me. It's like, if you're going to do that, just go all the way. And if you're going to filter a religion through your own intuitions, which is what you have to do to end up with LGBT friendly churches, that's great. But then just keep on filtering and keep on going, and you'll end up realizing you don't need any of it. Just don't need any of it. Nobody needs to have died for anything. Nobody needed to get nailed to anything. Nobody needs salvation. It's all silly. Just get rid of all of it. So that was kind of the crux of the response to the question. And thank you for submitting, because I know you did before the last live even. So I appreciated your forbearance.
Oh, that's fine. But I wanted to I would like to add just a bit more context to that, because what you said was correct, and there was also a different perspective I was coming from when I posted that question, because here when I'm in India, I've seen so many self-mutilating practices in the name of religion. I'm guessing in Christianity you used to do that, like whipping oneself in the name of God, or things like that, bloodletting and other things. But I have seen when I was in, because when I go to these progressive, when I was in London, when I was in France and Paris, when I go to these progressive societies in the West, and they let other faiths come in, they let faiths in general flourish. because everyone has a right, freedom to religion, freedom of expression, and freedom of speech. So I was wondering, but I was also seeing some rituals take place where they pierce their cheeks, because there is a Hindu, to the Hindu god of war, pretty much. And there's this ritual which is quite anachronistic, but then the war dance that young men, even some young women, used to do before going to war.
Yeah.
And that ritual is still done in modern times. And they still practice that in Malaysia, Hindus in Malaysia. And I've also seen that in London. And I've seen there is this ritual where the devotee or the person literally rolls the body. They roll on hard floor around the shrine of the main deity a number of times as a penance, or as wanting to get either in wanting forgiveness, or even wanting a boon or some sort of a special treatment. Yeah. So I saw that happening on the roads in London, which was very hard to see, because it is quite painful for the people who do that, because you're literally rolling around on the road. But then the council was letting it, and it's freedom of expression.
I think that there's a fear of people seen to be, being sort of elitist or colonial, or so there's perhaps a more laissez-faire attitude to those kinds of expressions of culture. That they say, well, we wouldn't want to be seen to be being judgmental about other people's culture. So you can see why people would have want to have a hands-off attitude to those things, even if we can look at some of these practices and thank you for the gum balloon. We can see why some people would have a very light touch, right?
Yeah, I mean, more than a light touch, it was promoted in a way, because you get, at the end of the day, if they prevent you from practicing your religion, and because it's not progressive, isn't it? It's right. It's not. You're not given the right to exercise your right to right to religion, or right to culture and freedom. So I just want to know where do we say, no, this is far too much. Because you're literally, it's quite masochistic, and you're harming yourself.
I think if adult people are participating in these things and not children, and it's fully consensual, and if people want to do their thing, let them do their thing. I mean, I think it's silly, but I wouldn't want to legislate to disallow people to express their religious inclinations in potentially self-injurious ways. But if there's children, or if there's people who can't give consent for that activity, then that's where the law needs to step in. That's my view.
And there are people who dramatically alter their body with prosthesis, that is plural, using prosthesis, spikes in the head, tattooing the entire face. I mean, really splitting the tongue, and even more extreme things. And in my view, it's their own body. Hopefully their mental health is okay. I am concerned about that, but I believe in bodily autonomy. And if it's in the name of religion, or if it's not in the name of religion, what adults do with their own bodies is what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite different, because those people with people with lots of tattoos and piercing, they're quite used to that, quite desensitized. But these people that I'm mentioning, they're just average, regular people like us. Because in my own family, when I was small, my parents took me on a pilgrimage to this Shiva temple in down south of India, and then you have to walk around barefoot on the road around the temple, which is about 30 kilometers. And it was about 45 degrees Celsius summer. And you're walking barefoot on the tar, the road, literally on the road, more laid road. I couldn't do it, so I wore the slippers, and I walked the rest of the way. It usually takes about 3 to 4 hours to finish the whole pilgrimage. And my parents are doctors, but by the end of the thing, my dad had boils, pustules forming on his heel, sort of like what do you call them? Literally boils. Blisters, yeah, blisters. I'm sorry, yeah, that's the term. He had blisters all over his on his heel, on his feet, and it was quite painful because he was not accustomed to this. But they forced themselves to do this because it's not something they do on a regular basis, like in a carnival where you're used to piercing yourself for display, or you're used to getting yourself pierced, like you see.
But he wasn't coerced into doing it, was he? He did it of his own.
No, he wasn't. He was coerced by the society, saying that if he did that, positive things will happen in the family. He was kind of brainwashed by the extended influence. We all were, because it was him, my mom, me, and my I have 2 older sisters, and I'm the third child, and one of my older sisters. We were all doing it, and I was about 12, 13 at that time. So it happens, and
that's tricky.
But I haven't seen children being subjected to these things in the West, but that may eventually come because over here it happens. You see young girls piercing their cheeks with the small spear in the name of the god of war, in Hindu god of war. So you see that happening all the time, and there's also fire walking. People walk on fires, and since my parents we have a small clinic, sort of like a surgery in a village. And when this fire festival gets over, we get lots of patients who come with blisters on their heels, on their feet, because they walk on coals, literally burning coals for the mother goddess, the Kali temples, so these practices still there, and it kind of is slowly the light version is slowly coming to the West. And I don't know how long it'll take for it to become too, kind of inhumane to the point where it harms people. But I can already see some of it's definitely not in the light version. It's somewhat become moderate, because I saw people really rotating and rolling on the road. So it's quite painful. And these people are not used to that. They're average people, normal people like us, who are coerced in a way to do this to get some benefit. So they do it so it's sad, actually. But
fair enough, man.
Yeah, that's pretty much
good stuff.
All right, thanks, John.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks for your question. Appreciate it. Cheers, PPG.
No worries. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay. We have got. We're going to go back to the TikTok side. We're going to bring in Not Jay, who we have spoken to before. Apparently has a question. We'll get Not Jay in, and we've got Sir Jedrick after that, and then we'll see where we're at. So let's get Not Jay in. Welcome back. Well, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
You're the only atheist on TikTok I don't hate.
Well, let's hope that it stays that way.
Hate's a strong word. I should have said that. That doesn't irritate me. That's better.
That could change. But what's your question?
So my question is, could you go through again when you said that non-belief is not a choice? Can you go through your premise again?
Yeah, absolutely.
And before you go ahead, and then I'll ask the question.
Okay. So either belief or non-belief, neither of those are ever a choice. And the reason for this is really obvious once you think about it. Is belief means that you have been persuaded that something's true or likely true. That's really what it means to believe something. It's not how you act. It's not what you say. Those are all just outward behaviors. But belief is an internal condition of your mind. It's the condition of having been persuaded that something is true or likely true. And that can never be a choice. It's something that happens to you as a result of being persuaded. Think about it as a belief is an experience you have. It's not a thing you actively do. In the same way that becoming frightened is an experience you have. It's something that happens to your mind. Nobody decides to become frightened. And whilst there are things you can do to try to be persuaded of things, so like you can choose your information diet, you can expose yourself to ideas, you can decide your attitude towards certain things, right? You could be very closed-minded and shut yourself off from contrary opinions. That's going to have an effect on your on what you believe. Those are all secondary, so they're all sort of upstream of what you come to believe. You can try and believe something, but the actual belief will only happen if you become persuaded, and you can't just decide to be persuaded.
I've got your premise down. I appreciate you explaining it again.
Sure.
Just a question. Are you unconvinced 100% one way or the other?
Am I unconvinced?
Or convinced one way or the other?
I mean, you can be convinced 100%, but being unconvinced 100%, like to a degree, it's like you're either convinced or you're not convinced.
Yeah. So unconvinced isn't making a positive claim, right? So you can't be unconvinced 100%.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure that there is no God, no creator?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No.
I was reading through the catechism, as one does, the other day, and I came across something about, this is the reason why I was asking, and I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to any of that stuff. I'm not trying to preach to you at all.
Okay.
But I came across something in the catechism that made me think about what you had said. Can I read it to you?
Is it brief?
Very.
Okay.
It's section 2088. And it states, voluntary doubt about the faith disregards or refuses to hold as true what God has revealed and the church's proposes for belief. Involuntary doubt refers to hesitation in believing, difficulty in overcoming objections connected with the faith, or anxiety aroused by its obscurity. Unless deliberately cultivated, doubt can lead to spiritual blindness. Basically, what it's saying is involuntary doubt is not a sin.
We believe all doubt is involuntary.
Yeah.
Say again?
I don't think there's such a thing as voluntary doubt.
Right.
Voluntary doubt is a misnomer. It's like there's no such thing. I think the voluntary doubt is just another way of saying willful non-compliance.
I think that the term that has been used is, I think because the catechism has been translated from one language to another, I think a more apt term that people have used is obstinate doubt.
Yeah.
The purposeful, the purposeful rejection.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. Like purposeful rejection, you're either convinced of a thing or you're not. I can't just purposely decide to be unconvinced that, for example, cars exist.
Sure, but as John said, you could, what'd you say about limiting your intellectual diet? You
can control. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like,
and Sean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'd like to limit my conversation with John, if that's okay with you.
No, don't do that, because Sean is a part of this, and he's here for a reason. But so we won't do that. But I think it's you can willfully shut yourself off from something, but you can't. But you can't willfully make yourself believe something if you don't believe it.
Yeah,
and
I would say that this is in line with that premise, that if it's an involuntary thing, that it's not considered sin.
It's always an involuntary thing.
That's the problem. Yeah. It always is.
And again, I'm just saying to you, I think that what they're differentiating from is from purposely rejecting, being obstinate, purposely rejecting, and the involuntary doubt one may have because we just don't have enough to be 100% certain.
Yeah, but certainty is not a requirement here. So you can believe something just on a balance of probabilities. You can believe something narrowly. You can say, I think it's, you know, you say, I think it's probably this way. Even that, there's no choice there. You're still making an assessment of the situation, and the assessment is leading you to the point where it feels rational to you to say, I think it's probably that. If it didn't, you wouldn't say it.
Your intent, I guess what it boils down to is intent. And if there is no intent to reject, then there is no sin there. At least in Catholicism.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it's still, I still think you're in trouble because you can't accept salvation if you don't think there's anything to accept. Like you can't, you know, there's nothing I can possibly do at this point right now to believe that there is an all-powerful creator of the universe who, you know, impregnates young virgin girls without their consent and has himself born as their son, who's also himself and his father. And there's just nothing I can do to
No,
believe that.
I understand that, but stick with me on this. If there was a creator, okay, and objective values did come from that creator, okay, and those things are, you can intuit them because they are objective, and you try to, I'm sure that you have things that you try to stick to morally, right?
Yeah.
If you can intuit them and you can follow them, you still have a chance for salvation. And I'm not trying to, again, I'm just working this out in my head with you because you make good points. Belief probably isn't a voluntary thing. You know, I think that you can involuntary, I know you're going to go through it again, but let me just use my word, please. It's not voluntary to, doubt is not a voluntary thing. It just happens.
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, but given, at least in my faith in Catholicism, if there is a God, which I believe there is, but just for the sake of argument, there is a God. He does have morals. He's given you those morals, whether you believe in him or not. There's right and there's wrong. You can intuit those morals by following your conscience because that's directed from God, and you still have an opportunity to be saved if you sincerely tried to follow those things. Like if you, I'm sure you think murder's wrong, right, John? Right, Sean?
I mean, murder is definitionally wrong because murder is killing of which you disapprove. So everyone thinks murder is wrong.
Right.
The problem with the classical or the normative Christian doctrine is that in Christianity, everybody has a sinful nature, which means every single human being cannot not sin sometimes, and so that still precludes people who don't believe from quote unquote being saved, because by definition, if we're all sinners, then everybody will require that salvation, which means everybody will require that belief, which is involuntary.
Not according to Vatican II. Not according to the discernment in Vatican II. That's not a true statement that you made. And
so they don't.
This would agree with me.
Okay, so they believe that atheists, some atheists can make it into heaven. Is that contingent on them never sinning?
No.
Okay, well, that's a separate matter. So what is the deciding factor for a non-believer to end up getting into heaven? What is entailed there?
So
how does that happen?
I can give it to you in a nutshell, okay, but I'm not going to give you the exact. It would take too long for me to go to the exact.
I got you.
Okay, but I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Okay, if there is a God, then He has given us rules or morals or whatever you want to call them, and they are imprinted in our creation. Okay, if through involuntary doubt, and again, don't pull that apart.
Yeah, got you.
You are unable to believe. Okay,
right.
Then it's basically when you die, okay, even though this has already happened in God's perspective, when you die, you go to a waiting place, and I may be getting this wrong, but I believe they call it Sheol, okay, which is where Christ descended into after when he died. He descended into hell, but Sheol, part of hell, sort of. And then he was able to save people who had never heard of God and Christ, or who were born before God in Christ. Also the people who, by our perspective, were in the future at the time of his crucifixion, but because it's God, they're already all there, of other religions, or people that the gospel had not reached, and was able to present himself there. They know the truth of salvation and had an opportunity to either accept or reject Christ to his face. And then in doing so, he saved those people. They call it Abraham's bosom. Please don't make jokes. But that's what they call it, that people are accepted into Abraham's bosom. They're in Sheol. I think it was Elijah.
Okay, well, that was fun. Internet connection stopped, but hopefully we're back. Let's see if we are. I know that the hey, Black Sheep. People on the TikTok side, if you could just drop a message in to let me know if the stream is working. It completely failed, but it seems to be back now. And then we'll have to get the YouTube stream up and running again. I'm not sure why that has stopped, but let's try it again and see if we can get it to start up. That wasn't very nice. Let's see if we can get it to go again. Let's see. Are we working? It's working now. Okay, great. That's TikTok is working. Let's just see if we can bring the YouTube back to life. Very annoying that it does that. I am having my whole internet connection changed very soon. I've been speaking to them this week. So the good news is it is happening. Let's see if we can get this one working. Go live. Is that going to work? That says that it's still there. Let's see if we can reconnect to it. Maybe we're reconnected. Are we back live again? Let's see. Yes, I think we are. YouTube people, can you hear and see me okay? Are we back? We are risen. There we go. Seems to be okay. So yeah, fiber is definitely coming in. I've been speaking to them today, in fact. It's going to be very, very soon. I think we're back on again. Good. Okay, that's good. Literally the whole connection just dropped and then it came back. So not a catastrophe. Let's get we'll get Sean back in. Let's get the TikTok guest box opened up again and get everyone back in. Oh, it's all fun, isn't it? Fun and games. There we have it. Sean's not there yet. Not Jay's not there yet either. All fun and games. What we can do is, while we're waiting, we can get Espresso Jack in. Jack, how are you?
Hey, good. You?
Yeah, good, thank you. Not bad at all.
Good. Welcome back. I saw that the stream crashed.
Thank you. Yeah, it crashed and then it came back to life. I was able to get it all back up and running fairly quickly, which is good.
Awesome. And I'm glad to hear that you're getting fiber too. I also have fiber, and it's incredible, and it's a great company. So
good
that
stuff
helps too.
Great. Yeah, I'm hoping it will, and I'm paying for I'm going in top tier, business rate thing. I'm not just taking a domestic thing. I'm give me the best. I can't have this anymore. So yeah, once it's up and running, it will all be good.
I work in IT, so I could probably tell you a little bit more off this, maybe through email or anything if you ever need any assistance.
I'd love that. I mean, I'm prisoner of. There's only one company that will provide fiber where I am, and it involves digging up the ground to get the cables to me and all of that. But it is happening. I spoke to them today. So let's get Sean back in, and Sean will have to join. Sean, you'll need to join the other one as well.
Yeah, I just
you just did, and there we are. Let's get Sean into that. There we go. Yeah. So sorry about that. The whole thing just crashed, but we're back up and running. Espresso, what's up with you, my friend?
So I don't know if you remember, but when we last spoke, I was questioning whether or not other countries correlated atheism with communism.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
Did you look more into that?
I have to admit I didn't. No, I forgot to.
Well, I did. And I found some pretty interesting things.
Oh, go on.
So it is not just in the United States, but it is in some other countries, most post-Soviet countries.
All right.
They also have groups that also do this.
Interesting.
And one thing I found in my my investigation into this was a website. I had just come across it. I don't think it's. I think it is from the United States, but it's called victimsofcommunism.org.
Right.
And one of the chapters, they have a whole curriculum on this, and one of the chapters begins with saying, within the philosophical system of Marx and Lenin, and at the heart of their psychology, hatred of God is the principal driving force, more fundamental than all their political and economic pretensions.
That's amazing.
Militant atheism is not merely incidental or marginal to communist policy. It is not a side effect, but the central pivot.
That's
and they
incredible.
credit this to a man named Alexander Solzhenitsyn.
Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said, they reference the nationalreview.com, first of all, to get his quote. And second of all, it's from a 1983 Templeton address, in which he said, more than half a century ago, while I was still a child, that would be, more past 1933. Yeah. I recall hearing a number of older people offer the following explanation for the great disasters that had befallen Russia. And the quote was, many have forgotten God. That's why all this has happened.
Wow. That's wild.
And he said, if I were asked today to formulate as concisely as possible the main cause of the ruinous revolution that swallowed up some 60 million of our people, I could not put it more accurately than to repeat, men have forgotten God. That's why this has all happened.
Wow. That's amazing.
So he's literally contributing 60 million deaths, mostly due to starvation, to lack of God belief, to atheism.
That's just toxic as hell, isn't it? Wow.
Yes. So there are groups out there that think this vehemently, and they are around the world, but mostly in certain countries.
Not just groups, but individuals that we talk to on a regular basis. There was earlier this evening somebody who, when I first came in, John was speaking to, that brought up Stalin and all these figures, and they attribute atheism to like all these atrocities, and
Yes.
it's just in group, out group tribalism that's promoted within their religion to demonize people for not agreeing with their theology,
Right.
and to try to dehumanize others, and
that's all it is.
and
I've
here's
noticed go ahead.
yeah, here's the thing, because there have been autocratic leaders who were hostile towards church organizations, and I think the reason for that is because religious institutions do wield power.
Yes.
And so if you are trying to be the central focal, center of gravity when it comes to having dominion over your country, other organizations, religious or otherwise, who wield power are a threat to you. So if you have an autocratic leader, either you're going to be hostile toward religion, or you're going to be hostile toward other religions besides your own.
Yes, that would be the fascism part.
Yeah, and you would have maybe some tolerance for this religion, but the leaders of those religious institutions have to be on board with you, and submit to your authority. And we had some of that going on in the 1930s Germany,
Yes.
with the Catholic Church there. But yeah, it just comes down to, it has nothing to do with like atheism causing all this bad behavior. No, you have autocratic leaders who they care most about their power, and they don't like other other people within their circle, or within their dominion, wielding power, whether that's religious power or some other form of power.
Exactly. And you mentioned that the Catholic Church in the 1930s in Germany was siding with, the Nazi Party, and that's famously documented. But also, I think a good reference for this is Owen Morgan. I don't know if anybody else here knows about Owen, but great content creator, also an atheist content creator, sometimes on the line.
Oh yes, yeah, I do know him. Yeah.
What's the name again?
Owen Morgan.
I might know him by face, because I do watch the line.
Yeah. So he has studied in depth about Nazi Germany and stuff like that, and he talks a lot about white supremacy and Nazis in the United States. But there was also two other main churches in Germany that sided with him. And also through my investigation, you were talking about how autocratic leaders want to either get rid of all religion or like religious figureheads because they wield power, or they want to integrate them into agreeing with them forcefully. Most of the post-Tsarist Russian leaders were atheists, and they tried to erase religion from Russian society because they could use that religion as a unifying force against them.
Exactly.
And it's a false equivalency to say that since all of them were atheists, that they were all atheists are communists, because it's kind of like saying that since all thumbs are fingers, then all fingers are thumbs.
No, you're absolutely right. And there's obviously atheists of all persuasions. Most atheists in the U.S. tend to lean left and are more for civil rights than are people on the right. But there's also libertarians who I don't remember if it's Penn or Teller. It's the Teller one. If you've heard of, he's a libertarian. He's also an atheist. The big guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but he is to the right, very far to the right of me on the political spectrum. He's all for like the smallest possible government. He's the opposite of communism. And there's so many examples of that. It's ludicrous to suggest like one leads to some type of political ideology or governmental system, ideology, because they're one has nothing to do with the other.
Right. And I was also looking more up about on the political side too. I found an article from the Communist Party of the United States. They have on their website that more often than not, people only associate communism with atheism due to misquoting Marx and his comment of religion on being the opium of the masses.
Yeah.
And that comes from the Communist Manifesto of 1848, I think, or something like that. But yeah, basically he was saying in it that it's kind of like a side effect. People use it to cope with the bad things that are going on in their life. And when in reality, the bad things that are going on in their life are because of capitalism. But, as history has shown, even if you just remove all the money, you're still going to have evil people like that. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter if you're communist or you're capitalist or you're socialist. You're still going to have evil people.
Yeah, and tribalism always kicks in at some point and is the biggest effect of all.
Right.
But thanks, that's really interesting. Thank you. You did the homework I didn't do. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Fascinating, brilliant stuff. In fact, would you mind drop me an email with a link to that stuff that you mentioned that you'd seen? I'd love to see that.
Absolutely, I'll send it right now.
It's just Jon at unconvincedbook.com. I'd be really
I emailed
grateful.
you before.
Oh, of course you have.
You replied to me.
Yeah. Sorry, I always forget what I given out or not given out. Of course I did, and of course you did. Of course, yeah, you got it. I really appreciate that. Thanks, man.
No problem. See you later.
Thanks, buddy. Good to speak. Thanks, pal. Okie dokie. All right. So we will bring Not Jay back in a moment, and perhaps we can look to wrap that thing up soonish, and then see where we're at. Couple of messages to read out, a couple of things to do just to make sure that we're all neat and tidy. Joseph Collins made a donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. That means a lot. So thank you very, very much indeed. And Real Jiffy sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's amazing. I think they've been distributed already. I think I saw them go. That's amazing. Thank you, Jiffy. That's really super kind of you. Massively appreciated. And Joseph Collins also sent a how's it going and donation as well. Thank you, Joseph. That's really, really massively generous. Thank you. And Tim said, my girlfriend said in the bedroom once, I want you to hurt me. So I said, your sister's prettier and more successful. Ouch. Oh. That's awful. I mean, slightly amusing, but oh my God. Thank you very much, Tim. Keep them coming, my friend. Keep them coming. I wonder where you get them from. I'd love to know what your process is. Do you find them and hoard them, all the jokes? Because you never seem to run out. You seem to have one for every moment as well. I appreciate that, Tim. Thank you, friend. Okay, let's get Not Jay back in. Let's hope that the internet doesn't fall over on us. Sean, I was saying before we all put this all back together again, movement on my fiber line, that is definitely now happening. I spoke to them this morning, just waiting on a couple of bits of paperwork to be done and some consent things with the land next door where they got to dig up the car park to get the cable over, but it's going to be happening. So
the cat didn't chew the line.
Oh, say again?
I said the cat didn't chew the line.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the cat. No, I have no idea what it was. But literally, whole internet connection just dropped for 20 seconds and then came back. And fortunately, it didn't quit the stream. So, I think we are pretty good. We're all good. So, I can't remember exactly where we were. Not Jay.
Yeah, what I was saying was that for people who. I forget how we put it, but again, I mean the general the general line of reasoning is that people who had, and I know we came up with different definitions, involuntary doubt, they weren't.
Yeah.
That's not considered a sin. And it kind of, those people like that are lumped together with people who have never heard Christ or have never heard Christ properly because of location or how they were brought up, but also lumped in with people who, like, before Jesus came. So that would be like Adam and Eve. It would be Abraham. It would be, who else? People who were not Jewish when the law of Moses was instituted. All those people went to a part of hell called, I think it was Sheol. But they went, So these are people past, present, and future that are in this waiting place because of the, God exists outside of time, and everybody that's in heaven's already there. I don't want to get into that. But when he descended into hell, he came to rescue those people, basically, to bring them to heaven. So basically, the thing of it is, even if you're an atheist of goodwill and you're trying your best to follow those morals written upon your heart, then you still have an opportunity for salvation. So
I guess my problem would be that I have an objection to the concept of salvation being required. So it's not so much that I really hope I manage to qualify for the club. It's more that I have a moral objection to the requirement in the first place. I think that a God who loves his creation doesn't set up a system where a sizable number of people are going to end up in some undesirable circumstance.
And that's a judgment call, right?
Yeah, I just think that I don't find that morally acceptable from an all-powerful God, because an all-powerful God could configure reality any way he wants, and so he's either limited in this current plan of needing salvation and some people getting it, some people not getting it, and exceptions being made for some people if they and all of that. That can only, to my mind, be acceptable if it was totally unavoidable, which would really, really limit God's power. I mean, he wouldn't be the sovereign that people kind of take him for.
I don't follow that last part that you said. If it was totally unavoidable. What do you mean by that?
Well, this is a pretty messed up situation, right?
I'm not trying to dispute you. I'm trying to gain understanding.
No, I hear you. I appreciate that. So to my mind, the current arrangement, if we're to accept what we've been told, is deeply problematic, because at a minimum millions and probably billions of people are going to end up in some hellish way, right? Some version of hell.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
How do you know it's millions and billions of people?
Well, just because most people aren't saved. Most people don't fulfill the requirements. So even if it wasn't millions, let's say it was hundreds, my moral objection would still be the same, right? Some significant number of people, like many people, are going to end up.
The many people, why aren't they saved?
Well, because, I mean, why should anyone need saving? It's more, that's really the problem. Like why is there a requirement for anyone to be saved from anything? Let's remember who they're being saved from. They're being saved from God, because they're being saved from a fate that he's imposing on them without needing to. There's nothing making him do that. He wants there to be a situation where people have to be saved.
Can I ask you a quick question? Again, I keep interrupting you, but I want to make sure that I'm clear.
That's fine.
So the way he set it up originally was first two people, Garden of Eden, absolute paradise, no sickness, no troubles, no nothing, on the one condition that they don't do this specific thing, whatever that might be, whether you take it to be symbolic or allegorical or literal. And they did that thing, and kind of showing the nature of his creation to be disobedient. So if he said, like, if you had a friend that said, you can come stay at my house, You can eat my food. You can drive my car. You can wear my clothes. The only thing I don't want you to do is I don't want you to touch my stereo. And you touch his stereo, and it's very important to him. Don't touch my stereo. And he said to you, well, I'm kicking you out now because you did the one thing I asked you not to do.
That would work unless
you don't see that's fair?
That would work unless it was an all-powerful God setting up the conditions in the first place, who would know exactly how that was going to pan out and could configure it such that no one would be touching anyone's stereo. This is the problem with with positing an all-powerful God is by definition. Hang on, let me just finish this. Right, by definition, any state of reality of the universe has to be exactly as an all-powerful God wants it to be. Otherwise, it would be a different way.
Yeah.
So God created a universe populated by creatures that he designed in such a way that they wouldn't do the things he wanted them to do, and therefore he would then have to punish them in some way. It's all a setup, and it's all avoidable. It's all avoidable unless he's lacking in power.
Let me ask you this, okay? So you asked me a good question once. Why do angels not have the tendency to sin that humans don't have? And I researched it, and basically the reason why angels were created were to serve, and they are created pure spirit, no body. So like for them, like sexual sin, for example, they don't have sex. So there's no possibility even for the possibility of sexual sin. They don't have money. They don't have possessions. So there's no thievery. They also have full knowledge. The one sin that they could commit would be to either reject or accept God's love. Okay. Now, if you've got people, okay, who were not created to serve, but they were created to live in relationship with God out of his overflowing love. I don't mean to get preachy, but just definitionally, how do you create a voluntary relationship with somebody and not give them the choice? Because what sin boils down to is either accepting or rejecting. So how do you give
If I was all powerful, it would be trivial. I could do it before my morning coffee. I would just create beings that had complete free will, but were never inclined to sin. In the same way that like as I've used this example many times before. Yeah. Human beings almost never eat their own young. And that's not because we have a limitation to our free will that stops us doing it. It's just not in our nature to eat our own young. So we just don't do it. We're just not the way we're made. God could have made human beings with all the free will in the world, with a disinclination to sin as strong as the disinclination we have to eat our own young, and there would be no sin. He just chose not to. He chose to make us with a sinful nature. That's his fault.
Well, I mean, look, eating your young would be another form of murder, and murder would be a rejection of his rules. So I'm asking you, how would you make, and I understand your analogy there, but how would you make a being, forget every other sin, okay? Because every other sin, I think, can be boiled down to accepting or rejecting God. How would you make a being to live in relationship with you? And it's got to be a voluntary relationship, otherwise you have a slave. How would you do that without them being a robot?
It'd be easy. He's all powerful. Okay. He can do anything he wants. And we're not talking about a square circle here. We're not talking about something which is a logical impossibility, right? He can't do that. Mm-hmm. He can't create a married bachelor. But this isn't a logic problem. This is a logistics and engineering problem. It's easy. You just build your creatures such that they are always inclined towards a certain type of thing. It's so easy. Honestly, if he's a god, he could do it easily.
I can't think of a way, and again, this is not me disputing you. I just can't think of a way if the only way you can have a voluntary relationship with somebody, without making them love you, without making them into a slave, you've got to give them a choice, and it's got to be a choice that they can equally make. Either I will reject, or I will accept.
I just have to point out, Adam in the YouTube chat has rightfully pointed out in Deuteronomy 28, God does say you will eat your children, the flesh of your sons and daughters, the Lord your God has given you during the siege. So cannibalism is definitely on the menu for God occasionally.
That's not a
if God, a starting point would be so we're talking about. So John is addressing sin. It's not you can have free will but not have an inclination to certain behaviors, and we're all that way. I don't have an inclination to rape or murder or anything like that. Now you're talking about a relationship. A starting point with that voluntary relationship would be God letting everybody know he exists, what his rules are, what the correct religion is, if any. And then everybody has at least at that point, that's just the starting point. And then everyone on the planet has a free will to have a relationship with him. But if we don't believe he exists, I don't have that free will to have a relationship with him.
I just want to point out that God has revealed himself in some manner. Okay, now you judge that manner not to be sufficient, but that is a judgment call on your part.
Well,
because
yeah, but
for billions, 1.5 billion Catholics I know that are practicing, the way he's revealed himself has been sufficient. So you're saying, hold on a second, let me finish the thought. You're saying he hasn't revealed himself? I'm suggesting to you that
correct.
Yes, he has.
Correct, and I'll explain.
It's your judgment that revelation is not sufficient. I get that. But to say he hasn't revealed himself is false.
Okay, so does God know that the manner in which he quote unquote revealed himself to me would be insufficient to convince me?
I don't know.
Well, is he all knowing?
Yeah. I mean, he does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if he's all knowing, then by definition of all, he would know that these revolutions will convince this group of people, but not convince all these other people. He would know that. And if he's all powerful, he could have revealed himself in such a way that every single person on the planet knows he exists, aren't forced to follow him, but knows he exists.
Here's what I'm going to suggest.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. So he has chosen not to reveal himself in such a way that every person on the planet knows he exists and can then make the choice to follow him.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I'm sorry. Here's what I'm going to suggest to you. And I don't want this to sound bad because I don't believe it to be true, but it is a possibility. Okay. And I don't want this to sound bad because you guys seem like just lovely gentlemen, nice people. Okay. And this is going to sound harsh and I don't want it to be so, but maybe there's nothing that here, I'm going to take it away from you guys. Maybe there are certain people that nothing, no matter what could be done, would convince them at all, short of reaching into their brain and doing something like that. There were people, if you believe in the Christ narrative, which I do, there are people who knew him, who saw the miracles, and saw Lazarus raised and the blind given sight and all this stuff, and still did not believe. Still did not believe. Now, what I'm going to suggest to you is you can see this. There are plenty of people out there right now who, like I'm sure Jeffrey Dahmer's mom said, there's no way my son could have done that, even after seeing the photographs of body parts in the fridge. There are people who just can't reach.
No, Jay, you're limiting God again. Right?
I'm not limiting God.
You are, because you're suggesting there's absolutely nothing he could do to convince us. Then he's pretty ineffective. I
don't say God's ineffective. I'm saying that people who couldn't be reached are ineffective.
If I believed in a God, my God would have no one who couldn't be reached, because he would know for every person exactly what it would take to reach them. And there would be no one he couldn't reach, because that's how powerful he is. He would know for everyone exactly how to reach them.
I don't know what more you could do other than be in the direct presence of God. I don't think that you could do anything more. And that's a judgment call. But
then you could do that.
There were people in God's presence who still didn't believe.
But that's just, I mean, it's just silly.
Yeah. If God can't convince everyone on the planet, then he's not all powerful. That's just a logical entailment of the word all.
The power is not in his part. The power is in your part.
Well, okay. So tell me right now what to do to believe in God.
I don't know. I have no idea, Sean.
Neither do I.
I have no idea.
But God would know what would convince me.
If he is how you think he is.
And we're talking, and maybe I will grant that. I will grant, just for the sake of arguing, because I don't believe that there's literally nothing. Some people that literally nothing would convince them. But let's just grant that there's these super rare edge cases. That the reality of the world right now is that most of the planet either believes in no gods or believes in the wrong gods, if Catholicism is true. Most of the planet. Is that the best God can do? Are most of the planet just completely unreachable?
Well,
no.
They estimate it's about 40%, so the majority of people have heard of Christ before. But
Sean, heard of him or believe are two different things.
Yeah, Sean, belief is something that you have no control over, and it's something in you, okay? It's something in you. Now, let me ask you a question. Let's do a thought experiment here, okay? If Christ was right in front of you right now, and he's got a glass of water, changes it into wine, your blind buddy comes over, gives him sight. Somebody who just died in a car accident outside, or let's say somebody, Jairus's daughter, you saw him resurrect Jairus's daughter, okay? Is it possible you could see those things and in your mind explain those things away?
Sure. Hold on. Is it possible? Yeah, but if God is all powerful, he would know how to overcome that.
Because people did it.
Okay, I got you. But what I'm saying is, if God is all powerful,
let me finish and go a step further. Okay, I believe that even there are people who, even if they died, and they are at St. Peter's gate, and God's right behind it, waving, that they would go, I'm still not convinced. I bet you this is some sort of hallucination that I heard about, near-death experiences, and this is my mind.
Is awful victim blaming. This is awful victim. I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute, because this is
victim?
Well, the victims here are the people who are, by your definition, you're saying these people are going to be incapable of being persuaded, and they're going to be punished anyway. And if they're not going to be punished anyway, then there's no need for salvation, and we can stop worrying about it.
I think there's a certain point, and now here's what I said was, okay, I think there's a certain point where involuntary belief crosses over into obstinate doubt. And if you are presented with certain things, and they could be different for everybody. If you're presented with a overwhelming evidence that God exists and you decide to reject it, then that's one thing. Now, look, I don't think that anybody can show you scientific
that doesn't
proof.
Exist. If there's overwhelming evidence, you're not capable of rejecting it. Sorry, that's just not true.
Here's the thing, okay? I don't think that there is scientific evidence that God exists. There's no way that you can prove that scientifically. However, I think there are warranted justifications, okay? And I think that there are, that you can collect those and you can have those presented to you and you can obstinately reject those things, okay? And some people might just, because of their choices through life, may just be wired that way.
But God would know before they were even born. God would know that was going to happen. I've got a concept. You may have heard me speak about it before. I normally speak about this as a response to the problem of evil.
Hang on.
I'm finished.
Their diet, their intellectual diet.
But hang on a second. I've got a concept called the seesaw of shit, which is when people are trying to explain why God allows evil and suffering, and it's because he needs to do it because of and the more you explain to lift him up ethically, to get him out of the hole he's in for all the suffering in the world, as that goes up, his power comes down and he becomes less and less capable because he just has to allow all of these things. His plan's only going to work if these things happen, and so you rescue him morally and his power goes down. The same thing is happening here. You're describing reasons why people remain unconvinced, and making God just absolutely powerless to do anything about it. You don't have an all-powerful God anymore. He's gone. He's left the building now. What you have is a kind of middle manager God who's a little bit hapless, tries but doesn't always get it right. He doesn't know how to persuade some people. Some people just are beyond what he's capable of doing. And as I said to you before, if I had a God, if I believed in an all-powerful God, there would be no one who can maintain disbelief in the face of the glory of my God and what he's able to do and what he's able to show them by direct neural implants of information and whatever it might be. He would be able to maintain their free will, but give them undeniable knowledge directly into their minds, and it would be no problem, and he could do it like that.
So you're saying that you could figure out a way to do this, but you're saying that it could be done, but you can't describe how it could be done, because even if there was a direct neural link, even if God was sitting right in front of you, people still rejected him. The problem is not with God. The problem is with man. And I think through a series of choices, your intellectual diet, your own pride, maybe your ego, nobody wants to answer to a God, or, maybe the love of your own, the way you want to live your life and not follow somebody. I think through a series of choices, it goes from involuntary to obstinate rejection.
And there's nothing he can do about it. And he gets tiny and small and powerless again.
No, that's not, John. That is a judgment call by you. That does not make him tiny and small.
It absolutely
is God powerful
does.
enough to convince those people?
I think you're getting confused, not Jay, between belief and compliance. No, I think it isn't a square circle. It isn't a square circle. I think you're conflating belief and compliance, and you're saying that there are some people who, even if they were persuaded it was true, would just still not want to go along with it all. Well, okay, but that's not what we're talking about here. And frankly,
this reminds me of the Iraqi guy, the Iraqi. I think he was the Ministry of the Interior, who, as we were invading Iraq,
Baghdad Ali. It's not that.
Yeah, that's I remember him.
He went, "No, we're fine. We're going to. They were holding them at the border. We're fine."
But he was lying. That he didn't disbelieve he was lying. That's what John is trying to explain.
He knew.
He knew the truth.
He was a propagandist. He wasn't deluded. He was a propagandist. He was doing his job. He was doing his job. He'd just been told that he has to hold that line, right? This is
bad example, guys. Bad example. I take it back. All right.
Okay.
Right. I take it back. I even forgot where my freaking line of thought was going now. I think
you were thinking John and Sean were right.
There isn't. The bad news is, honestly, my friend, there isn't a way out of this without limiting God's power so much to the point that he's no longer all powerful. Because even if someone is like tending towards non-compliance, God could show them by educating them magically into their mind what the consequences of their non-compliance would be, and then they would no longer be non-compliant.
Yeah. Look, what it comes down to is that God has revealed himself. He's shown the consequences of non-compliance, okay? He has limited himself by giving people free will, but voluntarily limited himself by giving people free will. Now, it is your judgment, it is your personal judgment that what he's done is not sufficient. That's a judgment call by you.
It's not even a judge. It's not even a judgment. It's just an observation, because we all remain unconvinced. So he has failed. He has failed to convince us. So he might have succeeded. No, it's not even in my judgment. It just is a fact, because if he hadn't, I'd be a believer like you. So he succeeded in convincing you and failed to convince many others.
It's not a fact. It's your judgment, because 1.5 billion other of my fellow Catholics do believe.
No, so he got it right with them, and he fucked it up with everyone else. He's screwed it up again.
Not Jay. Let me ask you a question.
I think this is becoming contentious because I've made it personal to you, John and Sean. I don't want to do that.
No, it's fine.
We're not that.
I think we've been around this enough. I think we've been.
let me try this. Let me try this, not Jay, because you said he's revealed himself to everybody. If you and I are at a concert and I say, "Hey, I'm going to go get a beer. I'll be way over here," and now I can't find you. I'm looking for you, and I see you way across on the other side in the crowd, and I jump up and down. Not Jay. Hey, I'm right here. I'm right here. But you don't see me. Did I reveal myself to you, or did I try and fail to reveal myself to you?
If I had never met you before and you were jumping
No. We're at the concert together, and we get separated. All right, and I see you. I look for you, and you're looking for me. And then we're in a crowd, and from far away, I jump up and down and waving my arms around. Hey, not Jay. I'm right here. I'm right here. But you don't see me. Did I reveal myself to you, or did I try to reveal myself to you and fail to do so?
I couldn't geolocate you, but that doesn't mean I didn't know that you didn't exist.
Well, no, that's not my question. That's not my question. My question is, did I reveal? You know I exist, so we grant that. If I'm waving around in the crowd and you don't see me, and I'm trying to show you where I am, did I reveal myself to you, or did I try to reveal myself and fail to do so?
I don't follow the logic of the question.
Well, I
don't believe that's
what's the answer?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. So I did not. By definition, I did not reveal myself. I tried to, and I failed.
Regardless,
all powerful God cannot try and fail to do something.
So hold on a second, okay? Let me take your premise. All right, we're at a concert. You go to grab a PBR. All right. You're over on the other side of the concert. I'm sorry.
What's a PBR?
Pabst Blue Ribbon, baby.
Okay.
It won the Blue Ribbon. It's a great beer. You've never heard of PBR?
No. No, I haven't heard of that.
Really? Are you a citizen?
I have extravagant taste. I drink Bud Light. But
Bud Light would be an upgrade from PBR. But look, going back to the president. Okay. Let's say that you were at the concert. Yeah, you and I know each other. You're at the concert. You go get yourself a frosty Bud Light. Then you're over on the other side of the concert. You try and get my attention. You don't get my attention.
Yeah.
Okay. But I trust you, or because I know you're at the concert. Okay. Or let's say that I'm not going to leave the concert. I don't know how to put this. Give me a second.
This isn't really addressing my point.
Yeah, but my thing is that even if I don't believe in you and I truly try to follow my conscience, salvation is still available for me. So I don't understand why you're asking the question. It doesn't make any sense to me
because you said God revealed himself to everyone. By definition, if God revealed himself to me, the definition of him revealing himself to me would mean I know he's there.
God might not
now
after you die.
Well, but then, okay, then that takes away what you said before, is that he's revealed himself to everybody.
Well, in the sense that everything that will happen has already happened. And if you're in Sheol, and because through involuntary doubt you don't believe, you still have that opportunity in Sheol to be saved.
Okay, so you acknowledge that as of right now, he has not revealed himself to me.
So sufficiently to so one of two things happen. Either God has sufficiently revealed himself to you and you actively rejected it, which would be sinful, or God has revealed himself to you, but you're still not convinced. That's not a sin. You can't control it. So therefore, you're not going to be held responsible for that.
If he sufficiently revealed himself to me, I would be unable to reject it.
Yeah, your first condition doesn't exist.
Like here's my AirPod case. I just revealed it to you. You can't just decide in your mind Sean's AirPod case doesn't exist. You can't do that. Your mind is now convinced.
I can say that's an animation.
You can say it, but you can't believe it.
Oh, I can believe that it's an animation.
All right, go for it.
I just saw some kid that through AI made him look himself like Sabrina Carpenter, and I couldn't tell the difference.
But the risk of going round the roundabout for the 50th time, an all-powerful God wouldn't have these limitations. An all-powerful God would either execute on the plan and it would work 100% of the time, or would not actually be an all-powerful God. You have to choose. The seesaw of shit comes into power again, and as we make all these excuses for his failures, he's not powerful anymore.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm not making any excuse for you. I'm saying there's only so many ways. What I'm suggesting to you is that on this earth, in this reality, there's only so much that he can do. If when you die, or unalive, sorry, when you unalive and you descend in the Sheol and you're face to face with God, then you choose to reject him. That's a different story. But if you're an atheist of goodwill and you follow those things by your conscience, don't steal. I assume you guys don't steal. You don't hurt anybody. You don't kill anybody. You don't do whatever. You do that to the best of your ability, then you still have another chance in Sheol to be indirectly saved.
Well, no one's gonna go, I'll take the hell option, please. The eternal torture. Right. It's silly. The whole thing is silly. Like it's just not. It's really silly. But dude, we've been round this around. I did put a poll out to the room, and there's been a fairly sizable majority asking us to just say for now, let's move it along, and it is getting late. So,
hey, John, as always, thank you for the questions. And I got to tell you, your questions have caused me to research, and that research has deepened my faith, and I appreciate it.
Good. If that helps you, good.
You are accidentally like a not a preacher, but I don't know what the word would be. Something like that. You have accidentally increased the faith of millions of followers of Christ.
I think that's extremely unlikely. I think it's extremely unlikely that I'm increasing the faith of millions of followers of Christ.
I've been a Catholic for over 55 years, and not once did it occur to me, why don't angels have tendency to sin like humans did? But you asked the question. And I researched it, and I'm like, fine. That deepened my faith.
That's good. I'm pleased to hear that I've been able to help you, not Jay.
Not just me, millions of Christians. Thank you.
All right, take care.
That's an attempted flex, but
no. This is just like Pontius Pilate.
It's posturing. Come on, man.
Pontius Pilate was the first preacher because on Christ's cross he put Jesus Christ, King of the Jews. He was the first one to spread the gospel. Accidentally, but he did it. So, John, thank you.
Okay.
John, try a PBR. You'll love it.
Keep well. Take care. Take care, Najee. Bye.
Bye.
You have millions of followers now, John. That's amazing.
Apparently, my reach is broader than I thought. But there we are. Okay. There we are. I think it is. There really is no getting away from the problems that occur if you are going to postulate an all-powerful God. You've got a world of pain if you have one of those, because an all-powerful God is responsible for every configuration of reality. So however things are, that's how he wants them to be. There's no all-powerful God that tries to do things and doesn't manage it. That's not a thing. So time and time again, that is a problem for the apologetics that we face. It's a problem when they try to explain suffering and evil. It's a problem when they try to explain non-belief, and I don't like the victim blaming aspect of it.
No.
That leaves me very uncomfortable, especially knowing how many people really tried to believe in a God for a long time. You included, Sean, and were not able to do it. Where was God while that was going on then? Right? It was still reaching out and failing, apparently.
He was in that crowd. Hey, I'm over here, but he tried and failed to reveal himself to me, I guess.
Yeah. It's a shame, and I don't think that he's coming from a bad place, but I think he's having to do some pretzels to, maintain this extra deep level of faith that I've apparently furnished him with. Not Jay. I'm pleased if it's helped you, friend. Okay. Tim said, in response to my question about where he gets his supply of jokes, lots of 80s comedians, YouTube. If I'm not laughing or learning, what's the point? I agree, Tim. Totally agree. And I'm a situational comic, say something stupid, and I'll pounce. I love that. I love that. Lots of stupid things to be said here, of course. I probably say quite a lot of them, but you're welcome to pounce anytime, and we love your input, and I really appreciate you. Okay, so bit of a check-in with the Inner Circle members wall. This is where we just name check all the Inner Circle supporters. If you are on TikTok and you want to join the Inner Circle, you can. It is no longer, in fact, all the memberships, not just Inner Circle, there's 3 tiers of membership. The bottom tier gets you access to the interactive bingo. Middle tier gets you that and also the Q&A. You can send the questions in, and the top one gets you all of those things and a kill switch as well. And the Inner Circle are PVG and Rich, the Leakest Wink, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Wacky Slush, Pseudo V Science, Stefan, Musical Monkey, Toe Rag, Tracy, Welcome to the Real, and Amon Ra, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Love Science, Issa, the newly minted Kif, love you Kif, Make It So, Cat B, Drew Smith, Flibberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Jiffy Cones, Lacadian, and Oceanus. And that's the Inner Circle. Those are the people who swoop in and get people out when I'm not doing a good enough job of knowing when that time has come. I don't think that's happened today. I don't think we've had the threshold met today. So that might be a good thing. The other thing is we have had some action on the bingo, which needs to be acknowledged. So let's have a look at this. This is going all the way back to the olden days, before 11 p.m. my time. So that's quite a while ago. PVG correctly called No Morality Without God. Hopefully that's not too loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. PVG also said Philbro Babble. I think we had some of that. PVG called a crash out, but I'm not sure if we've had a crash out today. Oh, we did. We had Adam. That was a crash out. Definitely crash out there. Yeah. And gosh, PVG's called all of these. Yep, that was a crash. And Read It in Context. And God Works in Mysterious Ways. And Nothing Comes from Nothing. And a couple more. And Fine Tuned Universe. PVG has owned the bingo board today. No question about who the winner is here. And then Upshot called Look at the Trees. And I think we definitely had a variation of that. So not too bad. We're not going to finish the board today like we did the last couple. We've had a couple of full houses on the bingo, which has been absolutely stupendous. But not today, I think. I think that's probably about it, given that we're going to do all of this again in a few hours. So I think for tomorrow, last Tuesday, sure, I ran the like We Don't Need God, and I thought that was quite good last Tuesday. So I think I'm going to do that again tomorrow. We'll do the We Don't Need God topic. Okay. And Moustache Boy, are you saying that you joined and weren't on there? If that's true, if you joined in the middle of the stream, it may not have automatically updated it. In fact, it won't have done because it doesn't automatically update. I need to update it by pulling the membership list off YouTube and put it into my little bit of software. So if you have joined, then thank you for that. But that's why it wouldn't have been shown. But it will be on there tomorrow because I will update it before tomorrow's stream. So thank you for that. I didn't realize that was the case. Justin's still on. Of course he is. But he won't be on when we start tomorrow. So we'll have it then, shall we? So thank you, everybody. Yeah, a bit of a strange one tonight. Not super busy, but we had fun. And
for sure.
Yeah, this is how it goes. So thank you to the usual heroes. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the regulars. Thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the super chats. And just thank you for being here. That's the most important thing. It means everything to me that you are. I really, really appreciate that. I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm going to go and retire now, get a few hours sleep, and be back here in whatever it is, a few hours' time, midday UK time, 7 a.m. Eastern, and we'll do it all again. So,
all right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, John, again.
Cheers. Thank you, Sean. And see you all in a few hours, those of you who wish to